Okay, looks like we are ready to start. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. And just to make sure that everyone knows kind of where we are and we're virtual and so on, I'm going to read our message on our agenda. Due to evolving concerns for public safety resulting from the COVID-19 emergency, and pursuant to the Governor of Nevada's Declaration of Emergency Directive 006, Section 1, extended later by directives, the most recent of which is Directive 044, which suspends the requirement in NRS 241-023, Sections 1 and B, that there be a physical location designated for meetings of public bodies where members of the public are presented to attend and participate. Meetings may be held by teleconference only. And of course, this is 2021, so teleconference to us means via Zoom. We will receive public comment via email only. And as a reminder for those who may be watching, you can send in your public comments to publiccomments@washoeschools.net, public comment at washoeschools.net. You can send those throughout the meeting, and we'll take time during the meeting to read those public comments that haven't come in prior. We've been reading them all week, probably even longer than that. And hopefully we're all up to speed on them, but we'll take time during the meeting to make sure that we've all read them as well. All public comments will be included in the public record as minutes, but will not be read aloud during the meeting. I think that's all of it. Okay, so now we'll go into our opening, and we'll start, of course, with our roll call. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. President Taylor.
I'm here.
Vice President Cottle.
Here.
I am here. Trustee Calvert.
Here.
Trustee Church.
Present.
Trustee Nicolette.
Present.
Trustee Thigpen.
Here.
Student Representative Victoria Gomez.
Here.
We have a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Why don't we have one of our new trustees, not new anymore, Lord, we've been in here 4 months, and so you're way past new, but because we're virtual, why don't we have one of our newest elected trustees go with our Pledge of Allegiance. Let's see, let's go with Dr. Diane today. The flag is on the screen, and for those that can stand, I'll ask that you do. I am, of course, connected to my little machine, so I won't be doing so, but I will be participating in the pledge. Dr. Di?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Di. And thank you to our staff for having the flag up there live. We appreciate it. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item 1.04, action to adopt the agenda. And I'm going to ask for a motion if it's the pleasure of the board. I see your hand, Trustee Church.
Actually, I was going to request 2 items be removed, so I guess I wait till after the action.
No, because once the agenda if it's a consent agenda item, you wait, and I know that's one of the items that you reached out and shared that you wanted to wait until we get to the consent agenda for that one. If it's another item that's not on the consent agenda, this would be the time to make that request.
Yes, ma'am. In accordance with board policy, I request that item 1.05 on board governance be delayed for 1 week or one meeting till the next meeting.
Okay, I appreciate that. Trustee Church, are you making that as a motion?
I'm not sure of the procedure, but I'm asking it be delayed. I believe that calls for discussion, I think, when I read the policy.
It will be discussion once there's a motion or a second, there can be discussion. Is that a motion, sir?
Okay, in that case, it's a motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor that agenda item 1.05 be delayed in accordance with that request can be made in accordance with our board policies, that be delayed. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, seeing none, that motion dies for lack of a second. So I will look to the full agenda item 1.04, looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
So moved.
There's a motion by Trustee Thigpen to adopt the agenda as presented. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Clerk Minetto. Any discussion? Your hand is still up, Trustee Church. Discussion on this? No discussion. Okay, thank you. I see you're working to get it down. Thank you. Okay, seeing no discussion, any public comment on this, JJ?
We do not have public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposition? Right, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. And now we will move on to agenda item 1.05. This is discussion and possible action for the board president, that's me, to remind the trustees of their pledge, our pledge to follow board governance, board policies, and board protocols as a member of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. And this is action to honor that commitment. This is for possible action. I am down as a presenter, and also in accordance with board policy 9051, I am asking each of us as colleagues to reaffirm our commitment to the oath and the pledge and really the promise that we all made in taking this office, that we will adhere to board governance, which for us means those governance policies outlined in the 9,000 series of board policies, meaning that we will adhere to the board governance policies and the protocols that are before us in Governance 9000. And again, this is not a new pledge. This is something that we've all committed to, beginning, of course, with our oath of office. And actually, the first piece is in the board orientation that we had in December. And even before then, an email from Vice President Cottle informing all of the elected trustees and reminding those of us who are continuing of those governance policies that those are the guidelines that we use. We've adopted as a trustee board long time ago before any of us. And then that's how we govern ourselves. We spoke about those in great detail at our board orientation, 2-day orientation in December, and then we have been continuing our work in that vein. And this is just a reminder of our fiduciary responsibility to be good stewards over the organization and to commit to those board governance, again, policies and practices. So I'm asking for a motion in that regard.
I'll make a motion, President Taylor.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Thigpen that each of us reaffirm our previously made commitment to adhere to and honor the board governance. That's probably the better word, to honor board governance practices and protocols and policies. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second to the motion from Trustee Calvert. Now this is open for discussion. Any discussion on agenda item 1.05? I see your hand, Trustee Church.
Thank you very much. I previously asked the board president if I could have 12 to 15 minutes of your time. And I was just informed minutes ago that I only have 5 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, actually, you were informed last night that you would not get 12 to 15 minutes. That is not our practice. This is a regular agenda item. And I took some time today, in addition to my duties of visiting schools, I took some time to check in with what is legally reasonable. The law requires that we're reasonable, and we want to be reasonable. Actually, the law has indicated, I believe, that 2 minutes is reasonable public comment, but we give 3. And we think that's reasonable. And in this discussion, this is a regular agenda item. For a regular agenda item, we have never, ever gone with 12, 15 minutes. And so we're going to continue with what has been reasonable in our practice. And in the conversation with legal counsel, then we landed upon 5 minutes. And you're right, I told you that about 30 minutes or so ago, because I was out visiting schools. So yes, Trustee Church, if you like 5 minutes, you can have it.
Start the clock.
All right.
Number one, I want to protest in the strongest possible words the limitation. There's no policy that limits us. This is an important issue. I think many of us know that I was noticed by the board president and the board vice president that I was violating policy and that they were putting this on the agenda specifically to address this on the road to further censure or discipline. And so I think the public and everybody watching needs to be extremely concerned limiting me to 5 minutes. So here I go. As we discuss this, I asked Board President Taylor if my comments, for which I have been noticed, violated any law. No. Did I violate any Nevada ethics rules? No. Did I violate any rules of decorum at board meetings? The answer again was no. I want to make clear I'm committed to open dialogue and offer to meet and confer on this issue or any issue, and I suggest the use of a trained mediator to facilitate confidential and open communication. That applies to various groups and associations that have made the false allegations. I welcome independent fact checkers on the statistics I've used for quality of education. I ask again that this agenda item not be approved and that we can open dialogue and push it back for a future meeting. Since I have not violated any rules, laws, or decorum rules, but I allegedly violated board policy in the limited time I have, I want to give some examples of that. Quote, trustees are expected to support the final decision made by the whole board. Trustees may confirm to the public that they voted against the board decision and shall not engage in undermining the decision or publicly criticizing the board or individual trustees regarding the decision. Another quote, and this is edited, the board shall follow balanced governance model standards. Quote, trustees shall ensure all policies support board governance model standards. This policy 9015 contains similar language. I remind the board that we took an oath to support the Constitution. I refer the media to the Nevada ACLU that has stated they believe this policy to be a violation of free speech, as do I. I remind all candidates, trustees, we are also potentially candidates for re-election. If candidates can't criticize candidates or if public can't criticize candidates, where are we? The courts have said we must have thicker skin. Criticism comes with the job. Using shall and mandating that I support decisions or any of you support decisions would be an unconstitutional violation of free speech. I want to remind you, this is not the first time that somebody has sued or threatened to sue or brought litigation against an employer. I have not done that at this point. But there was an individual named Mr. Bond in the US Supreme Court. Mr. Bond happened to be an African American who went on to head the NAACP, and he sued his employer and won before the US Supreme Court for his free speech rights. There was another individual in St. Louis that sued his employer. He was a gay police officer. He sued and won. Should these people not have brought litigation against their employer? There was a third one named Jeffrey Church that sued his employer over the rights of military guardsmen and reservists at the city of Reno, and he won. Should he not have done that? Was he wrong? Any of these would be a violation of WCSD policy. And again, I want to point out that the board president has said that I have violated policy by not CCing her on communication with members of the public. I don't believe I have to by law. I don't know where that comes from that you can censure me for communicating with a constituent, regardless of how that email came in, and that I'm mandated to send a copy or CC the board president. And again, I have a lot of things as I close, but I want to say that I'm open to communication, I'm open to negotiation, and I ask the board to table this to allow reason to prevail, allow vaccine negotiations, allow the ACLU to discuss this with the legal counsel and not act in a hasty manner. I believe that there are constitutional questions that the board is taking regarding cutting off the meetings to active comment via Zoom or otherwise, and removing long-standing agenda items such as board reports and requests for future agenda items from the agenda with no board vote, and holding press conferences. And I want to quote, the WCSD media briefings are by invitation only. That's a press conference. Holy smoke, are we a private golf club or are we a government agency open to transparency? Again, these are troubling, and I believe I have a constitutional right to stand up and bring these to your attention as trustees. And I also want to bring to the attention that I am forbidden and the superintendent refuses to meet with me in a disparate manner, not by Zoom, not in person, not with witnesses. And I'm the only one that the board superintendent refuses to meet with. So again, somebody has to stand up for this. And this is what the free speech is all about. And there's my oath of office that I took for the school board. And that means a lot to me. And you're asking me to choose between the Constitution and my personal beliefs, or the demands and the mandates of the board that they're going to sanction me. So I think that pretty well covers it. I probably went over 5 minutes. I would like to go on, but since you said 5 minutes over my protest, I'll end it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I feel compelled to respond so that the record is corrected. I think, unfortunately, the majority of which, if not all of which that you've shared, is a continuation of misinformation that has really circulated around our community, not just around this particular issue, but around many of the occurrences in the district and on the board right now. I will begin. This is not a censure. You referred to it being a censure. It is not a censure. In fact, this agenda item is not even a sanction. This agenda item is a reminder to all of us as trustees of the oath that we took to adhere to governance policies, practices, and protocols. That is the extent of this agenda. And to intimate that it's anything other than that is a misrepresentation, again, a lot of which is being propagated around our community. I will take a couple of issues with some of the things that you said, just so that, again, the record is corrected on the majority of what it is that you said. First of all, in your meeting that you had with Vice President Caldwell and myself, which is according to Board Policy 9051, when asked if there was any violation on your part of a Nevada revised statute or ethics laws, both of us said, we do not know. This is a governance meeting, so we were not holding out on something that we knew, but that was not our area of expertise. So to represent something other than that is inaccurate. In terms of asking for adherence to our board policies, protocols, and practices being a violation of free speech, yes, we certainly respect and appreciate the ACLU inquiring as to such, but if you have been privy to the responses of which, you will see that there is a case law that supports the governing policies, practices, and protocols that we have, and our responsibility as representatives of this entity to do the things that are asked in our governance policies, practices, and protocols. So to intimate that the ACLU is involved in something because this is a violation of your free speech is also a misrepresentation. Another misrepresentation, the importance of communication to our constituents is not a basis of censure, a basis of containing what you say, or even an attempt to gag anyone. Every trustee is certainly not even discouraged from reaching out to a constituent that may contact us via whether it's board comments or which is something which is related to the open meeting law, a whole different issue, or to board member emails. But we've been asked, and this is back to our protocols, to include the president in those communications. And we spoke about why at our meeting on April 16th. And even after that meeting, we continue to not do those actions. So this is really just not about any particular thing. Those are just responses to the things that you said. This agenda item is not about any specific trustee. You decided to speak out on, and that's really your right. But this agenda item really is about, hey, we have rules in place. They're in place for a reason so that we know how to govern ourselves. Because as a board, it's important for us to govern ourselves in a manner that best represents the district, best represents the students, best represents the families, the staff, and even this community as a school board. So this agenda item is about asking for just a reaffirmation of our commitment to do so. It is nothing more, it is nothing less. So again, that being the case, I will ask for a motion.
May I ask a question? May I simply ask a question, ma'am?
Actually, Trustee Caldwell has his hand up, so I'm going to go to him first, and then I will go to you. Trustee Vice President Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam President. And, you know, I wasn't going to weigh in a ton, but I just want to also, since I was there, I know I personally specifically said that we are not discussing any laws or any ethics violations. That wasn't our purview to say yes or no. That's for a higher power to ultimately determine. And so what we were talking about was board policies. And for me specifically, what was the most concerning is the attempt to help litigation and further litigation around against the school district, to help raise money to litigate against the school district for things that are not accurate. And as a trustees, we don't work for the school district. We oversee the school district and our stewards of school district. We actually work for the people. So by assisting in litigation against the district, we are litigating against the public, against the people that pay the taxes, because ultimately they'll have to pay for it. The kids ultimately pay for it. The staff ultimately pays for it. If any citizen in the community wants to take a look at litigation against the school district, that is their right. But as trustees to work in tangent with that is troubling for me. And those are the things that I thought, you know, there was a lot discussed, but for me, those are the things that really hit home, because my constituents shouldn't be on the hook. The students that live and go to school in my district shouldn't be on the hook. And because as sitting trustees, we get information, we're privy to information, and turn around and use the information to hurt the entity is an issue. And I don't think that's something that we should be doing as sitting trustees. We should disagree. We should have vigorous debate. We should continue to speak up for the things that are important to us. That is all important to me, and I think it's something we should protect and we should value. But to take that further into assisting in litigation against the district that will hurt the entity, hurt the staff, hurt the kids, and ultimately the taxpayers have to pay for it, for me, that is an issue. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. Trustee Church.
Thank you very much. My question, number one, is a question. If I or somebody else continues to violate the policy as you see it, and I basically am saying, yeah, I don't agree with the policy, I believe it violates free speech, then my understanding, and you can confirm or deny, the next step would be a formal censure of that trustee. And to address Mr. Caudell very briefly, again, the Constitution creates three separate co-equal branches of government: the legislative, the executive, and the judicial. The judicial is no less important. And I, again, was cut off on my 12-minute speech, but I gave three examples of Julian Bond, of Jeffrey Church, and of the gay activist, not the gay activist, the gay police officer who rightfully sued his employer in St. Louis. And so I don't think it should be prohibited or wrong that if you can't, and again, I'm open to negotiation, I'm open to discussion, I'm open to arbitration, I'm open to mediation, but I think it's the district that's propelling us towards this, not myself or the ACLU or the other folks that are standing out. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Is there any further discussion? Okay, there's a motion on the floor that we accept agenda item 1.05. The motion was by Trustee Thigpen, seconded by Trustee Calvert. I have asked our secretary for a roll call vote, as again, the intention of this vote is to reaffirm our commitment to governance policies, practices, and protocols. And what I will say is, as trustees, we all have the opportunity to weigh in and to recommend changes in the way the governance policy as it goes. So there's a motion, there's a second, and then things can change based upon that. But if that is not the case, those governance policies and protocols stay in place. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Batchelder, if you would. Let's have a roll call vote on this, JJ.
Trustee Caudell,
Yes.
Trustee Calvert,
Yes.
Trustee Church,
Nay.
Trustee Minetto,
Yes.
Trustee Nicolette,
Yes.
Trustee Taylor,
Yes.
Trustee Thigpen.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you very much, Ms. Batchelder. And once again, I want to make it really clear because there is a lot of misinformation, which I think is intentionally propagated in many cases. This vote was a vote simply to reaffirm our commitment to the governance practices, policies, and protocols that we've already committed to adhere to. This vote that passed 6-1 is no more than that, but this vote that passed 6-1 is also no less than that. So thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and on our agenda to consent agenda items. This is agenda 2.0. This is consent agenda items to review and approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.13. And I believe that there is a request to pull and to separately discuss one of these agenda items. Trustee Church?
That was 2.07. Do you want me to talk about that now?
No, just if you would like to have that moved, pulled.
Yes,
For
please.
individual discussion. Okay, it's not pulled from the agenda, but it's a pull from the consent agenda. Okay, any other concerns from any other agenda items? These are routine in nature and can be approved as a whole. It's been requested that agenda item 2.07, correct, Trustee Church? 07, yes, 2.07 be moved for individual consideration. Any other agenda items? Move. Okay, seeing none. I'm looking for a motion at this time for approval of consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.06 and 2.08 through 2.13.
President Taylor, we did receive public comment on them.
Oh, we did. Thank you very much, JJ. Thank you. Please.
The board received an email from Timothy Zisk.
Okay. Mrs. Zisk, thank you very much. Thank you, JJ. Don't let me miss those. So you keep popping on. We want to make sure that the record reflects the public comment that we have received. That's very important. Again, looking for a motion now for approval of consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.06 and 2.08 through 2.13. Trustee Nicolette, I see your hand up. Yes, ma'am.
Diane Nicolette, move that the Board of Trustees approves consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.06 and 2.08 through 2.013.
Thank you very much, Trustee Nicolette. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, I heard Trustee Caldwell, but I saw Trustee Minetto's mouth move. So we're just going to go ahead and take Clerk Minetto as the second to that motion, and we did get public comment. So any discussion from the board other than pulling 2.07 for individual consideration? All right, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Now we'll go to agenda item 2.07. Is there a particular question you have on that, Trustee Church, or you would like to hear from staff? What's your pleasure?
Thank you. I'm just trying to pull that up, and I'm having a hard time pulling that particular attachment up. But as I understand it, it's basically we're going to the state and asking for a variance on classroom size. I think it's K1 through 3. So I'm just kind of curious, does the state always approve these? What if they don't? What's the reason why we're doing it? Are we having a hard time getting teachers? Do we not have the budget? So I'm just simply asking questions. I had some feedback and I didn't have the answer to the community. So I'm sorry for the late notice. I'm pulling it out, but perhaps somebody could kind of answer those basic who, what, when, why questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Who should we look to for that? I'm going to look to our CFO, Mr. Mathers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is a complicated issue. I appreciate this actually being pulled for a little bit of discussion for our newer trustees. We try to go into the explanation for these variances in the staff report, and I don't know if the trustee had a chance to look at that, but the state sets target class size ratios for kindergarten and grades 1 through 3. And the target class size ratio for kindergarten is 16:1. For grades 1 through 2, it's 17:1. And then for grade 3, it's 20:1. And there are two basic reasons why we have variances. The first of which is, I think, as we've said sometimes when we talk about teacher allocations, students don't come in nice, neat little packages. So, you know, as an example, in grade 1, if there were 34 students, our class size ratio is 17:1. That would be a nice, neat 2 teachers there, and we'd have exactly 17:1 ratio. But say if there's 45 kids in that school in grade 1, then we have rounding factors that dictate whether that school will receive a 3rd teacher or not. And we do that for budgetary reasons. So going back to state law, it dictates certain class size ratios or sets certain target class size ratios. And we do meet that, as the staff report noted, for grades 1 through 3 overall. But there are certain schools that, again, because of students not coming in nice, neat, round packages, where we exceed those ratios. As the staff report noted, we're not allowed to count English learner teachers in that calculation. If we were, we'd do far better and get far fewer variances. And there are other kinds of teachers we cannot count in that calculation. But that's the first reason why we have an issue and why we must request a variance, just because of, again, kind of overall, we comply, but for specific schools, sometimes we cannot. The bigger reason why we have variances, though, and the staff report again goes into it, is that the state has never funded these class size ratios. And so we talk about 2015 legislation and the fact that the state explicitly recognized, they were not funding all of these class size ratios. So for instance, for kindergarten in 2015, there was an acknowledgement that funding was built on approximately a ratio of 21-1 in kindergarten, not 16-1. And we used to report on that higher class size ratio. But over time, the state has reduced those ratios without funding us for that change. And so, again, those are the two basic reasons why we have to request a variance. We've never had an issue with the state with those variances. I think those at the Department of Education fully know we're not fully funded to guarantee we come in under each ratio at each school and for each grade. So it's a reporting requirement we fulfill, but again, it's based on the lack of funding to maintain these ratios at all grades at all schools. Hope that helps.
Did that answer your questions, Trustee Church?
I didn't hear the answer. Does this automatically mean the state will approve it, or could they actually deny it? And what about zoning? Have we looked at other options, other budget areas, or how did we reach this decision?
Well, to answer the second question first, we don't want to do zoning changes on the fly or frequently, right? That impacts families and students, and we don't want them being moved to one school for a year just to meet the class size ratios and then moving back to a different school the next year. So it's something we don't try to do. We try to have a stable situation of continuity for the students. So that would be my answer for the second question. The first question, certainly there have been requests for additional information from the state on these variances, but they've never not approved them. And they've never, for instance, if your question is, would they have the power to affect funding for us? No, they would not.
Trustee Church?
Yeah, I just think this is very good that we pulled this off so we get that clarified, because it is a very important issue, and I appreciate it. I'm not trying to micromanage. I recognize board governance from the 30,000 foot level, so I think I'm happy. I might be something for a future discussion, but yeah, it did answer my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, that being said, we're looking for a motion for approval of agenda item 2.07. If there are no further questions or discussion, I'll pause for a minute. Yeah, we already did public comment as a whole for consent agenda. Looking for a motion for agenda item 2.07. Okay, I see a hand up, Vice President Carlo. Is there another hand up? All right, I see yours, Trustee Minetto. Motion on the floor from Vice President Carlo, seconded by Clerk Minetto to approve agenda item 2.07. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Mather, and thank you for the question, Trustee Church. We're going to go to agenda item 3. This is public comment. And even though we know that we are on Zoom, we still want to certainly acknowledge those public comments that in some cases still continue to come in. So we're going to take just a minute or two now to let's read those public comments that are coming in now. And as we're doing those, JJ, if you wouldn't mind, please reading into the record the names of those who have submitted public comments to the public comment email. Again, that email address is publiccomments@washoschools.net. Any public comments received will be forwarded to the Board of Trustees for us for reading, and that's what we do. And they will also be included. In the official record for the meeting once those final records are made. And if you've sent emails to the board and they were not sent to the board, they are not automatically submitted to public comments. Those emails must go to public comments at washoschools.net. Okay, so as Ms. Batchelder reads, and I'll just encourage my colleagues to please, let's look and see those public comments that have come in since we began our meeting at 2 o'clock. Please, Ms. Batchelder.
The board received emails from Donna Wood, Veronica Koppel, Amy Brown, Jerry Halverson, Will Hauser, Josiane and Mike Trainer, Susan Burton, Patricia Ebby, Maribel Castro, James Bentham, Jody Epp, Steve, John Winters, Tatiana Taylor, Mira Brissett, Mark Ransler, Lauren Evans, Sarah Dawkins, Richard Peterson, Melissa Hill, Krista Rossi, Beth Jones, Shirley Appel, and Rachel Fisher.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Batchelder. I've caught up on our readings and I want to make sure that that everyone else has. We have other regular emails that's come in, but our commitment is to read those public comment emails. If you would like your email to be read and considered during this meeting, those emails must be sent to public comments at washoschools.net for that consideration and to be included in the official minutes. It's really important that you understand what it takes to be included in that vein. So hopefully you've all had a chance to catch up on those public comments during that time. Thank you, Ms. Batchelder, for all of those. And thank you to each of you who continue to send in your public comments for the meeting. We're going to go on to agenda item 4.01. This is our standing agenda item for our legislative update. And I'm understanding fresh from a committee meeting in Carson City. She may be in her car, I'm not sure, is Miss Lindsay Anderson, who is the director of our government affairs. Thank you, Lindsay, for being here. Ms. Anderson, thank you.
Thank you, President Taylor. Again, Lindsay Anderson, Government Affairs. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. My report will be quick this board meeting. I'll just offer that I really think we are making the transition during the legislative process from heavy emphasis on policy work to transitioning around the fiscal and budget issues that are coming. So as you may know, the Economic Forum meets on May 4th. That's next week. That's a critically important date in the legislative process whereby they will determine the amount of money the legislature and the governor have to include in the budget for this upcoming biennium. The projections I would expect to be better than what we originally started with based on the Economic Forum in December. So that's always good news. It gives the legislature, in some cases, a little bit of additional funds to be able to distribute during the budget process. But certainly, I think the nexus between the K-12 budget, the federal funds that we're getting, and how all these pieces fit together is going to be very important. A lot of conversations happening in small groups about the funding formula. I believe the last time we spoke, just that day, there had been a committee meeting which included information about the legislature leaning towards a full implementation of the funding formula. And so we continue to update our budget and projections. I know Mr. Mathers has been hard at work in preparing a second budget that's based on a whole different set of assumptions than our tentative budget. I will also include information that Dr. McNeil, Ms. Ellison, and myself were lucky enough to be the first in-person bill presentation to the Senate Committee on Education last week on AB 57, which is the Washoe County School District's board's bill regarding student learning objectives. And so I think that hearing went well. We were able to make our case. We certainly missed the presence of our Ben Hayes and able to answer questions about student growth and accountability. That was hard for us. But I think otherwise the bill was well received. There continue to be questions and concerns from a couple of stakeholders regarding the length of time that we are proposing student learning objectives to be paused. And so we will continue to engage with the stakeholders with those concerns and see if we can't come to some common ground and consensus and be able to move that bill forward through that Senate side of the committee. Otherwise, we are focused, the second time around now, many of these bills are having their second hearing in the other house from where the bill started. And in many cases, by that time, the bill has already been amended to address many of the stakeholder concerns. You don't see as many changes on the other side because a lot of the amendments have been made. But, there's so many bills, it's really hard for me to pick which ones you particularly want to talk about. And so I think I will not pick in particular bills, but just allow the board, if there are questions about specific bills, I'm happy to provide an update and just offer that we are, I think, almost exactly 5 weeks away from the end of the legislative session. And again, after that economic forum, the emphasis from our legislators is going to be around the budget. I will also say that unlike in prior sessions, I am still expecting a handful of very big policy bills coming out in the next 5 weeks that have nothing to do with education. And I bring that up only to say that there are going to be a lot of big issues to be decided in the next 5 weeks budget, but also healthcare issues, just other big policy issues the legislature is wrestling with. And so we are among friends in wondering what the fate and the outcome is going to be. But President Taylor, I'll leave it at that and certainly offer Dr. McNeil to fill in any gaps I may have left and happy to answer questions from the board.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Anderson. I see Vice President Caudill.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Lindsay, for the work on this. I think Mark Mather is going to address this in upcoming agenda item, but I'm hoping you could help fill in for us any recent discussion on if the state will look to use federal stimulus funds for K-12 as a state to plug any holes there to keep us whole going forward.
Thank you, Trustee Caudill. I will look to Mark to kind of fill in anything I may leave out, but I will say we have seen the presentation and the initial plan from the state Department of Education related to their share of federal stimulus dollars that have come from the 3 acts. In many cases, 90% is distributed to school districts and the state reserves a 10% share. They have proposed some ideas on what they are planning to do with those funds. But in terms of the sort of broader stimulus dollars that are coming to the state, I think there's consensus that they're not going to get enough information from the federal government about what they can and can't do with that money until after the legislative session is over. And so the conversation is around closing the budget based on what we know right now that will not include other federal stimulus dollars that are not specifically earmarked for K-12 and come back later in the summer in a special session and allocate those funds to areas of the budget that perhaps were underfunded in the regular session.
Thank you. And to follow up, might need Mark's help on this. If the state chooses to come back, let's say, or the legislature chooses to come back in, let's say, August or September, and they change the budget and then it changes our budget, we would then be able to come back and then change our budget as a result. I know it's rare to have it that late, but that could happen.
That's my understanding, and Mark can jump in. I think at least in a regular session, I think we have 30 days after they conclude, whether it's a regular or a special session, to make any adjustments to our budget. I see Mark nodding his head, but I don't want to speak for him.
Yeah, that 30-day rule applies for special sessions too. Yep.
Okay, so we may be keep our eyes on the budget for months after this session's over, depending on what they do. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caudill. Ms. Anderson, she referred to you, Superintendent McNeil. If there are any gaps or anything you may want to fill in?
No, as usual, I think Lindsay did a really thorough job in covering it, and I appreciate the question regarding the budget and stimulus funds.
Thank you so much. I do have a question, Ms. Anderson. Any further discussion, movement, or anything like that on the funding formula, and and how that may be applied this year? I know what the law requires. Any conversation around making any adjustments to that? I also know what the governor recommended in his budget.
Thank you, President Taylor. I guess conversations is probably the best word. I think there is discussion about it. The state superintendent confirmed earlier this week that there is going to be a bill related to the funding formula and making some adjustments that have been recommended by the Commission on School Funding. And I'm guessing some other adjustments perhaps recommended by the governor or legislative leaders. So we know that's coming. We are not privy to what is currently being proposed in that drafting of that legislation, but we do know there will be an opportunity to, have a bill hearing. Of course, the fear is that, it comes out with, 48 hours left or something to that nature. So the sooner the better. We continue to push that message. It's, really hard for us to build a budget when things could change at the 11th hour. So we know there's going to be a bill. We don't know what's in it, and we will certainly have a seat at that table as it's going through the legislative process.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. I see Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, Lindsay. I don't know how you keep hundreds of bills straight in your head. I really appreciate that. And I will say that I took the time, maybe I have too much free time, I don't know, to watch Kristen and Emily and Lindsay present to the Education Committee. And I will say they did a stellar job, and there were some very tough and I feel appropriate and timely questions. I will share very quickly that one of the concepts I found most interesting that kind of went back and forth were what I sense is that SLGs, the student learning, and then the student learning objectives, there's some confusion, I believe. It's very easy to confuse them. But one of the thoughts that I think might have some traction, and that is there was some concern about going as far into 2023-24 school year. That seemed a bit long to members of the community, committee. And there was a discussion about maybe start the testing assessments a little sooner, and rather than hold off on the 15% of the evaluation that really goes to a teacher's performance, maybe 7.5% the year before 2023-24, because there was a little, I heard angst in voices about that seems awfully long to hold off on these performance evaluations 23-24. And so I'm curious to see where that will go.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette, and I'll certainly look to Dr. McNeil to jump in. I think your first comment was probably an understatement to the extent that there is confusion about what a student learning goal is. I think there is a lot of confusion about what that is. And again, to clarify, nothing is going to change in regards to student assessment. Teachers are continuing, regardless of the student learning goal percentage, to assess their students in a way that makes sense for their classroom. And there's no change in that. The change is whether or not those assessments will be used as part of a quantitative segment of the teacher's performance evaluation. So I think you're right. We had an uphill battle in trying to convince members of the committee that, assessment wasn't changing, or that teachers were in some way not going to receive an evaluation, which again is not true. Teachers will continue to receive a robust evaluation whether or not student achievement data is part of that conversation or not for that period. So I hear you. I think we're continuing to work with the committee members to give them a better understanding of what it is we're proposing, and meeting with the people who expressed opposition to the bill in the hearing to see what we can get to. And I'm going long here, but I just want to say to the part of the goal of the bill originally was to give teachers the time that they needed to spend their time with students and not on preparing the student learning goal, which in many cases is time consuming. So whether or not it's 5%, 10, or 15%, asking them to take that time to prepare the student learning goal is what we were trying to protect them from, to save their time. So I'm not sure that the kind of ramping up in the percentage is really achieving what we wanted to achieve on behalf of teachers. But again, Dr. McNeil, I'll leave it to you.
No, thank you, Lindsay. And you did, again, just a really nice job on covering that comprehensively. And I think, to Dr. Nicolette, the concern is at the end of the day, we really wanted to work with our teachers and make sure that they had something taken off their plate during this recovery period. That was the intent of the legislation, and it's still the intent of the legislation. And so that our teachers are able to focus on the social, emotional, and the academic needs of our students and not be concerned on a compliance effort. There is no intent for the Washoe County School District that come the 23-24 school year that we would be advocating for the removal of SLGs and SLOs. We want to make sure that our teachers have the tools. There is plenty of accountability to go around, even though, importantly, that the framework, the school framework is being put on a pause. So our star ratings are having a pause as well too. So again, it's just an effort to make sure that our teachers have the time that they need to dig deep around learning recovery for our students.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Dr. Nicolette?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for enhancing the little bit that I said. I will close with, I thought it was wonderful that you took the opportunity to explain essential standards and couched it in the fact that our teachers are the experts. Yes, you have the new teacher all the way to the seasoned expert teacher. But within that, you have a principal who's responsible for the teacher's performance, who's responsible for the student's success, and the ability for you to, or the opportunity for you to be able to bring up the essential essential standards that you're so vigorously working on, we as a school district. I think that was absolutely timely, and hopefully it puts a bug in others' ears so that we can have some consistency throughout our state, because I'm very proud of that work that we're doing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate Lindsay being the closer on that. I had to get back to town. And so as usual, she's a great closer. So I appreciate that as well.
Okay, anything else? Thank you, Dr. McNeil, Ms. Anderson, and Dr. Nicolette. Anything else on the legislative agenda item? As always, Lindsay, thank you. Thank you for your hard work, and your sometimes on Zoom, sometimes in person, sometimes zooming back and forth, right? Especially as it gets crazier. We appreciate it so much. You do an amazing job keeping up with all of the everything that is the legislative session. So
thank you. Thank you for your flexibility and my timing too. Appreciate that.
Anytime. All right. We're going to move on to agenda item 5. This is our budget presentation by staff and discussion by the board regarding the district's fiscal year 2021-22 budget, which Lindsay kind of referred to in her comments. What a segue, right? An update on development since the last budget work session. And this is really just to bring us up to speed information and discussion before us again is our CFO, Mark Mathers, and our budget director, Mr. Jeff Basel. Gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Madam President and trustees. As you just said, the intent here is to give you a quick status update, to share with you what we know versus what we don't know in between the tentative budget presentation you heard on March 30th and the final budget presentation you'll get on May 25th. So I don't know if we can flash up the PowerPoint presentation on this. I don't think, thank you, JJ. So if we go to slide 4, we'll just start right into it. There was a question about the pupil-centered funding plan. I'll probably go a little further than Lindsay on it. But as she pointed out, there have been conversations at the legislature about moving towards a full implementation of the pupil-centered funding plan, the new funding formula, rather than go with the governor's proposal for partial implementation. We also haven't seen a BDR or bill yet for partial implementation, and we think there would be a massive amount of analysis and review of any bill for partial implementation that would need to happen. So, I think the legislature is running out of time if they really want to consider that. Not that they haven't done things, kind of that have been, past things that have been introduced in May, but If I had my crystal ball, if I wanted to put odds on it, I definitely think the odds are for full implementation of the pupil-centered funding plan. And that differs again from the partial implementation plan that was submitted as part of the governor's recommended budget, primarily by the fact that instead of local revenues such as the operating rate of the property taxes or the local school support tax being retained within the county by each school district, as opposed to that, the full implementation would pool all those monies together and then let them flow through the model and through all the equity adjustments in the model. So, you know, that's certainly an impact that we need to prepare for. Interestingly, Senate Bill 543 from last session, which, you know, sets the framework for the new funding formula, does require that state general fund support of K through 12 matches growth of state general fund revenues. That wasn't the case in the partial implementation proposal that's in the governor's recommended budget. So if the state goes towards full implementation of the model, one would expect to see greater funding overall for K through 12. But again, we shall see. In addition to, you know, the conversations around full implementation at some of the legislative hearings we've monitored so far, there has been discussion about tweaks to the full implementation model, including a secondary calculation of the hold harmless amount that would apply that might be enrollment based. It might be a per pupil hold harmless number. So as Lindsay said, we really need to stay on top of this and see what's proposed in any bill that comes out that reflects either recommendations of the Commission on School Funding or just, you know, proposed changes by the legislature. So again, we have not seen anything yet. Hope to soon, and that'll be really critical. So just as a bit of an aside, you'll recall that a key part of the pupil-centered funding plan is what's called a regional cost adjustment factor that is there to try to equalize school districts' different cost of living or cost of wages. I wanted to share with you kind of the discussions we had at the April 9th Commission on School Funding, and I sit as a member. So Washoe County School District did contract with its own economist, EK Economic Consultants, Inc., to review the calculations provided by the state's vendor who subcontracted with an economist. We did present that, the superintendent presented that report along with EK Consultants at the April 9th meeting. I thought both did a really great job, and I thought EK was very good at pointing out several really critical flaws in the calculation that was presented to the commission previously. My take on the commission is that generally commissioners recognize that there were flaws in how that was calculated. I don't recall anyone arguing with EK's points about those flaws. So there was a motion presented to hold every school district at a factor or index of 1.0, kind of go with the status quo, and then move forward on the recalculation of that factor over the next year. Unfortunately, that motion did fail 5-4, as some commissioners expressed concern about setting everyone at 1.0 and, in their words, taking a step back. However, I do think there was consensus to, again, move forward with getting the economists together and recalculating the factor, hopefully within the next year. And so, you know, another one of our to-do items in terms of the legislative front is to try to ensure that we see language in any funding bill that would allow that recalculated factor to be used in our fiscal year 23 allocation. It's a high hurdle, but that's our next step in this process. Another important decision on April 9th that the superintendent had shared in her Monday message was the fact that the commission has been looking at funding, what is adequate funding, what is optimal funding for K through 12. The commission blessed a preliminary report that gave some shared facts about the level of funding in Nevada. And so in that Monday message from the superintendent and in the report, it does report that in 2020, the average Nevada per pupil funding stood at just under $9,250 per student. That includes state grants, categorical funding, as well as local funding. Washoe County is right around that dollar amount of $92.50 or $92.49, I should say. Whereas the national average per pupil funding provided is $12,645. So we're more than $3,000 short of just the national average among the 50 states. And so the commission's preliminary report called for reducing that gap over the next 8 years, provided some preliminary areas of research, investigation, or recommendations. And then we will continue to do more work along those lines. But I did want to share that because it, again, I think shines a little brighter light on the inadequate funding Nevada school districts have currently and where we need to go. It's a big lift. Certainly, if we look at optimal funding or subject matter expert recommended funding, that shortfall is even greater. But I think it's a good start towards the conversation that needs to happen. So that's what I have to report on the pupil-centered funding plan. And I think I'll turn it over to Jeff to cover, again, kind of the knowns and unknowns at this point in terms of our budget.
Thanks, Mark. Good afternoon, everyone. Jeff Bozzo, Budget Director. So as Mark and Lindsay have alluded to, we have a lot of unknowns, and hopefully we'll have a lot more information coming our way soon, so we can provide a budget update with a number at the May 25th budget work session. But to get into these unknowns, on May 4th, we have the Economic Forum projection. They'll be updating their state revenue projections, so we need to see how that compares to their prior estimate from December. Hopefully there's more money in that estimate, and hopefully that means there's more money available for K-12 education. Another item Lindsay covered was, will the state use any of their stimulus dollars to put towards K-12 education? Hopefully so, but again, that'll likely come during a special session later this summer. That leads to this next one, which is, what will the overall state K-12 funding be for the upcoming biennium? This could impact if we're still held harmless in the pupil-centered funding plan. Right now, the Nevada Department of Education has indicated that $127 million is needed over the biennium to fully fund the pupil-centered funding plan. Another unknown we have is, how will the next enrollment update impact the pupil-centered funding plan revenues? So the pupil-centered funding plan numbers we presented at the February work session, those were based on enrollment figures from October of 2019. Midday yesterday, we received the numbers updated for October 2020. So we'll have to run those through the model and see if there's any changes there. On to this next slide. So another unknown, as we talked about before, the governor proposed cutting class size reduction funding by more than half. That was about $158 million over the biennium. Will that be restored to full? And then same idea here with read by grade 3. If you recall, that was cut fully during the special session over the summer for the current fiscal year. And then the governor has proposed restoring the read by grade 3 program at half of its former funding level. Another issue is this former categorical funding. So one example is read by grade 3. So the flexibility versus accountability. The read by grade 3 dollars are no longer in a categorical grant, but have been redirected to base funding or general fund through the pupil-centered funding plan. And so one question that's still unanswered is, do we have the flexibility to use those dollars as we see fit to provide services for our students, or will we still be held to statutory requirements for read by grade 3 programming? And then the last note here, that's, again, it's already been discussed, but the special session for the appropriation of stimulus funding, possibly later this summer. And then I will hand it back to Mark to go over stimulus funding.
Thanks, Jeff. Just to real quickly cover, the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 monies that we will be receiving. I think perhaps last meeting we weren't quite firm on the number, but it is 112 million that's allocated to WSHA. That doesn't include any competitive grants that are provided through the state's 10% of total funding. So for ESSER 2, the first box, we're looking at of course, covering the expanded summer school program, providing additional teacher allocations in a number of areas. And then for schools that don't receive read by grade 3 funding, providing building learning facilitator positions to basically keep everyone on par, keep those elementary schools on par. So we're developing those plans still. I don't believe we've submitted an application yet. That will happen soon as we move forward into fiscal year 22. And then ESSER 3 is even a larger allocation, $77 million. We've talked about it before. You will be presented with the budget and strategic plan survey results on May 21st as part of your strategic plan meeting. And then we'll cover them again for the budget hearing on May 25th. So, and staff and management are working on developing that plan for your consideration. So that will be coming back. So really that concludes our presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? I see a hand. Trustee Thigpen, thank you. First of all, thank you, Mr. Mather and Mr. Basel. Such a complicated year this year with all of the things going on statewide that are certainly concerning, not just for this year, but more importantly on the funding formula for the future as well. In addition to, having stimulus money to at least help us close some of those gaps along the way. So Trustee Thigpen, and then I see Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks, Mark and Jeff, for the presentation. One thing I wanted to ask about that you mentioned is that it will still be at a $3,000 difference in terms of our per pupil funding just to get to the national average on spending. And did you mention 8 years it would take possibly to get there? Because that just seems so frustrating to me after everything we've gone through with COVID. And I'm hearing so much from teachers who are frustrated as well and considering leaving the market. So I wonder if you could speak more to that.
Sure. Thanks for the question. Good question. I think the notion is that depending on ultimately the funding source to fund increased funding, actually I'm using fund a lot, but that may kind of have to layer in over time. And so whether that, for example, would be some reform of the abatement concept when it comes to property taxes, or resetting depreciation upon the sale of a home, or other concepts, that wouldn't happen all in 1 year. That would happen over time. So for many of the ideas that have been discussed by the commission or others over the years, it takes a number of years to phase in. And I guess the other aspect of this is an enormous increase in funding if it were to happen. So for Washoe County School District, we're talking in the neighborhood of an additional $200 million in funding. And so, that the notion is by phasing that over time, right, that's a little bit more palatable and workable to make happen. So those are some of the thoughts that go into a recommendation like that. If we saw there was a plan to get there in 8 years, you're right, it's frustrating, but at least it's a plan for the first time to get there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I appreciate you explaining that. And of course, I'm just as impatient as a lot of people involved in education are and in this discussion. So yeah, I appreciate the background. Thank you.
Okay, we have a couple other hands. Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. We'll go to Trustee Church and then Vice President Caudill.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Mathers. This may become a moot point, but you mentioned that $9,000 per pupil spending, referring to Washoe County specifically. I get a lot of flack because some of the figures I've come up with are stated. I have a gentleman that I've worked closely with who is essentially my opposition, my watchdog over the watchdog. I won't mention his name specifically, but he sent me a figure, and I've got it here, of 10,000. Let me look it up here. 10,000. I think it's 363, and he's my nemesis, so to speak, on this. He's the one trying to set me straight. There's another figure from NPRI that's for Washoe that's approximately the same. The CAFR that I have, and I really am asking, I'm not trying to be smart about this. I don't understand cost per pupil versus spending per pupil, but it lists a high figure of 11,833 for Washoe County and a low figure of 9,603. So could you kind of educate us so I can, and again, I've walked back that 11.8 figure. I'm willing to say, okay, maybe I, was wrong on that because maybe I misunderstood it, not intentionally. And I'm willing to compromise with the other gentleman's 10,000 figure, but I'm totally confused. Can you help us out on this?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question, Trustee Church. I appreciate it. And so I think what you're referring to is on page 227. I applaud you for reading that far in the CAFR, but page 227 of the CAFR of our financial statements, basically. And there are two different calculations provided there. There is a calculation of our governmental funds operating expenditures. And what that is referring to are both the general fund and special revenue funds, i.e. grant funding. And the total expense in fiscal year 20, or the total cost per pupil in that column, is $9,603. And as we kind of covered at our virtual budget forum, that is the pertinent number to use. These are expenditures. So these are hard dollar costs that we spent in fiscal year 20. So we spent $9,603 again. There is a separate column on page 227 called primary government expenses. And this kind of has to do with the accounting concepts of an expenditure versus an expense. The expense number is not a hard dollar number. It includes a number of adjustments, for instance, for depreciation and other accounting adjustments. It includes interest on debt, which isn't an operating cost. And so that cost per pupil was reported in the CAFR to be $11,833. But again, it's not an actual expenditure. These include 200 million or so of accounting adjustments to reflect the value of our equipment, the value of buildings, the depreciation on those items, as well as, again, debt service. Those aren't operating costs, and they really should. Those are not used when comparing Nevada figures on a per pupil cost basis to states. They're never used. The more relevant number and the number that would be picked up is that 9,603 for Washoe, which on a statewide average is closer to 9,300, 9,250. So one is a hard number and a real number based on actual expenditures, the 9,603. The 11,833 again includes debt service and accounting adjustments that aren't real hard costs. So I hope that helps explain it.
Trustee Church, you're on mute. I'm not sure if you're.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Please, go ahead.
the figure I have from my watchdog of the watchdog, he used 10,396. That was a 2021 figure. And he used, I can find the source, but it's some kind of publicdata.com or .org. Can you comment on that? And also when you're commenting on that, the figure, the 9,600, does that include, say, WC1 money, which doesn't go directly to the students, but it goes to build the schools and the buses and the staff that supervise all that? So how does WC1 figure in? And do you have any information on that 10,396?
No, I have not seen the $10,000 figure, nor am I sure who you're referring to. So if someone wanted to give me their calculation of that, then I could comment, but I've never seen that, so I can't comment on that. The 9,603 number does not include capital expenditures. It's an operating cost, which again is what is reported on in all these studies you see that compare state funding. Those are only operating costs. They do not include the construction of a new building, a new school, nor really should they, right? That's not what we spend on our pupils. It's something we have to do, but it's not the operating cost of educating a child.
Okay, thank you. And just, I guess my final thing for people that are watching or my fellow trustees is there's a lot of figures out there, and it doesn't mean anybody's lying or wrong. It's just kind of interpretation, I think, a little bit of misunderstanding, perhaps. You know, one person said, well, if you divide our budget of 9.2 million by 62,000 students, you get a figure of 15,000. You know, so I'm like, well, where does this all end? And again, it may be moot when the new legislature comes out, but I really appreciate your clarification, and I'll try and accurately report that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I think the important piece is for us as trustees to make sure do as you did today, ask, right? And that's also what our policy requires that we do, is to ask just in case our understanding may not be complete, because there's so many things, and then you read that CAFR, you know how thick it is, and it's hard to follow, and it's certainly hard to follow. So I appreciate your asking the question, and this I encourage all of us as trustees, before we go out and share information that we've put together ourselves, that we ask, just to make sure that the information is accurate. I think that's the best thing we can do for the district. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Mather. Vice President Call.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'm going to build on Trustee Church's questions. I think it's a good one. The 9,600 figure, I just want to make sure I have this right. That includes categorical funding, special education funding. So it's almost another layer, because that number assumes that those dollars are spread over all of our students, when we know special education dollars are spent on special education students and so on and so forth. So just another layer to peel back the onion, I guess, to get our true number that is spent on every student, kind of that base. Did I have that right, Mr. Mathers?
You have that absolutely right. Thanks for pointing that out. I didn't mention special education. Obviously, that's a huge investment of the district. But as you just said, it's not a cost or an expense that goes to educate every student. It goes for those students who need those supports. And so I think what I would say, yeah, we deal in averages, but as you're saying, that's not the actual cost that we spend on every student. But it takes all of the expenses and all those special revenue funds, including special education, divides them by the total number of students. So you're absolutely correct, Vice President.
Yeah, so as you know, Trustee Church said, and President Taylor had said, the 9,600 number is the right number, but it's also, there's context there too on, so I think that's where, to be honest, here in Nevada, the way NDE and the way the state puts these numbers out there, they don't help themselves, because the public sees these numbers and there's no context, and it won't go on that tangent, but I think that's an important point. then my last question for the, if the new funding formula is fully implemented, we approved our preliminary budget a few weeks ago, $519 million, I believe it was. That was on partial implementation. At this point, do you expect a full implementation will make that number go down or up? If it's too hard, if it's too early, just let me know, because I think that's important for trustees to think about, that we might have to come back to the drawing board if that number changes too much.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. You kind of cut to the real heart of the question, and I kind of cut short our presentation a little bit. Really, my concluding statement would be there's a lot we just don't know at this point. And so to answer your question, I can't answer that question because the legislature has not completed their job of fully funding a full implementation scenario. So I don't know right at the end of the day what that number is and how much Washoe County School District will receive. For our May 25th final budget presentation, Jeff and I have talked a lot. I think it makes sense, and we'll know more through May, right? But if we're at the same kind of point we're at and we don't have bills even presented on partial implementation, SB 543 is the law of the land, which requires full implementation on July 1. So unless something changes, I think we will be presenting a budget to you based on full implementation and what we know in terms of the level of funding overall for the K through 12 system, and what most probably will be our hold harmless number. But a lot can change, as you know, in these odd numbered years, depending on what the legislature does or doesn't do, depending on the economic forum and how much more money there is. So stay tuned, but our intention will be to present a final budget based on full implementation, unless we see that bill for partial implementation submitted and there's momentum for that. But I unfortunately, I just can't answer you at this time about what is the level of funding for Washoe County School District in fiscal year 22 because of the many unknowns.
Yeah, and that's fair, and I completely appreciate that. I know that conversations you and I have had and conversations in the budget sessions, there was a benefit to Washoe by Washoe contain all the local revenues here, because our local revenue, our local economy is strong. And so now if it's being spread out, and it just makes me a little nervous, but we'll have to wait and see. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. Dr. Nicolette, and then we'll go back to Trustee Church.
A comment that I'm hesitant to share, but it's a thought I'm having. Now that we have actually 4 discrete categories of students, I think in the future, with the proper intentionality, it would be interesting to know the per pupil funding for those categories, just as a fiscal reflection. And I'm probably being redundant, but I'm still having a little trouble wrapping my mind around, it was on slide 4, pooling of all local revenues with state revenue in a single state education account. So that, as Andrew was reflecting, that means that any monies that now came to Washoe County and the 17 districts in total will go into one account and be divvied up according to that commission's, where you lie in how much you should receive. I need a little more. Thank you.
No, I think you basically have it. Currently, the county treasurer here in Washoe wires us every month property tax revenues, and we get a monthly distribution of sales tax. And there are complex formulas that then adjust for those revenues, but we do receive those local revenues in our coffers. They go in our fund that help our cash position. With the full implementation of the pupil-centered funding plan, the county treasurer will wire property tax monies at least on the operating side, to the state. And local, we won't see any local school support taxes. It'll be retained by the state. So yeah, all those monies will be pooled into one state education fund, and then they will flow through the pupil-centered funding model, the plan. And that it's not, the commission makes recommendations, but really the Department of Education maintains that plan. And there are explicit formulas for making, for instance, small school district adjustments. There's the adjustment for the costs, the cost of living, cost of wages. There's various adjustments in there. And that's why districts have and will have different per pupil amounts. So it will flow through the model for those various adjustments. And then we will receive our per pupil number going forward. So that's how it will work. So I think you basically have it, Dr. Nicolette.
You're good, Trustee Nicolette? Okay, good. I see you waving. Okay, good. This is great. This is what we want to do. Let's ask our questions so we can make sure we're well informed. Trustee Church, back to you, sir.
Thank you. Just one clarification on the comment that was made earlier using my name. The 96 figure is a good figure, but I want to make clear there's plenty of room for discussion. I don't necessarily say one is right, one is wrong. I don't want the gentleman that gave me 10,396 to get mad at me because he may be right. The people that would argue WC1 money should be included because that kind of helps the students. They're all valid. Nobody's lying. Nobody's making up figures. And I just think that there's plenty of room for discussion. It probably doesn't matter in the long run, but nobody's lying. It's just a matter of how you interpret the figures. And I accept all those as valid points, depending on how you look at it. So I just don't want anybody to say, oh, Trustee Church accepted the 96 figure as fact. Lots of room for discussion and debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Is there any further discussion on the budget?
Madam President, I have my hand up.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that, Trustee Thigpen. Please go ahead.
It's okay. I think it's blending in. I might have to change it back to yellow. So one quick question, Mark. I think I was thinking back to the last time you all, I think when we gave the tentative approval on this, we had our scenarios, worst to best case. If would you be able to say, let's say the legislature comes back and says we're going to do full implementation of this, would you consider that kind of like the best case scenario?
Well, unfortunately, again, I can't answer. It just depends on what additional funding might be applied overall for K through 12 funding. And then the State Department of Education will have to recrank through those numbers to see kind of where we end up. So it's, unfortunately, we're just in this position of limbo where we really don't know where we'll end up, honestly, until the end of the session. So even May 25th is premature. We'll do our best at that point. I think we'll have far more data points at that point to at least build 90% of the way there, kind of final budget. And then we'll have to see how the session ends. And then we'll come back to you on June 22nd with an amended final budget that reflects the decisions of the legislature and governor.
Okay, thank you. I know we keep asking you to look into your crystal ball, and I think we're going to keep trying to do that for the remainder of the board meeting, probably for other topics. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. I think if there are a few things we got from this, from all of the really good conversations and questions from all of our colleagues, is one is we don't know, right? We don't know, and they don't know, but Mr. Mathers and Mr. Boswell are doing the very best job that they can to give us at least their best educated, I don't even want to say guess, but estimate and projections and whatnot. I think the second thing we gather from this is there are a lot of different ways to look at the numbers. And I think the third thing for myself, and probably because I said this, is we can look at the numbers just as Trustee Church said, a lot of different ways. But I think as trustees, we really want to be mindful that we are explaining how we're looking at the numbers so that there really is, so there's no confusion. Because we've had a lot of confusion and misinformation out there. And I think it's really incumbent upon us as trustees, in particular, if we don't know and haven't asked, to say, this is where I'm getting this from, and this is why it's different. I think all of us can learn from, hey, that's wrong, that's wrong, I'm right, as opposed to, hey, this is what's there, I'm going to find out what's going on, or maybe looking at this thing differently. It's really important. I mean, we just have so much information out there on so many things. I think it's really important for us to really double our efforts to make sure that we aren't a part of that, intentionally or otherwise. I think that's best for all involved. So I appreciate the discussion, the dialogue, and are moving forward to see how this crystal ball kind of hopefully uncloudies itself a little bit as we go forward. Okay, looks like everything's good. Everybody's good. We're going to go on. Thank you again, Mr. Mathers and Mr. Bazo. All right, every time we hear the presentation, it's great, but we still don't know. So thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item 6. This is 6.01, presentation on the origin. This is for information and discussion only, but it should really fill all of this in. So this is great. The information on the origin and history and governing documents associated with the Washoe County School District's Capital Funding Protection Committee. I think this is really, really important, especially for our newer trustees who maybe perhaps weren't here when the Capital Funding Protection Committee was put in place. I think this is going to hopefully answer a lot of questions as to why and what are the documents, who should be on that, and the role that they play, the important role that they play as we continue to do what we promised to do with the citizens' money from WC1. So I'm going to turn this over. I don't see everybody, but I do see on my list that we have several presenters, but Mr. Mathers, CFO, Mr. Etchart has turned his screen on, and I don't quite see Mr. Searcy as of yet, but I'll turn it over to you fine gentlemen, and then we will go from there. Thank you so much.
Great. Well, thank you, President Taylor and Superintendent McNeil, trustees. So that Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer, and I am joined by Mark Mathers, our CFO, and Adam Searcy, our Chief Financial, I can't even say it now, a management officer. So the Capital Funding Protection Committee requested a presentation to provide its members, as you kind of indicated, President Taylor, especially the newer members, an overview of the history, role, and responsibilities of the Capital Funding Protection Committee. So this presentation is the same presentation that was provided to the Capital Funding Protection Committee on April 1st. So go to the next slide, Adam. So this is what we're going to kind of talk a little bit about. We'll talk about the committee origin and history, the governing documents of the committee, and what we do to comply with the requirements of these documents. And lastly, the current status of where we stand today. Next slide. So I'm not going to read through this, and you can read it, but the last 6 years have been incredibly busy, and I believe also incredibly productive. And the Capital Funding Protection Committee has provided a great service, I believe, to this district in that time. And I envision this continuing into the future. So I'm going to begin by providing a little more detail on how we got to where we are now. Next slide. So the state legislature created the Oversight Panel for School Facilities through statute in 1997. Over the years, it has been slightly modified, but the bottom line for us, since we are a county of over 100,000 and under 700,000 in population, is that the Oversight Panel for School Facilities has 2 statutory requirements. 1, to review and approve or disapprove a request by the Board of Trustees for the issuance of general obligation bonds. And 2, submit a biennial letter to the Legislative Council Bureau with recommendations for financing the costs of construction, design, maintenance, and repair of school facilities. And that letter has to be turned in every July 1st of even numbered years. So our next one will be in 2022. So the membership requirements are also spelled out in statute, which are 6 elected members, 2 each from the City of Reno, City of Sparks, and Washoe County, and 5 citizen members with very specific expertise. And I'll be honest, it was not always easy prior to 2016 in getting a quorum at our meetings based on the limited functions of the Oversight Panel for School Facilities. Next slide. However, that all changed as we went forward, and our need for an additional sustainable source of capital funding was taken to the legislature. After a failed attempt to secure funding through the state legislature and county commission in 2013-14, the legislature created the Public Schools Overcrowding and Repair Needs Committee, or PSORN committee, in 2015, primarily through the efforts of the late Senator Debbie Smith as part of Senate Bill 411. The PSORN committee was comprised of 15 community leaders, including representatives from Reno, Sparks, Washoe County, and the legislature, including the late Senator Debbie Smith. The committee also included a representative from the Realtors, Resort Association, EDON, AFL-CIO, Builders Association, the Education Association, Chamber of Commerce, and the Oversight Panel for School Facilities itself, the late, great Mike Cate. So the former city manager, Sean Carey from the city of Sparks, was the chair of the committee. The committee looked at all of the capital needs of the Washoe County School District. And after a lot of hard work, at the end of the day, they requested that the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners place a 0.54% sales tax increase tax question on the 2016 ballot. However, prior to the ballot item, the PSORN committee desired added transparency and oversight of the Washoe County School District capital program. And I need to stress that this request was not because there were any identified issues with capital projects. In fact, capital projects had just completed an independent external audit that the department passed with flying colors. It was mainly because PSORN realized, very correctly in my opinion, that the public desired greater transparency when being asked to increase revenues to the district. Therefore, the Capital Funding Protection Committee was born. And I underline the word protection because the PSORN committee wanted the word protection in the name of the committee that would provide this oversight. I will talk about the guidance documents on the next slide, but I want to stress that the first meeting of the Capital Funding Protection Committee was 6 months before WC1 was considered by the voters in November of 2016. Washoe County School District was committed to this greater transparency and oversight regardless of the outcome of WC1. Next slide. So the PSORN committee really liked the committee makeup of the oversight panel for school facilities. And PSORN was also very supportive of adding the additional transparency and oversight duties to the oversight panel for school facilities. But again, they wanted the committee to have the word protection in it. Therefore, we have two committees with the same membership. The added transparency and accountability requirements that were put in place for the Capital Funding Protection Committee came from the guidance of Nevada Revised Statutes 393. That statute says that for counties over 700,000 in population, basically just Clark County, that they may add additional duties and requirements to their oversight panel for school facilities. And those are spelled out in statute, and Adam will review those with you in just a minute. But one of the key aspects of the Capital Funding Protection Committee that I want to stress is its independence from the Board of Trustees. This is outlined in Board Policy 9405 that our Chief General Counsel helped us to create. The Capital Funding Protection Committee makes an independent recommendation to the Board of Trustees. If the Board of Trustees disagrees with the recommendation, it must go back to the Capital Funding Protection Committee. If the Capital Funding Protection Committee sends the same recommendation back to the Board of Trustees, the Board of Trustees can then approve the recommendation, or if it decides again to go a different direction, it must state publicly why it is going against the recommendation of the Capital Funding Protection Committee. And to date, this has never occurred. And with that, Adam is now going to go through those individual transparency and oversight duties and the requirements of the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
Thanks, Pete. Good afternoon, everyone. Adam Searcy, Chief of Facilities. I've got 4 slides here, sort of breaking down the board policy in just a little bit more detail. I'm not going to read those. In fact, Pete kind of stole my punchline on this slide a little bit, but it's worth reiterating that this is the only committee that serves the Board of Trustees whom the board cannot unilaterally overrule a recommendation sent forth from this committee. I wanted to draw attention really to this first statement of working cooperatively with the board. and the final statement that to this date, a disagreement has not occurred, such as Pete described. So, it's a very important role that the committee has done a great job of, but a strong relationship between the committee and the trustees established by this board policy. Flipping to the next slide. There we go. A couple more highlights. There's multiple instances where in this board policy, the staff is committed to or required to present a multi-year plan for review and approval recommendation. So I wanted to start with this 5-year CIP that we're going to talk about here in the next agenda item, in fact, as well as other long-term plans that staff has brought forward for review with the Capital Funding Protection Committee and received detailed input into all of those plans. This next item refers to routine evaluations and recommendations, and really wanted to draw your attention to the annual accountability report, something that the staff has prepared and presented to the Capital Funding Protection Committee and the Board of Trustees every year since 2016, just as an example of how the staff and the committee and the board have worked together to fulfill this obligation as required by this board policy. Again, briefly, there's a little bit of redundancy along the reporting and the planning and the oversight, but in addition to the annual evaluation, I wanted to make mention of a recent addition along the lines of this external reporting in the form of our quarterly reports, something that you have seen and will continue to see. It's a continuous improvement effort, if you will, a recommendation from our recent external audit to enhance some of the information that's presented to the committee, to the board, to the public, just to conduct regular evaluations of the progress of the work associated with the construction renovation. And then the second point on this slide really refers to the educational specifications and the prototype designs that you've seen at this board meeting and that the Capital Funding Protection Committee has seen many times. Elementary, middle, and high school educational specifications all having been renewed and approved through the committee and the board since 2016, as well as the many prototype designs that you have seen floor plans and visual renderings on repeatedly for your review and approvals. And last but not least, sorry for moving through all this dense information so quickly. The management of the construction in an efficient and effective manner is absolutely an important role of the committee, and we receive really expert input from the appointed members and of course the elected members also on how best to deliver these complex and expensive projects. And then finally, I wanted to highlight again the audit, the external independent audit that the capital projects department just went through as another instance where annual accountability is upheld by the committee and through staff to the Board of Trustees. So really, in keeping with the timeline that Pete opened with, we're still pre-fall 2016. And so this is the development of the history of the Capital Funding Protection Committee. And that brings us to really November 2016. And this is an interesting slide that we feel is noteworthy, but really the point we wanted to take away from this slide is the ballot language itself and the commitments that were made to the public and the response from the public associated, shown here at the ballot box, that we maintain with a high degree of fidelity the commitment to those projects and the commitment to this process, whether it be new schools, investments into core schools, or ongoing capital renewal investments. It's very important to us to maintain consistency with what was promised to the voters and what they ultimately approved. But so that moving forward into the time since 2016, I think this next slide, Mr. Mathers, is back up again to talk a little bit about some of the financial aspects. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Oftentimes we are asked about the revenues and the resources that are dedicated for the capital improvement plan and the overall kind of WC1 plan, if you will. So this slide tries to update folks on kind of what were the assumptions of the Peace-Warren Committee originally and where are we at? And so at the top third of this slide, this is what the Peace-Warren Committee was working with. They were working with a 7 to 8 year plan that totaled a little bit more than $1 billion. These are in thousands, so one or a million. So these are a little bit over 1 billion in terms of sources. I think there's been some confusion because the committee chose to use the word revenues because it's more relatable to the layperson. And really, we've gone back and confirmed with the committee's financial advisor kind of where these numbers came from and what they meant. And really, these assumptions included both true revenues, i.e. the stream of property taxes we get and sales taxes we get from the 0.54% sales tax increase, as well as the bond proceeds that are issued that pledge those sources. So when we issue debt, whether it's 20, 25, or 30 years, we're basically pulling forward revenues to pay for those bonds. But with that preamble, they had projected sales tax revenues and bonds of 781 million, and then rollover bonds and property tax revenues of 381 billion to get to that $1,096 million number. And that was over 7 to 8 years. So it is challenging to do this on an apples by apples basis, but when we compare those numbers and use the same approach to what we've done in the first 4 years of the plan, the full calendar years of 2017, 18, 19, and 20, we've actually exceeded those expectations. We've received 699 million in sales tax revenues and bond proceeds, and 429 million of rollover bond proceeds and property tax revenues for a total of 1.128 billion. So we're actually surpassing in 4 years the expectations of roughly a 7-year plan originally. And then so the bottom third of the slide shows the assumptions. And again, this comes from the financial advisor the committee was using. The assumptions used in that original model were that sales tax revenues grew 5% a year. And we know that recessions happen, but this was kind of their baseline estimate. Revenues would grow 5% a year. In reality, even with the pandemic, our sales tax revenues grew 5.11% per year over the time since WC1 passed. And then property tax revenues have actually almost been double that of what was projected. Knowing the financial advisor, I know he's very conservative in his revenue forecast, and he only projected 3% growth for property tax per year. We've seen 5.6% growth in property taxes for debt repayment over the last 4 years. So this story is good, obviously, right? That resources have actually have exceeded the original assumptions, which has allowed us to fund the very aggressive plans that capital projects is executed on in terms of new schools. So it's great news, really.
So speaking of those aggressive plans, this is just sort of a visual depiction of work that's been done since 2017 in response to the program suggested by the 2016 ballot initiative. We've got 5 new schools open to date, with 5 more forecasted by 2023. And then here on the right-hand column, a series of projects, conceptual projects that are proposed in our 20-year facilities master plan, all growth and need dependent. A similar grouping of information on this slide includes all of these new schools, but also notably the major addition at Demonte Ranch High School, as well as the support facilities, major expansion to nutrition services central kitchen, significant investments and expansions to our transportation yards, and very impactful capital renewal investments across all of our schools on an as-needed basis, dramatically improving the functionality and conditions within all of our existing classrooms. That's just a snapshot of the program that's been delivered through the Capital Funding Protection Committee to the Board of Trustees over the last several years. I wanted to close on this slide and really emphasize the commitment to transparency and accountability was of the utmost importance during the WC1 campaign. The formation of the Capital Funding Protection Committee with some of their original members' name placards here. The data gallery, which continues to be a robust source of public information or information on the school district to the public, virtually second to none when it comes to public organizations and data transparency and availability. We also have a tremendous website that is populated with extensive information on all of our capital projects and associated Facebook account dedicated to WCSD building projects. And then, of course, in addition to all of the public meetings, committees, transparency, and accountability, we recently note the independent external audit that went through the capital projects program and WC1 funds top to bottom just less than a year ago. So this is kind of an overview. It was helpful. I think it was originally requested by some of the newer Capital Funding Protection Committee members to better understand the expectations and roles that they feel they have. And as we sort of developed it, talking with Pete and Mark and Superintendent McNeil, we felt that, it would be good for all of us to sort of reaffirm the origins and the objectives of this committee and help maintain the positive progress and relationship that we've established. That's all we have for now. Entertain any questions or discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to all three of you. And Trustee Church, your hand's been up for a minute, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Let me switch screens. I have a lot to cover and comments, and some of it doesn't require a response. I just want to express my opinion for my fellow trustees to contemplate. I believe we've come to a point where we built a lot of the schools, the promises made, promises kept for WC1. And I really, really believe that we need a dedicated workshop on this. This is so complicated. There's so many issues. We're talking about roughly $500 million. I did watch the Capital Projects Committee meeting that was held last week. And I want to point out that both Reno representatives, Delgado and Reese, were missing, along with Washoe County Bob Lucy. So we didn't have the input maybe that I would have desired. A side note is that there's litigation between the school district and the county, and yet we have two county members on there. I trust they can make neutral decisions, but I just bring that up. The length of the meeting was 1 hour and 29 minutes for this $500 million budget. And much of that was administrative and just talking about issues. Again, my concern is this is $500 million. This is why we need a pull-out training or workshop for the trustees. And most of us, three of us, are new. I do express concern, I'll continue to do it, that the Capital Projects Committee and the Oversight Committee are one and the same. The makeup is 100% the same, and I don't believe that's accurate. I don't believe it's proper. And there's only one member that actually represents the public. The others are representing the building industry and others. And again, I emphasize the high cost of building versus what projected, 80 to 90% higher than what we were told when WC1 passed. There's a few issues in there. And again, not necessarily to discuss today, but perhaps if we do the pull-out training. My head turned when I saw school body cameras for $105,000. How do I explain to my constituents how that's related to building? You have admin of $19 million. Almost, how do I, and as I understand it, those are people that don't drive a nail. They don't pour cement. This is admin, $19 million. We just talked about an earlier agenda item where we had to get 47 waivers for class size. Do we even have the money for teachers to put in there? I brought up before that according to the CAFIR, believe it or not, we're roughly at 84% capacity for schools. With the 5 new schools completed and the 5 that were mentioned to be built, some of which, like O'Brien and Hug, are going to be already broken ground. And I present that Hug is almost double the size of the present Hug High. We're going to be in the area of 75% capacity. The whole concept of brick and mortar versus distance learning is changing. I mean, I'm just asking my fellow trustees, these are the big hard issues that we can't cover today. We can't cover, the Capital Projects Committee in their 1-hour meeting can't cover it. Land acquisition costs. Why aren't the developers stepping up to the plate? I really would like some discussion about a live-in academy, which would be a whole different concept. A new admin building versus new schools and what we can pay for and what we can't. I mean, just so many issues. Coalition building with Story and Lyon and Carson. Is there anything we can share? Buy, build, centralized location. I'm not the smartest jack in the box. Maybe there's other innovative ideas we can come up with. And one of them that really turned my head was $17 million for fleet. Again, what are we paying for out of capital projects for that? And I'd like to actually put on the table a discussion of us as a school district supporting a federal, state, local light rail that would help our kids get to school, maybe safer than buses and cheaper than buses in the long run. So I know I covered a lot. Nothing has to be answered today, although that body camera and the 17 million for fleet, probably maybe we could address, but mainly I'm just expressing my ideas to my fellow trustees that I think we're at the juncture where it's proper to bring back and hold a whole session of where are we going in the future. This is so complicated. I'm not criticizing anybody. I think we're at, like Yogi Berra said, when you're at a fork in the road, you take it. So thank you.
Trustee Church, if there are questions in there, thank you for your comments. And if there are, you said there are some things you just want to throw out, but some things you'd like to have responded to. Can you get to those so we can?
If they want to respond to the 17 million for transportation and the, am I correct on the admin that those are people that support it but are not directly involved in construction, and the $100,000 for body cameras?
Okay, thank you very much. I guess I'm going to look to. I see Mr. Mathers, your mic is on. Thank you, sir. And then Mr. Searcy, I see you as well.
Yeah, let me cover body cameras and fleet, at least initially. Body cameras are required by state law. They're required, our police officers have to have them on their person. That was a change in state law, I think 2 years ago. There is a separate funding source for that. The source is county, what are called E911 monies. So on your phone bill, there's an E911 surcharge that goes to the county, and they reimburse us 100% for our body camera costs. But we have to budget it in our capital improvement plan. It's equipment, and so that is, the funding source is not our own. WC1 monies nor property tax monies are used to pay for body cameras. So I hope that explains that one. But we have to appropriate the monies. The fleet costs of 17 million are again not paid.
Mr. Mathers, I'm sorry, let me interrupt for a minute. Trustee Church, did that address your question about body camera? Are we just going to go along the way? So
yes, thank you. It was listed under capital projects, so it was definitely a neck jerker for me to try and explain that, but now he did. Thank you. That's what's so good about this discussion.
Okay. All right, fantastic. Go ahead, Mr. Mathers.
The fleet costs are, again, not paid by property taxes, nor are they paid by WC1 monies. They are paid out of our government services tax capital fund. So we bring those medium-term note bond issuances to you every year for the payment of fleet, and you know, predominantly these are buses. And as I think Vice President Cottle has pointed out, we are not currently funding what we need to replace our buses at a reasonable rate. But we budgeted roughly 3.4 million a year for bus replacement to get closer to being on a 15-year replacement schedule. But again, though, the debt service on those medium-term notes is paid by our government services tax capital funds. Because both buses and body cameras are technically capital outlay and equipment, they have to be shown in our capital improvement plan. So our capital improvement plan includes both construction projects as well as capital outlay. So yeah.
Okay, I see you nodding, Trustee Shirk. So we're moving on from there. Was there another question we didn't get to?
The admin, I forget how many million for admin. Million.
The admin piece. Mr. Mathers, do you know where that's, you know where you pulled that from? And Mr. Mathers, you're looking like I'm not quite sure. Can you hone in a little bit more on that, Trustee Church?
It was on the documents that we were provided, 19, let me look at 19-131-319.
I think we're really talking about the next agenda item, and I think probably just to keep it on point and consistent with open meeting law, we cover it then.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you very much. Let's see if there are other, I see a thumbs up from Mr. Lombardo. Well, I see Trustee Thigpen next, and then Dr. Nicolette. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam President. And I happen to sit on the Regional Planning Governing Board as well. So we've talked a lot about our school projects on there. One thing to keep in mind, and Mr. Searcy can correct me if I'm wrong, is if we introduce any sort of new construction, it has to go through a very, very lengthy approval process because it's outside of our 20-year plan that we've already gotten pre-approved by both City of Reno, City of Sparks, and the county. So it would be very costly and very, very lengthy process. Is that right, Mr. Searcy?
That's absolutely correct. That 20-year facilities master plan was reviewed by the committee, the school board, and ultimately approved by the Regional Planning Governing Board. All of our projects also go through extensive individual reviews by permitting agencies and technical staff members to assure their compliance before anything can be constructed.
Okay, thank you so much. That's good, Trustee Thigpen. I see your lights off, Dr. Nicolette. Maybe your hands down. You know what I mean.
And I sit on the Debt Management Commission, and I will tell you that it's very interesting what comes across the table, and certainly Washoe County is one of the entities that goes through the commission's approval process, and it is lengthy and it is a deep dive. And I'll just right off say thank you, Mark Mathers, for helping me understand, because it's complicated issues. Having said that, because it is so complicated, I would be happy to entertain putting on my calendar a deep dive, a day, probably half a day, into further understanding, where the money comes from, how we spend it, the entities that the approval processes. It's very complex, and I'd like to stay at the 30,000-foot view, but I sometimes feel I don't even know what questions to entertain because I'm not quite sure what I should be asking. So I'd be happy to entertain a training session, if you will.
Oh, okay. Let's do this. I'm getting the I can feel the look from Neil coming. This is not an agenda item, so we certainly don't want to go down that road. But all of us know how to request an agenda item, so let's go in that route in terms of that, and we'll certainly go from there. So just know this is not don't request an agenda item. Let's just make sure we don't violate the open meeting law right now as the conversations come up. Okay. All right, that kind of give you, that kind of tell you what next, Trustee Nicolette, and I know Trustee Church, you mentioned something as well, right? They aren't exactly the same thing, but nonetheless, so that's really to both of you. You know how to request agenda items, and so let's utilize those processes so we stay out of trouble. Okay, any other kind? This was just for discussion. So I appreciate the overview of that you've given us in terms of where the Capital Funding Protection Committee even came from, what their role is, how does it work together with the Board of Trustees, and it seems like there may be a small group or something as well that may answer some of those questions that are out there. If in particular some of our newer trustees would like just a little more background. Sometimes it's easy to I've been here so long is to assume that everybody has had the same presentations I've had, and that isn't necessarily the case. Okay, seeing nothing else, gentlemen, thank you very much to all three of you, Mr. Mathers, Mr. Etchart, and Mr. Searcy. You aren't going anywhere because we're on our next agenda item, which is discussion and possible action to approve the Washoe County School District fiscal year. This is our 2022 through 2026 5-year capital improvement plan, or the CIP, which was referred to just earlier. And this has been recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee, and this is for possible action. And it looks like who's up first on this one? Nobody's mic is off, gentlemen. Okay, I see a hand up, Mr. Searcy. We will begin with you, sir.
Trying to get unmuted. Thank you, President Taylor. Again, for the record, Adam Searcy, Chief of Facilities. This is a detailed presentation on the FY22 to FY26 5-year capital improvement plan. And as you described, this was presented to the Capital Funding Protection Committee earlier this month, April, and was recommended to the Board of Trustees for approval. Just some technical clarification. As we just learned, as required by NRS and the board policy, the 5-year CIP is required to be presented annually and updated to the Board of Trustees. We work hard to improve this every year to make it a more all-inclusive and collaborative process internally, engaging with all of our district leadership team for their review and input, and communicating up through senior staff, as well as we'll hear in more detail later, including all capital revenue funding sources for completeness sake. So it's important also to note what this is this afternoon and what it is not. This is very much a plan. It is required. It does carry with it considerable significance, and a great deal of effort and information goes into composing it. However, what it is not is an actual authorization of these major projects and major programs. Each of these will come back to the committee and the trustees for individual approvals at a later time in some form or fashion. So while this does warrant healthy discussion, and it is agendized for action and will be submitted as a part of the district's overall budget, I want to be clear that each of these projects will have separate agenda items associated with them in future board meetings. So just a brief overview of the process. Again, emphasis on comprehensive inclusion. It really does start with, when we're talking about the major CIP, it starts with growth demands. And so looking at enrollment projections, not uniform across the district, and considering where major school projects may be needed. Obviously, those are our most expensive projects, and that's kind of where the program begins. But then really looking closely at that asset renewal piece. We talk regularly, for good reason, about our facilities condition information system that allows us to know what we have, where it's at, what condition it's in, and what it will cost to repair it. More importantly, it allows us to prioritize these projects on a needs-based system rather than relying on other means. And then lastly, as I mentioned, a departmental needs request was initiated throughout our leadership team that really allowed us to have a more comprehensive knowledge of the needs of different departments within the district. So that's kind of the resources side, or rather the demands side of the equation. The resources side, and we're going to hear a bit more from Mr. Mathers on this piece. We work hand in hand to talk about the financial modeling. and the timing of these demands that we've generated. Just like with any plan, there's demands and then there's resources. Once we've completed that initial assessment, this is then reviewed with the executive staff and the superintendent prior to coming to these public meetings and public presentations of both the Capital Funding Protection Committee and the Board of Trustees. So that's really just to set the table of how we got to where we are here this afternoon. And I'm going to hand over the next couple of slides back to Mr. Mathers for some more in-depth explanations.
Thanks, Adam. I think the board is pretty familiar with this, but of course, you know, the constraint of any capital improvement plan are the revenues that we have to work with. And we're fortunate because of voters' decision to approve WC1 to have, you know, some significant resources here. But when we look at the capital improvement plan, again, we try to emphasize as much as we can pay-as-you-go sources so that we avoid paying interest. But for larger facilities, that's not always possible. So we use a mix of debt financing and pay-as-you-go or cash sources. And as you know, the two major sources we have to work with is the WC1 sales tax revenues and our property tax revenues. You saw from the last presentation, both have performed pretty well, to put it mildly, in the pandemic. So those have helped us build this plan. And then of course, we also have the government services tax, which is, you know, something you see when you pay your vehicle registration every year. We get a portion of that, which amounts to a little less than $6 million a year. So this slide provides you with an overview of those sources. For this plan, we've projected sales tax revenues to grow at 5% per year. Again, that's kind of what we consider a stable growth rate based on population growth in real income plus inflation. We do propose issuing WC1 bonds in year 1 and year 4 there. So 54 million in year 1 and 100 million in year 4. And then again, our second source of funding are property taxes, which are pledged on what we call our rollover bonds in Nevada. We are proposing 2 series of rollover bonds, one in year 2 and one in year 4. And then we have, you know, sundry revenue sources below that. So in total revenues, as you can see, are significant and range from 70 million to as much as 274 million in year 4 annually. So, and then we also discussed a number of meetings ago, transferring in property taxes we receive into the capital improvement plan for device replacement. And that's at the very bottom, the transfers in from the debt service fund. So you won't see, just to clarify, the actual property taxes we collect. Those are accounted for in a debt service fund, not part of the capital improvement plan. And this is just a pie chart. So we do have a beginning fund balance of $119 million. Roughly 88 million of that are remaining bond proceeds from our January bond sale, as well as other bond proceeds that remain from prior sales. And then we covered all the remaining sources here.
Okay, well, I'll pick up the next several slides talking about the demand side of the equation again. You know, as I described, the new schools really make up the bulk of this program, but also major expansions are also a valuable aspect of this program. And we're going to talk a little bit about core schools investments. Also noteworthy aspects of the program, the annual capital renewal program, the boiler replacements, the roof replacements, the windows, the painting, the flooring, all of that extremely important to our classrooms, amongst other things that we'll touch on here as we go forward. So this is another busy slide. This is of course attached to your item, but the next 2 slides, a detailed breakdown of the proposed expenditures associated with this 5-year CIP. So I want to highlight just a couple of these. We'll talk about them a couple more times in this presentation, but this slide offers maybe the best opportunity to highlight a couple of key points. So just starting from the top, Debbie Smith Career and Technical High School. We've talked about this repeatedly, and really in the latter half of 2021, we're going to be bringing a series of detailed presentations to the Capital Funding Protection Committee and the Board of Trustees to get into the details on this. But I need to bring to your attention, as this project is rapidly developing in schematic design at this time, we have forecasted, this is construction phase project costs here of a total of 95 million. Year 2 in this proposed CIP, we are recommending that the committee make a motion to increase that by 15 million to a total of 25 million to complete the total execution of the scope proposed for Debbie Smith CTE. Now, this is a housekeeping item. I need to draw specific attention to it because that was not noted at the Capital Funding Protection Committee. We've spoken to the chair and vice chair of that committee since that time. We will bring this back to the committee in June. This is a plan, and plans evolve. Year 2 often has changes necessary, and we'll bring it back a year from now. But we, out of an abundance of transparency, we wanted to note that the most current cost estimates for this project at a very preliminary state are demonstrating the total project costs to be in the $105 to $110 million range. Again, total construction phase costs impacting potentially year 2 here, fiscal year 23. So we'll talk about that a little bit more as we go forward. But again, wanted to use this slide to note that point. Also wanted to note this Rio Wrangler Area Elementary School. In order to be prepared to potentially proceed with the construction of this new elementary school in fiscal year 22, we needed to show it and budget for it. However, we will be reevaluating the need for this school in the fall semester of 21-22 school year. We will bring that forward if warranted to the committee and the board for future consideration. This is not an approval, only a budgetary exercise at this time. And then lastly on this slide, I wanted to highlight these core school investments line items. These are items that were not explicitly included in last year's 5-year CIP. It is something that we've talked about in the original WC1 program, and is something that we feel as we transition from a phase of rapid in overcrowding, like existing overcrowding relief, to one of sustained growth and facility renewal, that we will have an opportunity to renew our focus on investing within our existing schools. So I just kind of wanted to highlight those aspects of this very busy slide and go into a little bit more detail on slides to come. This is again another very busy slide with other line items associated with this proposed CIP. You'll note the IT device refresh item. Mark mentioned the funding transfer in associated with this, and you've previously seen presentations around the IT device refresh aspect of our proposed IT strategic plan. So that's what this $4 million a year represents. And we can talk about now or later the bond program administration. I'll go ahead and try and answer that question that we talked about previously. I believe this is the $19 million figure that was referred to previously. This line item represents the salaries and overheads associated with the staff within the capital projects department, the school district employees, staff time and benefits, and miscellaneous overhead expenditures associated with the planners, managers, and really the entire capital projects department staff annually. A fraction of their salaries and benefits are attributed to the various projects that they work on. So when you see sometimes a budget for a $500,000 roofing replacement project. The staff does code their time to those projects as they are able to distinguish the 4 hours that they worked on a given day to that project. So there are staff costs associated and attributed to individual projects, but inevitably there is a utilization percentage that needs to go into overhead. There are managers within the department. There are miscellaneous operating expenses, all associated with running a $100+ million capital program for the school district. So really that's what I think the discussion was on that one. So we've got a bit more ground to cover and a bit more detail. This is the same information from the last slide, just illustrated sort of in a pie chart format. So you get a sense really of the scale of the level of investment into our existing schools here in capital renewal and the large costs associated with building new schools, et cetera. So just a different way of looking at the same information there. Wanted to do just a little bit of a highlight, deeper dive on the next couple of slides, some of the major aspects of the 5-year CIP. Of course, the Career and Technical Academy High School, something you're familiar with, something that features very prominently in this CIP. It is going very well in early design. As you can imagine, retrofitting a nearly 60-year-old facility comes with its challenges, but I can assure you the team is coming up with tremendously exciting design solutions and wrestling that budget to keep it as close to where we need it to be as possible. We will be coming back likely in June, but certainly August, October, and December with detailed presentations to the committee and the Board of Trustees. We'll close with that amended fiscal year 23 budget recommendation. The highlights really are that major construction is still anticipated to begin as soon as that campus is vacated in summer 2022. It will remain vacant for a school year and then reopen in August 2023 as the new CTE Academy. I mentioned the Rio Wrangler Elementary School previously, but just a little bit more detail if you're not familiar. We're down in the South Meadows, Damani Ranch area. If you can see on this exhibit, this was a snapshot from a previous zoning committee meeting. We've got Damani Ranch High School here, Brown Elementary School, Polakitas, Double Diamond, and this star right down here is an 8 or so acre property that the school district owns outright and has completed the design for a new elementary school and truly is what we call on the shelf, ready to be delivered to construction when and only when it is truly warranted and receives all the necessary approvals. This is sort of a zoomed in view. It will be the same elementary school prototype that we've now constructed 3 times, offset significantly from the major Rio Wrangler Parkway by a subdivision and backing onto the neighborhood trails and the wetlands open space, somewhat similar actually to Polakitas's layout. So we'll talk about that more in the fall, and the board may or may not actually see this brought forward if enrollment demands do not warrant. But just wanted to reassure everyone that we're prepared regardless. And then kind of finally here on the major projects, this core school investments aspect, we're very excited about this. You'll note it's a couple years into the future within the CIP, so it's not something that is that you're going to see on future board agendas in the immediate fiscal year, but it is something that we want to start talking about and want to start planning for and developing. Now that the majority of the overcrowding has been relieved and we can prepare to deliver new schools only on an as-needed basis, there is still significant opportunity to circle back and look closely at our existing schools and consider the most cost-effective ways to invest in those schools beyond just a new roof or a new boiler, but in ways that will provide a very similar classroom environment and experience to what we've established in some of our newest schools. So looking forward to developing this more as the years move forward. This is also an important part of our CIP broken down. This color wheel represents the individual categories that we allocate funds to within our capital renewal program. We don't put all of our money into HVAC or IT or roofing or paving. We do, however, prioritize them relative to their impact to the classroom experience. So obviously safe, warm, dry, and connected is sort of a logical or a mantra that resonates with most folks about where we put most of our money. But buried within all of these smaller categories include fire alarms, door lock hardware, different lighting system repairs, and things of that nature that do not go uninvested within, but just are a smaller aspect of our total program. We again prioritize all of these projects on the basis of need, comparing them not by trustee ward or by squeakiest wheel principle, but rather which schools are in the worst condition as to where we prioritize these investments first. And then, as Mr. Mathers described, the funding levels coming out of the recession, we significantly reduced the total budget for the capital renewal program in fiscal year 21 on the initial months of the pandemic. Seeing the funding levels rebound and never really actually sinking to some of the levels we were concerned they might, we're proposing to return the capital renewal funding levels to a pre-COVID level and really continue with very ambitious reinvestment in our existing schools. So kind of rounding out my overview of the CIP, wanted to highlight some of these areas. This is a snapshot, the WCSD data gallery. Again, that FICUS, that detailed inventory assessment, letting the public know. And this is sort of a look behind the curtain of what our database shows us and how we go about prioritizing where we need to focus our reinvestment into our schools. But also mention in the CIP bus fleet purchases, school police and investments in safety. We have, as Mr. Mathers described, invest in the body cameras, but we also make considerable investments into the safety aspects of our school facilities from a brick and mortar standpoint, whether it's closed circuit TVs or single points of entry, fencing, lighting, any number of safety investments into our schools. We've talked repeatedly about the centralized device refresh program, and also noteworthy within the CIP proposed budget for renewed enterprise business system to really help us manage our district finances more efficiently and likely present an even greater level of transparency to the public through that proposed business system. So that's a lot of content to cover. I've got a few more slides left. I'm going to hand the mic back to Mr. Mathers for an overview of the supply side. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. I'll try to go through this quickly. As Adam mentioned, we did model and actually budgeted lower revenues in the current year budget for sales taxes. And as we've talked about before, I'm happy to report that at least through the first half of the current fiscal year, WC1 sales taxes are up more than 5%. And we think that'll continue with the stimulus funding, going into the economy. So, we are in good shape there. This is just graphically showing you how sales tax has performed. Over to the right, you can see, for the months of April and May, we did get a hit of last year, April and May of 2020. There was a hit on revenues, but since then, sales taxes have rebounded and kind of continue the prior year's trends that they're, for every month, they're higher than the prior year. So that's, again, good news. Again, property taxes are a second major source of funding. They've performed strongly this fiscal year. At the time, I don't think we had Department of Taxation's pro forma estimate for 22, but since then we've received it, and it shows 6% growth. Now, again, there's the Incline Village property tax lawsuit, and that would affect that. But for the moment, taxation is projected 6% growth. So we have strong coverage, again, on our WC1 debt. As you can see from this graph, that compares revenues to our annual debt service. We're maintaining a very strong buffer there. Oops. And then next slide.
Sorry about that. Let me just reshare real quick.
That's okay. While you're doing that, I see Trustee Church, you have your hand up. You want to ask a question related to where we are here, or you want to wait?
I'll wait.
Okay.
While Adam's doing that, so what we do with the difference here in revenues, that goes to pay for pay-as-you-go projects. So I noted earlier, the beginning fund balance we had as a resource. We actually have saved, up to this point, 40 million in WC1 sales tax revenues that has not been applied for debt service. That is available for pay-as-you-go projects like Rio Wrangler. So again, we try to utilize cash funding whenever we can, and this is definitely a source for that.
Are you not back up?
You're back up. Just need to advance one slide. There you go. Thanks, Adam. This shows coverage on our rollover debt. Probably the biggest takeaway or question you might have is, why are the yellow bars decreasing? And what's going on there is, the rollover bonds the district issued 20, 25 years ago are maturing and rolling off, no pun intended. So our actual debt service in the long term is actually declining there. And that gives us, again, room to build facilities beyond the 5-year plan you see. So if there is going to be a new high school needed in the North Valleys, for example, or Cold Springs or what have you, this would be, provide the funding for any new growth kind of dependent schools we may need in the future out further past 5 years. So again, just to cover real quickly, I know sometimes there is a concern about the amount of debt we've issued and our ability to service that debt. We have very strong coverage, as you just saw. We have roughly $70 million in reserves. So we're close to funding half a year's worth of debt service. And those are key metrics the rating agencies look to, and it's why we've been had a AA rating, and we're, as you remember, we were upgraded by Moody's from a single A to AA, and that's a primary reason why, as well as having a balanced general fund budget. And then lastly, another factoid that goes in our favor is the interest rates we've sold our debt at have been well below the assumptions used in our models. So you recall, in January, we issued $130 million worth of bonds that had a 25-year maturity, and we were able to sell it at less than 2%, which is pretty extraordinary. So that has helped, again, kind of free up money compared to kind of what we had modeled.
Okay, well, thanks for bearing with us on this presentation. It's a lot of material, but it's very important. A couple of key takeaways there that we wanted to end on, and just reiterate that this is an important planning tool, but that these projects will actually come back through the committee to the board for approval in the future. So with that, we'll kind of open it up to questions or discussion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to you both. And we'll start with Trustee Church.
Thank you. Let me switch screens to my notes. Just a lot of questions I really don't understand, so guidance, please. I see our admin building was built in 1952. I don't see that in the 5-year plan. we've got older schools, some of them dating to 1949, 1951, 1955. And then they're older neighborhoods. Do we even need schools there? Or do they really need to be torn down and rebuilt? So I'm looking for a little guidance there on where we as a board providing our 30,000 foot guidance, where we come in on that. And you mentioned possibly not building some of these schools because nobody knows what the enrollment's going to be with so many things changing. What do we do with that WC1 money that comes in if we don't build those schools, like the elementary or the middle school? And I guess my other question, what if we don't approve it today because maybe we do want a deeper dive? Do we have to approve it today, or can it wait? Can that extra money for Debbie Smith be sent back to capital projects first? And so that's basically what I'm looking at, if you could address those. Thank you.
Okay, I'll look to, do we want to start with, who shall we start with? Mr. Searcy, I see that your microphone is you're ready to go. And then Mr. Etchart, why don't we start with you, sir, Mr. Etchart, and we can go from there. We may need you as well, Mr. Mathers.
Yeah, probably Adam's going to answer a lot of these, but as far as the old admin building, as far as we're always constantly looking for any opportunities that our district would have that would be beneficial to our district as far as having all of our people in one place. I mean, we have researched a lot of buildings over the years, and so far nothing has come forward. I'll say in that vein right now, though, I think that we want to be a little bit patient at this time when it comes to admin buildings, because we don't know what the space studies for the future are going to really be, right? We've all learned a lot through this pandemic situation and different opportunities and how different agencies are going to address workforces. The county, for instance, is going to relook at their master plan because they're going to have a lot of opportunities for people to work at home. We don't know how this is all going to shake out, so we want to be just a little bit patient on admin buildings, but we are continuing to look for opportunities on that. As far as old schools, you're right. We have a lot of old schools. My mother went to Mount Rose Elementary School in the 1930s. It's still here. And so, I mean, just because it's an old school doesn't mean it's a bad school. I mean, in a lot of our old schools, we want to maintain them. We want to reinvest in them. We want to make them, schools that are still valid for the future. And do we need all of our old schools? I think that's where Adam and his team, Randy Baxley and others, are always looking at the enrollment statistics, and the zoning committee is looking at this constantly of what do we want to do with our schools. And they're looking at other uses for some of our schools. Some of our district needs are going into some of our schools to share space so we can get out of leased facilities. I think we all agree we want to get out of leased facilities. And Mr. Mathers has been helping us a lot in that endeavor of wanting, really pushing us to try to get out of leased facilities. It's in our best interest to own buildings, not lease them, but we want to do it in a very logical, comprehensive way. And WC1 funds, if we don't build schools, well, during WC1, we had two major factors we talked about a million times about what these funds are going to be used for. One is to build new schools to deal with overcrowding and growth. The second one is to reinvest into our older schools, our core schools. And we have only just touched the surface of that. As we talk about whether it's replacing an entire school like O'Brien or just doing a parking lot and HVAC systems in our schools, we have got decades, in my opinion, worth of work to do in that regard. That, as we've said a lot of times, is to make sure that every student has the same opportunity at their school, has that same classroom feel. That's going to take a while to get there, but that's what we're committed to. So I appreciate the conversation. I think someday it would be a wonderful conversation if all of a sudden we've met all of our needs and we could turn back some of that money to other uses in the community. But that's not probably a conversation for any time in the near future, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Etchart. There were several questions in there, Trustee Church, so I think that took care of that piece. What else might be out there for you? You're on mute, sir.
Yeah, what if we don't approve it today? I'm looking through my notes and, I guess that pretty well answers what we do with the old schools, but some of them maybe do need to be torn down or they're underutilized. But yeah, what if we don't approve the Debbie Smith today? And then we don't want to violate open meeting law, but if we do want a deeper dive.
Okay, well, let's go with if it isn't approved today, what does that do from a timing standpoint in terms of what the Capital Funding Protection Committee, and with the planning, actually the bigger issue is it's already approved by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. So the bigger issue is what does that do from a timing standpoint going forward? If there's a reason to delay it, which I guess I would, let's find out that first, and then we'll see if you have a motion along those lines, Trustee Church. What if it isn't delayed today from a timing standpoint? Mr. Mathers?
Yeah, it's a little tricky. State law requires that the CIP be filed with the state by August 1. So you would think we have a lot of time to reconsider things. However, the first year the CIP goes into our annual budget. And as you know, we need to file an annual budget by June 8th, and we've scheduled May 25th as the hearing on the final budget. And the reason why this is important, right, as the first year goes into our annual budget, the state actually does review and reconcile what we budgeted in our annual budget for capital against the first year of the capital plan. And they will ding us and reject our budget if they don't match. So the reality is, trying to break it down as simply as I can, the first year of the CIP has to be locked in by our final budget hearing date of May 25th. We could push back the CIP, I guess, for future consideration if we're only looking at changes to year 2 through 5. And if you were to give approval and indicate we're not going to change year 1, but we want to relook at years 2 through 5, I guess that's possible. It's kind of awkward vis-a-vis state law, but and it's not your fault that law is written that way. But so those would be the parameters. Year 1's got to be locked in by May 25. The changes through year 2 through 5, at least in theory, could be looked at after that point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mather. I think that.
Can I clarify something on that? Yeah.
Sure.
So theoretically, we could approve this, then we could have that deeper dive or workshop or whatever we want to call it, and then to take from my Marine Corps buddies, we can improvise, adapt, and overcome at that point.
Except that you would not be able to change year 1, the year 1 plan and what is funded. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I'm not sure I lost track of my other questions, but would we have to approve the Debbie Smith today?
I think that was what he was just responding to.
Okay. Dan.
You're on mute. Okay, go ahead. You're on mute. You're on mute, Trustee Church.
I'm sorry. I'd like to hear from my other trustees. I don't monopolize this, and I guess I have, but it's very important to me. But I want to hear what my other trustees think about a deeper dive.
Well, I think again, we want this. This is an action item, and so really, I think it's a matter of a deeper dive to do when you go through that again. Now that we can actually deliberate on that, sir, a deeper dive to do what are some of those issues that you might want to dive deeper into.
Well, we went through, a ton of stuff, but the last agenda item and this one. So if I were to make a motion, or it would probably be to approve the, and I'm not very good at motions,
The
to
CIP,
approve
the CIP.
to approve but to also have staff schedule a workshop on capital projects for a near future date.
Okay, well, it may be a workshop, or it may be to have it come back as a different agenda item. Maybe that way, just all depending on what will be necessary and how deep of a dive it is, right?
Yeah, but I think it'd be deep.
Okay, all right, that's your intention. That's what you like for. Is that a motion then for you? So we can't get into a discussion unless that's a motion from you.
I really want to hear from my fellow trustees, so I'm just throwing it out for opinion.
Okay, all right. So I know we have two other hands, Trustee Thigpen, Vice President Cottle. We're looking for a commentary though in response to the idea of approving the CIP as presented today, with the caveat that there will be a time, work session or otherwise, for a deep dive into capital projects. Okay, hands on that one. I see there are a couple up. Okay, what I guess I see a confirmation right there. Vice President Cowell, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I'm not opposed to having a deeper dive on any discussion. I do think we should approve this today, but I mean, deeper dives on topics, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think there can be value there. I think we just got to make sure we schedule it out. Does that have to be, is it a work session? Is it an agenda item? Small group briefings? I think there's opportunity there. I would like to see this approved today. I do have a few additional questions on it, but I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with having a deeper discussion.
Okay. All right. I hear that. I know you have other questions as this trustee Thigpen. I want to just kind of circle up and tie this up, if you will, on what Trustee Church is suggesting. Trustee Thigpen, was your hand up in response to Trustee Church?
No, I have other things as well, but
Okay.
I agree. I think
so.
As a new trustee, it's certainly, I can't see why it wouldn't be beneficial to do a deeper dive, and however that looks like. And my only concern is staff's time, of course, and that it be an effective use of time for everyone.
Okay, I hear that, and I see the superintendent nodding. So, and we know we have a lot of work sessions coming up over the next month or two, so it wouldn't have to be something that's done tomorrow, but it's something that could be on the docket for when it makes sense and the time permits. I don't hear Trustee Church saying I want it tomorrow, kind of a thing, but just kind of there. And I'm watching your head movement. Trustee Manetto, Clerk Manetto, you want to comment on this? I saw your applause hands.
That was me trying to raise my hand.
Oh, I thought you were clapping. Okay,
it's all
sorry.
Well, I was, but by accident. I think it'd be great to have a training, but I do think we need to go ahead and pass this as it is today, because it keeps us moving.
All right.
My fear is that we're going to slow things down. We don't want that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I don't hear that being what Trustee Church is saying either. So at this point, before we make a motion to move forward, then we do have some other questions on this, and then we can see what kind of motions we might have, so we can, speaking of keep it moving, we can keep this thing going. All right, and then after this, guess what, everybody, we have a break. All right, Vice President Cottle and then Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you all for the presentation. Just a few items for my area. I just wanted to get some clarification on Spanish Springs area. Is there, in the near future, going to be, you think, any need for an elementary school or an additional facility in the Spanish Springs area?
I'll take that one if I could. Yeah, the school district owns a elementary school parcel within what's known as the Stonebrook development. And that's definitely anticipated. You'll note in this 5-year CIP, there is another to be determined elementary school funded. So whether or not that's the one, or if there's a different one, there's definitely a lot of growth in the Spanish Springs area. We've also, in the 20-year facilities plan, scoped various middle school expansion potential opportunities. So again, really just trying to be nimble to the growth that we know is planned and under construction in Spanish Springs. From a high school standpoint, with the opening of the new HUG and the rezoning associated with that, will dramatically relieve Spanish Springs High School and should have capacity for many years to come.
Okay, thank you. And then the Cold Springs area high school has been mentioned a few times. Are we still thinking end of the decade, or we think that between Stonegate and development and the capacity of North Valley's high school, we might need to at least put something out there with room for expansion?
Well, it is certainly further into the future. You can see there is some significant funding more for the design phase of that project within this 5-year CIP. So best current projections based on growth, we do see that being needed to open before the end of the 2020s. But again, needing to be as nimble as possible, both from a funding and a facility needs standpoint. There's a lot of growth underway in both the North Valleys and the Spanish Springs area for sure.
No, thank you. And then revitalization out at Natchez. Is Natchez on a list, or are they doing okay? Last time I was there, they said that they were going to be on a list because they were having some challenges.
Yes, I think to the larger conversation about different priorities, I just wanted to emphasize the value that we have found, and I think the board has found in many years of data-driven decision making. The facility condition at any individual school and things of that nature has served us well from a defendability standpoint and an equity standpoint. That doesn't mean that there aren't other factors, but Natchez specifically, I know was revitalized in the early 2000s. But as a part of all of the core school investments program that's proposed here in this 5-year CIP, it and many other schools will be evaluated accordingly. I can't speak, more specifically to Natchez Elementary School, but it would certainly be considered as an existing school that may well warrant additional reinvestment.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more. North Valley's area elementary school. We've talked about that a number of times. Is that within the next 5 years?
So it's, I would say, neck and neck with Spanish Springs for that need. Where is that need going to arise soonest? Again, North Valley's area near in between Stead and Alice Smith Elementary Schools, the school district owns a parcel suitable for an elementary school and is very much planned. So whether that comes sooner than later, we'll be able to meet those needs from a financial standpoint when that growth dictates.
Okay, I know that you and I have spoken about Lemon Valley. I know there's a ton of growth, at least wanted out there. It hasn't happened quite yet. There's litigation, I think, with Reno about a development. I'm concerned about that school and its ability to handle a huge development. So I think that's needs to be considered, partnering with the North Valley's area elementary school that is the growth going to get too big too fast, and is the district going to be able to catch up? Because some of those elementary schools out there are very full, and I just have been keeping an eye on Lemon Valley development, the PAR, I think I call it PAR or something. So I think it's something the district really needs to pay attention to, because Lemon Valley Elementary can't handle that development right across the street from it.
Agreed. Couldn't agree more. We're keeping a very close eye on the Lemon Valley and growth in North Valley's area. This board has acted recently on rezoning in that area. And as is the case in areas of high growth, rezoning is something to be done very thoughtfully, but it is a valuable tool in this process to balance the distribution of our enrollment in a way that best utilizes our existing facilities, while still having the financial resources and the longer term planning to identify the properties, acquire the properties, and plan for the construction of new schools when that's the appropriate solution. So yeah, growth areas like Lemon Valley Elementary School and the North Valleys in general, we're keeping a very close eye on.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll continue on. Trustee Thigpen, your hand was up.
Thank you,
And
Madam
then Dr.
President.
Nicolette.
I'll keep it pretty short and sweet. One thing that I think we should all consider is that the census information was just released, and Nevada saw a 15% increase in population, and that's probably going to keep going up. So I think it's great that our team is working to plan ahead to accommodate that. One question I had, a lot of my schools, as Trustee Church mentioned, a lot of my schools are older that I visit. I think I've been to 15 or 16 of them so far. And we still have quite a bit of modulars out there. And some of them certainly do still serve a really good purpose, but some of them are on the older side. So I'm curious to know if there is a plan to start replacing these modulars with either school extension, school build out, or something to replace them with.
That's a great point. I appreciate you mentioning that. With the relief of overcrowding, some of those portables have been used, for far too long. And the construction of permanent school capacity that we've been able to achieve and the associated rezoning to sort of distribute that school capacity has put us in a place where we have a number of schools who really don't need the temporary capacity provided by those portables. So we initiated some relocation, removal of those portable classrooms in 2019. Unfortunately, that basically got put on hold with COVID, and actually those portable classrooms created a scenario where we sort of had extra space to spread out and accommodate that social distancing. We'll likely be resuming that in 2021. You'll see as a part of the capital renewal program when we come back in June with a detailed itemized breakdown for approval on that one. You'll see a line item historically referred to as overcrowding, where we would install these portables. Now we're using that funding to either relocate older one or newer ones to schools where older ones need to be replaced, or just removing them entirely because they're no longer needed. So that's very much on our radar as well, and something that we have over 100 modular or portable classrooms across our district. We're going to be working on that for some time, but moving in the right direction to where this is a tool that has been maybe unfortunately misused in the past, and now we're going to continue to use it, but in a truly temporary fashion.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much. That's a lot of modulars. We could open a trailer park if we wanted to. Just kidding for people watching. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can see the headline. All right. Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're still having discussion, Trustee Church. Dr. Nicolette.
Trustee Thigpen, I appreciate the grin. Thank you very much. Two quick questions, a little bit in the weeds, and they both have to do with acronyms. Can you help me understand the FICS scope of work process? And can you give me a little more information about business/ERP?
I'll take the FCIS, that's Facility Condition Information System. It's basically an asset management database that the school district maintains. It's something we've made investments in for literally decades, and it's an invaluable facilities management tool for us to know where our assets are, what age they are, and what the replacement costs of those assets. I mean, water pump, roof, boilers, really a comprehensive listing of what we have, so that then we can take that database and try to determine not only what we should do next based on a prioritization, a needs-based prioritization, but how much we should budget for in years to come to keep up with the impending replacement needs. So that's, we try to make words out of acronyms. Sometimes you'll hear me say FICUS. That's FCIS, Facility Condition Information System. I'm going to ask Mr. Mathers to talk a little bit about the ERP. It's our business management software that allows us to manage our budgets and our timekeeping more efficiently.
I want to let Adam keep going. He was doing pretty good.
Did I get the? I was going to make up what the initials stand for, but that's basically what it is.
Yeah, it's our accounting, budgeting, payroll, position control, HR system. So it's our enterprise-wide system where we, basically account for all of our costs, as well as, like I say, do payroll and certain HR functions. And we bought and implemented that system in 1995. So actually even pre-Y2K. So it is getting close to, by the time we, where we budgeted in CIP, it will be 30 years old, which is about 20 years past what generally is considered a useful life for an ERP system. So for those who have worked in the system, it is not the most user-friendly system, and it is showing its age. So at some point here, I think in the next 5 years, we really do need to consider, in all seriousness, a newer, more powerful, more robust system. What's happening is staff is continuously doing workarounds to the software and dumping information to an Excel document, manipulating it. And so the system's not working for us anymore. We're working for the system. So we really need to upgrade.
Thank you.
Okay, that covers your question. Thank you. I usually try to catch the acronyms, but I miss those. So thank you, Dr. Dye. All right, seeing no further discussion, this is an item for action beforehand. We're going to see if we have any public comment.
We do not have public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much, JJ. I put my agenda in front of me here now so I can actually see it, and don't forget the highlight. Thank you for highlighting that for me. All right, that being said, Trustee Church, your mic is on, so I assume that means you want to make a motion?
I am. I'm not sure if this is my first one or not, but here we go. I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Capital Funding Protection Committee and approves the Washoe County School District's fiscal year 2022 to 2026 5-year capital improvement plan, including the additional funding for Debbie Smith High School as requested, with the caveat that staff will schedule a future education and discussion for trustees on the overall capital project's future plans.
Okay, before we get a second to that, I will say isn't the Debbie Smith, the funding for Debbie Smith, isn't that already in the CIP?
They had requested an additional, what, 15 million or something?
Oh, that's right, the additional funding for that, okay. All right, we have a motion. Thank you, Trustee Church. I don't think that was your first motion, but it's certainly your smoothest one. So, so thank you. We have a motion on the floor, and there's by Trustee Church, a second by Dr. Nicolette. I heard that. Any further discussion? The motion is to accept the recommendation from the Capital Funding Protection Committee, add an additional 15 million for Debbie Smith Academy, and to plan a future opportunity for trustees to be educated on to have more education on the capital program. Did I kind of encapsulate that for you, Trustee Church? Okay. All right. And I saw you nodding to Dr. Nicolette. So if there was any friendly in that, please, JJ, pick it up. No public comment. No further discussion. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposition? All right, the motion carries. That the record show it is unanimous. All right, everybody, it's a little bit after 5, so why don't we take a good little break? You won't. We'll take our dinner break since we started at 2. You will not have DoorDash delivered to your house, but hopefully you have something on standby. We will take a 20-minute break. So let's call it 5. Let's just call it 5:25, and we can get started from there. Everyone, please, as a reminder, please mute your microphones and turn off your cameras during this break period. All right. Why don't we go ahead and get started, because I know we're presentations in any way, not necessarily immediate board action. So we're going to go ahead and resume. There you are, Trustee Church. Agenda item 6.03, presentation and discussion to the Board of Trustees from the Office of School Leadership. These are our amazing area superintendents regarding the proposed high school scholarship in honor of our own dearly beloved and gone too soon, Ben Hayes. This is for information discussion only. So why don't we go ahead and get started? I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Ford and Ms. Curtis, area superintendents extraordinaire.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Hello, Superintendent McNeil, Vice President Cottle, and Board of Trustees. I'm Gina Curtis, area superintendent for the record, and I am here today with my colleague, Lauren. Do you want to? Lauren Ford, area superintendent, and Deputy Superintendent Debbie Beiersdorf. So today we are honored to represent the Office of School Leadership in our presentation today. Ben Hayes worked for the Washoe County School District for over 20 years. Ben's guiding principle was always to do what's best for kids. He was first and foremost an advocate for children, ensuring their voices were heard throughout all decisions that impacted the district. During his career with Washoe County, Ben worked as a grant evaluator, accounting assessment director, and ultimately our chief accountability officer. Ben believed in students and wanted them to succeed no matter what obstacles they had to overcome, if it was family problems, addiction, poverty, immigration status, or trauma. And what we did with the Office of School Leadership is we developed a committee in honor of Ben to support seniors as they move on to college or a trade school. And I'd like to go over the committee members who are on it. We had our first meeting 2 weeks ago. And we have another one this Friday. And so, of course, Lauren and I and Debbie are representing, as well as Mary Rose Staffa is our executive assistant. From counseling, we have Catherine Loudon. From the WEA, we have Dana Galvin. 2 high school principals, Chris Hackbush from Reno High School and Kevin Carroll from Sparks High School. Office of Academics, Kendra Fox. Office of Accountability, Nick Custer. Human Resources, Emily Ellison. Special Education, Jessica Medulla. Our Career Center Facilitator from Damani Ranch High School, Michelle Aiken. Equity and Diversity, Tiffany Young. Our Leadership Team Representative, Paul Lamarca. Communications Department, Megan Downs. And the Family Representative is Nicole Eco, a Matthews teacher. So we're very excited that we have such a great group of people who just loved Ben and know his mission. And so at this point, Lauren is going to share a screen right now and go over some of the Ben Hayes Scholarship for Supporting and Empowering Students, which is a beautiful title.
It is a beautiful title. Thank you, Gina. So the scholarship is a memorial scholarship. Funds will be intended for students who believe in advocating for what's right in the world, doing what's best for kids, and ensuring that other voices, especially student voices, are heard. This scholarship will be an unrestricted fund that can be used for tuition, basic housing, food needs, educational expenses. So for example, if a student needed a laptop, they could use this scholarship to buy that. The scholarship is intended for students attending college. It could be a 4-year university, a junior college, or a trade school. And it'll be a multi-year scholarship. So the students will be guaranteed the money for all 4 years of college.
And so the applications will be finalized this week, and they will be sent out to the college and career facilitators at every high school. Our communications department will be spreading the word on our website so we can get more donors. And I think one of the greatest things is we are able to find something positive in what we just lost. And so I feel that it is important that we carry his name with us as long as we can. We did have an anonymous donor who donated $30,000 to get us started. So we're very lucky that we have that money to get it rolling. So we will have, the students will have $7,500. 2 students will be awarded for 4 years, like Lauren said. And that's that. Any questions?
Well, that's a big one. That's a big one. We'll go straight to you, Superintendent McNeil. I know how close you and Ben were, and how just how near and dear he has been, and his work has been to you. It's so exciting that some of the things that were really important to him can now be supported by a scholarship named for him. So, Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you so much, President Taylor, and thank you so much, Gina and Lauren. And you know, this is it. You said it, Gina. It brings something that is very painful to all of us. But you share it with all the kids. And that's exactly what Ben would want. You know, he was such an advocate for his family. And his family was really 62,000 kids. He has 4 beautiful children, 3 beautiful children and a beautiful wife. But I just think that this is the embodiment of Ben Hayes. And so I just really want to thank you, Office of School Leadership, for your dedication and love. And what a tremendous team, what a tremendous committee that you all have put together for this. And I know it's just going to be so important for our students. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart.
And I really appreciate the work that was done to make sure this has been written all over it. Right, it really is. Anything else? Any questions? Certainly, comments. It looks like it's going to be awarded right away, which is fantastic. It's going to already begin to help kids, to help students immediately. So that's fantastic. Well, a huge thank you to both of you for the work in putting this together. A huge thank you to the anonymous donor that kicked this thing off, to just got it started. and so it can begin to improve the lives of students, the students that meant so much to Ben. So awesome. Yeah, I see a heart. That's awesome, Gina. Yes, 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 yes. Very much so. Very much so. Very much so. Okay, now you're making me, I'm going to find my heart too. So, okay, gotta have it up there. All right, I see yours too, Michelle. Jen Van Tress is awesome. It's certainly well deserved. Okay, so now we are going to go over to agenda item 6.04. I see you're both still here. Great. Well, no, now you're gone. Oh yeah, none of you are here. This is the other area superintendent. The other one. One of the other ones. Now, this is presentation and discussion to update the Board of Trustees on the Office of School Leadership Reorganization, which includes an update of the activities surrounding the reorganization for special ed supports and an update on the West Ed project for implementation of a systematic support plan. I love this, to address the needs of the Washoe County School District children with disabilities. And again, this is not for actions, for presentation and discussion to bring us up to speed. But it's always great to see the changes, the supports, the things that are being put in place for this vulnerable population of our students. So Ms. Van Tress, I'm turning it over to you. I see Ms. Medulla, Ms. Flora, and then there may be others, Ms. Springmeyer, Tina Springmeyer. I just see people. I see people. So we'll start with you and we can bounce it around. There's Tina.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, and members of the board. We're going to pull up our presentation here. Here we go. All right. I'm Jennifer Van Tress. I'm the area superintendent for Area 5 and special education. And with me today, I have Angela Flora, special education programming director, Tina Springmeyer, Child and Family Services Director, and Jessica Medulla, Special Education Operations Director. I'd like to start the presentation. Thanks, Angela. With a big thank you to Ms. Kimberly Salmonson and Mr. Matt Navo, who are from West Ed. I don't know if they've been able to join us yet or on time with Zoom links and everything. So I'm not sure if they're here, but I do want to recognize and honor the work that they've done with Washoe County School District. Both Kim and Matt started the work with us about a year ago in the middle of the pandemic and during school closures. And they stuck with us, worked with us through all of this to guide our team on systemic positive changes for our students with special needs. And we just really greatly appreciate all of their time and effort. So just as a reminder, quick reminder, Washoe County School District has been collaborating with West Ed to develop and implement the Special Education Improvement Plan, which is designed to improve all of our services for students with disabilities. And this plan was broken into 3 phases. So phase 1 was to determine where our needs were. So this work was completed back in January through April 2020. And this consisted of us completing focus groups, surveys, staff and community feedback, which led to phase 2, which was the creation of our implementation plan. That work was completed May to July, and we developed our systemic support plan, which you have seen a copy of, I believe, and it's also in our board docs. So from that plan, we've now entered phase 3, which is actually implementation of our improvement plan. We started this work back in August of 2020, and we will continue this work through July of 2023. There's a lot of areas that we're going to be working on, so lots of stuff to do. The plan consists of 4 targeted buckets for improvement: special education programming, policies and procedures, building the capacity of our district leadership, and building the capacity of our site leadership. During this school year, the 2020-2021 school year, our team has already started the work to address these 4 buckets. These next several slides will give you some ideas of all the work that we've completed. So if you can see from the corner, you'll see them color coded. So each area of areas that we've been working on, you have our programming, our policies and procedures, our site leadership, and our district leadership. And then next to the numbers correlates with the actual improvement plan. And then are we not there yet? Or have we had partial improvements and implementation? And then have we established the processes for improvements? So you can see here, our work started last July and August. This slide takes us up to November. And you can see, for example, that our special education administrators, which is our Cs, and our CEFs, which are our special education facilitators. So if I looked at one of them as 4.1, building a coherent model of process and communication loops, we've established that we have our special education Mondays, which meet our professional development, have monthly meetings. It's a full day where our staff, along with the MTSS staff, the behavior staff, the ELL department, we all meet together and talk about processes in professional development for all of our students in the district. Next slide. This work, as you can see, continues on. We've been doing additional work through January, March, and April. In April, we completed a baseline survey with our department staff to determine how we're doing. And that's where we've created the numbers, the established, the partial, and the not yet. Here is the results of our initial survey from our internal baseline. And as you can see, our department has really developed partial development of our site leadership and our district leadership. So from here, what we'll do is we'll continue on to build in our other components, our programming and our policies and procedures, to continue to help support our schools. We'll also, in May, we're going to take our next steps with the survey and get the survey feedback from other constituents. So our principals, our teachers, our community. We're going to work with the Office of, we've already started the work with the Office of Accountability to set up specific times to complete those surveys and see how our work is going. But as you can see, while we've completed a lot of work, we still have a long way to go. We're continuing. One thing that I'm really excited about is the expansion of our transition services, which we will start in the 21-22 school year. Our alignment will continue with our early childhood programs, and then we'll continue to build up all the supports in our elementary, middle, and high schools through, we're going to be working closely with the department leads and the middle school and high schools to help really solidify the supports going forward. And it was fast, but do you have any questions for us? We've been doing a lot of work. I'm ready. I've been flying through.
No, I appreciate it, and I had to. I'm gonna just for the public, because I missed it. I think I got it now, but the public may have too. I was actually pulling up. This is a little small for me, so I could pull up my own slide so I can really see it. And the areas represent the areas that our area superintendents serve, correct? Area
Correct.
1, area 2, okay.
Slide with the WCSD survey information. Yes, let me explain. So what you'll see at the bottom, the legend, it says area 1, area 2, area 4, and area 5. So each area under our area superintendents have a special education administrator and several special education facilitators. So our special education administrator and facilitators were the ones who completed our initial department results, because they're the ones that have been doing the work. So we wanted to know whether or not they felt like, what have we accomplished? So when we really look at the work from WCSD, and then we really look at the work that they feel that they've been completing, do we have a strong alignment between the two? And we were really excited to see that the results were, yes, we are moving forward with our site leadership. You know, if you remember, our Cs and our Cfs have been in the buildings since day one. So they've really been, you know, our Cfs are they're located all in our buildings, and so they are easily accessible to our school administrators, to our school special ed staff. And so we were happy to see that building the site leadership and building leadership, district leadership, were two of our stronger components, because that's really the work lies day to day. So that just kind of gives you an idea.
Yeah, that's kind of confirmation in terms of how you were building and where the focus was. And I actually think it's, I know some people may think that why build leadership first, but they're the ones that really need to be a part of this, needs to buy into it, needs to support it, and to make the other components 1 and components 2 happen, right? Especially component 1. So awesome, very good, very good, Ms. Van Tress. I see Dr. Nicolette with the question.
Several comments and a couple questions. I appreciate that we've been working with WestEd. They've been a partner with us for many years in guiding and informing our practices. And so thank you, WestEd. Minor question and then probably a bigger question. In slides 6, 7, and 9, the color boxes, I don't know what that means. And by the way, I want to really look at this later because there's so much information there. You were spot on. And yet there's not a lot of slides, but tons of information. Thank you for that. So those little boxes, like there's on this slide here, 4.2, what does that 4.2 mean? 1.4, 2.4. And then I'll just ask, and then I'll mute myself. How does this work encompass our focus that I believe is a good focus and strong focus on essential standards for this population and the PLCs? Thank you.
Sure.
And by the way, thank you, all 4 of you. I'm going to read all the names so I don't miss. Jen, Angela, Jessica, and Tina, thank you for this work. This is mind-bending work. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a lot. So thank you, Dr. Nicolette, for asking for the clarification. So then how the numbers align up is that programming is box 1. So that's the green goes with the green. So 1.4, if you look at the implementation plan, you'll see that there are specific components aligned out in the actual implementation plan, and it actually aligns here next to it. So 1.4 is a focus on our early childhood priorities and adult transition services. So the green goes with the green. And then the example of what we're working towards is that collaboration with UNR and TMCC transition services for students 18 to 22. So we're partial into that, which is the blue and the number 2. We haven't completed it, but we've started having meetings with them. We continue to have the collaboration with UNR. And we want to continue to expand the services for our students that don't graduate with a standard diploma, but still have want the opportunity to have the college experience and the college path, that we align those programs to meet with opportunities at UNR and TMCC for our students there. So that's where the green will align with the programming. The pink aligns with district leadership. So component 4.2. The 2.4 policies and procedures, the priorities with collaborative communication process established for the department leader plan. That's a component. You're right. It's easier, you know, when you have the PowerPoint really close up, but you're right. Right now it is. I'm scooting back so I can read. But that's how the color coding alignment works. Now, as far as our encompassing the focus on essential standards and PLC, this actually works really well with our alignment with other departments. So Angela Flora, who is our programming director, is working directly. She's on the PLC design team. So we have that special education voice, and I'm on it as well, but we have that special education voice whenever we're talking about the PLC and the PLC process. So for example, next year when we're looking at our LTLs, so our lead, teach, learn opportunities for our school administrators, we have, there will be specific PLC design, PLC time for administrators to work. Angela will work directly with that team and others to make sure that every single one of those PLC has a focus on special education, so that special education is not seen as a separate entity in our PLC work, but it is part of every single time you're looking at student data, student-driven decision-making, that special ed lens is always there. The same with essential standards. So Angela is also working with the essential standards in our teaching and learning committee. So when we're looking at the essential standards, we're taking the work that's being done with essential standards. We're working with our special ed teachers for them to understand, how does this relate into an IEP? What does this look like? How do you know you're making progress? And so we are very closely aligned with any of the work that's going on with the essential standards and the PLC work. So really excited about all that work.
Thank you. I'm very excited too. And again, I know this is hard work and it's worth every minute for our kiddos. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. I see Trustee, I'm sorry, did I cut you off, Ms. Van Tress? No, okay. All right, Trustee Calvert, yes, I see your hand up.
Yes, you kind of did answer some of my questions that Ms. Nicolette had, but how are the parents receiving the services that their children are getting with this new format?
So our service model hasn't changed yet. Overall, we're not changing the services for our students. What we'd like to do is our next steps will be to survey our families to see if they felt like our students are receiving more support through the programs at our schools. So we will continue to have resource support at every school site. We will continue to have the continuum of services, our CLS, which is our comprehensive life skills program, our social intervention programs, our strategies programs at all levels. But as far as the programming concerns or questions focus, the programming is how can we better align our services, and therefore parents feel they're more included and understand the process. So we're just tightening things up for special education services for students in the district.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Van Tress. If you would talk a little bit about, go a little more into what you just began and what Trustee Calvert began the conversation around is notifying families of changes and you know how just kind of how that goes. You know, what's our process for that? Because I certainly know that this is a very highly engaged, most of the time, and certainly rightly so, group of parents, and so helping them understanding what changes are happening and so on always makes a difference. What's that process? What should that look like?
Well, any changes that directly impact a child's education, we are legally required to notify the family through what's called a prior written notice. So it's a written document that would be sent home to families to say, here's what we're recommending as far as a change, or here is, we're saying, no, we're not going to be able to do this. So we can't do anything for a child with a disability as far as their education is concerned without it being in writing and provided to a family. Now, as far as programming and information there, so for example, if we're streamlining our programs or moving programs, the parents would receive written documentation from our department and saying, you know, your program or your child's education will now be provided at this location or that location. Typically, we don't like to move programs because children are there. They've established their relationships with the school and with the students. But right now, what we are doing is a little bit of alignment with our area superintendents and our schools to ensure that if a child is going to Van Gorder, that's always my default school. So if a child is going to school at Van Gorder, that they stay in that alignment. So then they would go to Sky Ranch and then they would feed up to Spanish Springs. So right now we are doing some shifts. Every parent should have received written notice about that so that we want them with their neighborhood peers. We don't want to have students going across town and not being able to be with students that they're going to be with all the way through high school. And that's all early childhood. So we're really working and one of the focus for next year is on our early childhood programs. And we want those children to start those relationships at age 3 and be able to stay with them. So if they're in an early childhood program, they feed up to the same elementary school, they feed up to the same, to the appropriate middle school and so on and so forth, so that we really keep our students together to build that community and culture. Does that answer?
Fantastic. It does. No, it really does, because it's difficult for students to move, any student, right, at all. And I think the key thing that you said is parents get prior written notice of it, so that they aren't surprised, they know what's going on, and so on. And I just think that's really important. So thank you for that. Any other comments from my colleagues? I see Trustee Thigpen, and the next I'll ask JJ if we have any public comment on this item. Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm wondering how, and I'm sorry if I missed this, I wonder how we're, in terms of communication, how are we keeping staff informed as well? Because sometimes I hear from parents that, they talk to the teacher, they talk to the principal, they're still not clear on what's going to happen and all of that.
Yeah. Overall, well, we send out weekly newsletters to all staff, all principals, all special education staff. And we send out the consistent message. So every person in every area, every building hears that same message. As we know, sometimes people, process things will be heard before final decisions have been made. And so sometimes when that happens, people, they're like, well, we hear this is going to happen, so we don't know. And unfortunately, we're driving a big ship here. This is we're not a speedboat, we're a cruise ship. And so we have to stay with the pace of our cruise ship and wait for the decisions and the processes to be completed. And unfortunately, sometimes, some people are in speedboats next to us and they're zipping by, but we got to pull them back, hold on to them, wait for the big ship to come along, and then we'll be able to really give out some of that information. It's a legislative year. So for example, some of our early childhood grant funded programs, we have to wait to see what happens with some of those. And so some things we just have to wait on. But we do get the information out as soon as we are able to.
Okay. All right, fantastic. Did I take care of that question for you, Trustee Thigpen? Okay, I see a Dr. McNeil, Superintendent.
Well, thank you, President Taylor. And I just want to thank, Jen and Dr. Medulla and Angela Flora, and I know Tina Springmeyer is on here, and then obviously Wested. I think the board knows how important this particular point, as you all know, this was a huge effort on the pathway to positive progress. When I became the interim superintendent, we had to totally turn our special education services upside down. And I want to compliment Jen and her leadership, because this has been a huge undertaking. But it's really about responsive practice, and it's about support to our schools. There should be no reason for central services to exist beyond our schools, and that's why we exist. And so, we made a commitment that if somebody has a question, they shouldn't feel bad about asking the question, and it's our responsibilities as leaders to get them that support. And we all feel very, very strongly about that. Also, just the reorganization of putting the right departments under the right office. So moving Child Find under special education, early childhood, school psychologists now report to Dr. Lamarca, but it was really that time to take and look at where the best organizational efforts are. And then finally, making sure the right people are on the right seats of this bus, because it is a tremendously important bus for our students and our families. So I'm very, very proud of this work. And we will continue, because that's really important. We will continue to update the board on this progress, so that you all get to see kind of the touch points on where we are on the implementation of this plan. So again, compliments to Jen and the team.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. JJ, I didn't see you pop on, so I don't think there are any public comments on this particular agenda item.
No, there are no public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Van Tress and Jessica Modula and Tina Springmeyer, and Angela Florence, namesake, can't forget you. Thank you for your work. I mean, this is such an important part of our student population, you know that. And so all the strides, it's really great to see how you're monitoring the changes and seeing how they're being implemented, and then how they feel at the schools, if they have what they need to make this thing happen, to deliver the services for the students. So just really appreciate your work on this, ladies. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, this is not for action, but we really appreciate the update. Okay, so now we'll move on to agenda item 6.05. This is approval of the GMP, the Guaranteed Maximum Price 3 from United Construction Company as a construction manager at risk, otherwise known as CMAR, for the expansion and renovation of Darrell C. Swope Middle School, CMAR number C-62335A as an apple, in the amount of $22,529,800, and approval of the owner's contingency in the amount of $900,000 for a total of $23,429,800. And this is for action, and we're looking to hear from our Director of Procurements and Contracts, Teresa Golden. Andrea Sullivan, and then Teresa Golden. Sorry, Teresa, I didn't mean to give you a promotion.
No worries. Thank you very much, everybody, for allowing us to present this to you today. The GMP3 for Swope expansion and renovations. This project is this prize has been brought to us by United Construction. As she mentioned just a minute ago, United is also already contracted with us for GMP1 and GMP2 at Swope Middle School currently. This is just an outline of what we're going to go over today. This is the overall project updates, the GMP3 scope of work, the RFP proposal overview, the subcontractor selection, the GMP summary and highlights. We'll go over the construction schedule, and finally our final recommendation. I did just want to give a quick history of why we're here today, especially for the board members that are new and maybe are not aware of the Swope project overall and sort of how it was originally initiated. And really the driver for this project was overcrowding at the 5 feeder schools that feed this middle school. It was determined that the 6th graders should move up to Swope Middle School, so leadership gave us that direction. And so that really is the reasoning behind this project. In addition, that really does align with our current middle school model of 6th, 7th, and 8th grade being in the middle school. So that's just a little bit of background that I wanted to provide. I'm going to now talk about our overall project updates. GMP1, or phase 1 of this project, started last summer in June, and that consisted of the utility infrastructure updates that needed to happen in order to make this expansion feasible. In addition to that, we did install fire sprinklers in the existing building. At the time it was built, this building did not have any fire sprinklers, so we did install those for safety reasons. In addition to adding some attic insulation in that existing building for energy efficiencies. We also did add a new front entry facade just to give it a little bit more of a presence and entrance at the front of the building. So those 2 items are complete. That front entry pop out you can see at the front of the building here, and the new gym is in the back of the school on the west side. GMP2 is also currently underway. That started last fall, 2020, sorry. And that existed or consists of our new gym that you can see in the back, and our new kitchen that will be built in the existing school where the library currently exists. Also in GMP2, we are completing a remodel and expansion of the band and choir classrooms. So the band and choir and the gym will be open for school fall 2021. So a little bit about the scope of GMP3 that we're here to talk about today. And actually the first step of that GMP3 is demolition of the existing gym before the new 2-story classroom is built where it sits. So just back showing you this picture again, this building right in the middle of the site is that new gym. So this will be demolished, brought out of the site, and then built in its place will be the new 2-story classroom building that will actually connect to this gym on the west side. So that new classroom building will consist of 13 new classrooms, labs, and group rooms. And it will also include a new media center and 2 collaborative hub spaces. The existing facility improvements for this phase are really pretty significant. There's quite the list of items that we are trying to get accomplished, and they really are a direct result from not only staff requests, but also community requests. When we started this project, we had a number of community meetings, and everyone really thought it was important that we try to provide improvements to the existing building that were equal to or in par to the new building space that we were providing. So we're pretty happy to try and be able to accomplish that task. So those major improvements are the refinishing of all the existing corridors, and that includes new lockers. The administrative offices will get an expansion and a remodel, and that will include improvements to the existing single point of entry. The multi-purpose room will get expanded to accommodate more kids and remodeled. The HVAC replacement will happen in that existing building, which really was the #1 request of all the staff on site when we first started this project. So that's a big one. All of the existing classroom furniture will be replaced, as well as the teachers will receive new audio enhancement systems and new smart active panels in those classrooms. The outdoor courtyards will all get revamped. They'll have additional seating, new shade structures, so the kids can go out and enjoy lunch outside, but also those spaces can be used for additional outdoor learning spaces. And then we are adding a 3rd outdoor new learning space on the south end of the building that will also have a shade structure that can also be used for outdoor learning and also community events. We did also include a new park course for the kids outside and are replacing the basketball courts. There's also a garden area. It's actually an existing garden that we are replacing and enhancing. Then our parking lot improvements that we'll be making in the front of the school. We'll be resurfacing that parking lot, reworking it to provide more parking, improvements to the lighting, improvements to the landscaping. We are widening the sidewalk on Keel to meet city codes. We are also adding a new pedestrian flasher and crosswalk right on Keel. In addition, we are adding 4, I believe, crosswalks and 4 stop signs in and around the Swope sort of school and neighborhood. And those are all really a direct result from a traffic study that we had done at the beginning of the project, and those were the recommendations. Lastly, the city of Reno will be reconstructing all of the roads immediately around Swope as well, and that work is happening summer of 2022. So by the time this is all this work is done, it'll be really nice neighborhood improvement for the school and the community. I'm going to hand it off to Andrea to talk about the RFP.
Thank you, Teresa. For the record, Andrea Sullivan, Director of Procurement and Contracts for the school district. Now that you know what this project entails, I just wanted to briefly go over the bidding and RFP process that the CMAR went through. As you know, and I like to point out every time we give a presentation on a CMAR because it's really important, all scopes of work for this project were publicly advertised and competitively awarded. The RFP, the CMAR process, I should say, requires that the CMAR go through a pre-qualification process of subcontractors. This is in statute. That pre-qualification process yielded 167 pre-qualified subcontractors. And this process is important to make sure that we get plenty of subcontractors pre-qualified, because the more that are pre-qualified, the more that can participate. And the more competition we get, it typically adds a lot of value to the project. So we were happy to see a good amount of pre-qualifications occur. So the RFPs were issued by United Construction on January 18th, and we had about a 5-week bidding period, and proposals were due back to United by the subcontractors on February 24th. Throughout that process, they received 29 requests for information, and that doesn't mean 29 questions. It means 29 times somebody submitted a request for information, and most often that has more than one question, and sometimes it might even have pages and pages of questions. So the project did generate interest in the subcontractor community, which we like to see. And then when bids were turned in, we had over 98 proposals across the approximately 50 bid packages. So the subcontractor selection, proposals were opened on February 25th, and district staff were present during the bid opening as outlined in law. After the bids were opened, United Construction evaluates all of the proposals, and then they begin to schedule and conduct what we call descoping interviews with the proposers. And those interviews occurred from March 2nd through the 8th. The purpose of these interviews is to really make sure that the bidders have a complete understanding of the project and that they haven't missed anything in the scope or the bids or the plans, and so that they are fully bidding per plans and specifications and have an accurate picture of what the job entails. And like the bid opening, district staff was present throughout those interviews. I think it's important to note that the district does not get to select the subcontractors. That is the CMAR's responsibility to do, but we are there to make sure that they are complying with NRS and district policy. So once those interviews are conducted, then United goes through and makes final selections of the subcontractors, and they provide the district a 1% subcontractor list. So a list of all subcontractors who are doing 1% or more of the work. And that's also required in statute that they supply that to us. Once that occurred, then they submitted their draft general conditions and GMP to us. We go back and forth with them. And we did that kind of late March, early April. I'm happy to announce that that selection of subcontractors yielded that 93% of the contract will be awarded to locally based contractors, which we always like to see and support our local construction community. So once all these negotiations are finalized, United gives us their final GMP and final list of general conditions. And what is included in the GMP contract is the cost, obviously, of the constructions for all trades. So all those bids that were turned in across the 50 trades is obviously the major portion of the GMP. And then we have what we call the contractor general conditions. And that's sort of everything else that goes into the construction of the building outside of those 50 scopes of work. So this is United Construction staff, their project managers, superintendents, project engineers, those types of people. It's also all of the rental equipment that United has to rent for the project. So job trailers, portable toilets, dumpster rentals, things like that. It also includes things like temporary power. So just kind of think of all those things that are needed on the job site, but not maybe included in a subcontractor scope. And that's what we can call the contractor general conditions. Then the GMP also includes the contractor contingency. And for that project, contractor contingency was set at 2.5% of the construction cost. And then you have the CMAR fee, and that is their profit and overhead for the project. And that fee is a fixed percentage fee that they submit during the CMAR selection process. So that process happened some time ago. When the evaluation team was evaluating it, they use their fee as part of the criteria. And in fact, cost was 20% of the selection criteria, which is the maximum amount allowable by law. But we do take very seriously how much that the fee is for the CMARs, and it's a big factor in the selection process. And then not actually part of the GMP, but we will be asking for award tonight is also an owner's contingency for this project. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Teresa.
Thank you, Andrea. So the construction schedule that we're still looking at is the existing gym demolition begins this June 2021 when school will be out of session. The new classroom building should be topped out winter 2021. And then the new middle school will be open in August of 2022. And as I mentioned earlier, all those sixth graders from these feeder schools listed here will start school August 2022 at Swope. The final completion is due to be complete November 2022. So a couple of highlights I just wanted to talk about about this project. And the first is that the budget remains, or the project costs remain under the allocated budget of $48.7 million. So that's always good news. This is a culmination of a very long process. It's been a 2-year design process and really will be a little over 3-year long construction project. And you know, really it's a complex project because it is taking place in an occupied school. And the effort that we have gone to work out the logistics plans, the safety plans with police, with fire, with you know, the contractors, the design team and the staff. It's been a lot of work, but I just really want to thank everybody for all the work in getting us to this point. And just really looking forward to seeing it complete for the students and the community. Lastly, I wanted to talk about the student engagement aspect that we are incorporating in this project. This is something that we've been working on internally and really trying to kind of standardize for all of our projects moving forward. But our communications department, along with United Construction, has put together a program. We are calling it our ambassador program. And the ambassadors are people that are volunteering their time. They're from the design team, they're from the contractors team, and members of the school district. And so, you know, we just really think it makes sense to pair those people up with the teachers and the students that take that opportunity to include it in their curriculum to learn about construction and design. So if you've got a teacher that wants to bring someone in to learn about how to build a CMU wall, a construction wall, we can bring in a sub-consultant or a subcontractor and have them come into the class and talk about it. So it's just a program. We're really kind of still developing it and working on it, but we're looking forward to seeing that to fruition. That leads us to our final recommendation for today. The total cost for the construction of this phase is $23,429,800. That does include the owner contingency of $900,000, which is about 4% of the construction costs. Typically, our contingencies run anywhere from 2.5% to up to 5% of construction cost. But really for this project, because it is in an existing facility, we have already run into a number of unforeseen conditions and probably will continue to do so. So we are leaning toward a little bit heavier contingency. So that concludes our presentation for today. Does anyone have any questions?
I do see some hands up, and we'll start with Trustee Nicolette, and then we'll go to Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette?
I actually just want to say congratulations. This is a long haul. Our son is 43 years old. He did his tenure at Swope Middle School. I can hardly wait till he comes to visit and see it in its completion. And thank you for your hard work. And I think that the student engagement component, your ambassador program, congratulations. That's lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. We're excited to make that happen and make it a success. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. We'll go to Trustee Thigpen and then Student Trustee Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. This is perfect timing because I got to go and do an official school visit at SWEP yesterday, which is one of my schools, and got to see all the great work that's been done so far, and got a tour by Principal Nakashima on everything. The gym is looking fantastic and coming along really, really well. I'm very impressed, and I'm looking forward to everything. I even got to take a look at the band rooms, and I have to say, they want higher ceilings. They want better acoustics. So I'm just going to pass that along. And then I'm prepared to make a motion at any point, Madam President.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We're going to hear from Student Trustee Victoria first, and then I can come right back to you, Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say, I think it's a great opportunity for students to learn about the ambassadors program. I think putting that in there with like seeing what's going on around them and all the work that's being done, I think it'll give them experience to see what they might like for their future to do when it comes to going to high school and after that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Student Trustee Victoria. I'm going to ask JJ if we have any public comment on this item, and then we'll go and look for a motion.
We have no public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Batchelder. Trustee Thigpen for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the guaranteed maximum price GMP 3 from United Construction Company as the construction manager at risk for the management of construction for the expansion and renovation at Darrell C. Swope Middle School, CMAR number C-62335A in the amount of $22,529,800 and approves an owner's contingency in the amount of $900,000 for a total of $23,429,800.
Okay, thank you very much.
Nicolette, second, and congratulations, Trustee Thigpen. You did awesome.
It was a mouthful.
Yeah, it was a mouthful. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Trustee Thigpen and the second from Dr. Nicolette. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. We really appreciate your work, both of you ladies, for pulling all of this together. What an important project, what an overdue project, and then what an exciting project. So for that community over there at Swope Middle School. So thank you so much. I can't wait. I'm excited.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to both of you. Okay, we're going to go on now to agenda item 6.06. This is presentation and discussion to review summer school models to be used in the Washoe County School District, including extended school year, that's ESY, and summer school for the summer of 2021. This is for presentation and discussion only. We said it won't be heard before 4 o'clock. I think we're good. And so we're gonna have, we have our presenters. I'm just gonna turn it over to you, our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Parks, and then you can introduce those who are with you. But I will say, I don't think I've ever been this excited about summer school ever.
Yeah, can you hear me, President Taylor?
Yes, we can, sir. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, great. And is it my screen sharing started?
Yes.
Yes? It is here. Yes, sir. It is here.
All right. I'm amazed that I could do that. So yes, good evening, President Taylor, Dr. McNeil, members of the Board of Trustees. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. And I would echo your sentiments, Dr. Taylor. We are extremely excited about our summer school opportunity this year. A lot has been going on in our planning, so I want to introduce our team. Our team consists of Anne-Marie Dixon, who is our area superintendent for Area 1. She is not going to be able to present with us tonight because she has an urgent matter that she's attending to. We also have Angela Flora, who you heard from earlier. She's our Director of Special Education. She's the Programming Director. We have Dina Chiramella, our Director of Elementary Curriculum and Instruction, as well as PLC Leadership. And we have Kendra Fox, our Director of Secondary Curriculum and Instruction. All right, now my slide's not advancing. All right, so quick overview of our presentation. We're going to go into the details of how this plan came about. I want to provide you the latest highlights and logistics that we've been planning for. Obviously, our communications department has played a huge role in getting the word out to our community. Also pivotal, our community involvement that we've already started seeing our community and businesses respond. As I talked, Angela Flora will be presenting on our extended school year, and then Dina will follow her presenting our elementary and middle model. And then we'll finish up with Kendra, who will present to us our high school, summer school model. And of course, at the end of the presentation, we have an opportunity for a question and answer period. So a little brief history of summer school in the past, especially for our new trustees. Normally in the past, summer school would be organized kind of on an individual site basis. And we would see many of our high schools make great efforts to focus on students who needed credit recovery opportunities, maybe a few credit accrual opportunities. You'd have your summer weights programs at the high school. But mostly in the past, it's been up to individual sites. So obvious, we're going to have much more robust programming this year, and we're going to get into more details about this great opportunity for our families to participate in summer school. So as I talked, we've been planning this for quite a while, starting with our teaching and learning committee. Remind everyone that our teaching learning committee was formed during the last summer during the pandemic. Many of them have been on board the entire time. They tackled our challenges with distance learning and came up with recommendations. And as we kind of ironed out those distance learning and blended learning challenges, we had them pivot and started talking about kind of the learning loss or the academic recovery opportunities. And one of them was summer school. And just a quick reminder that we have over 80 educators serving on this, teachers, counselors from all over the district. Each area in our school district is represented. Then we also have a weekly meeting where our summer school planning team, we get together with Mr. Harris, and this looks like every single department in our district participates and provides updates on their planning on all logistics, excuse me, and all the updates that are coming from their department. So we're really weekly improving our plan as well. And as we usually get, we're getting a lot of community interest and business partnership opportunities. Going back to the pandemic, this has become the norm, and we're very thankful to our business partnerships. And we also, we're going to continue to refine what you're seeing tonight. And the plan is to have this completely finalized by the end of May. So here are some quick highlights. You've probably heard these, so I'll go through quickly. We are opening this up to all students, and it is a no charge opportunity. We are working with transportation, and there will be transportation provided. That is with the exception of students who are in our current walk zones. As you're probably now well aware, we're looking at starting the week of June 22nd, running through that week of July 15th. We set this up purposely to run on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We feel like that is a great opportunity, not only for our educators to have a nice long weekend if they choose, but also for our families that will be sending their students to school for basically a full day. And they too will have Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday to send their children to summer school. And then they too can have that longer extended time with the family and with the children. Also really excited that our educators that are going to participate in summer school and serve our students, they're going to be receiving a full daily rate of pay, and that is per their current daily rate of pay contract. So we're really excited that this isn't any longer a $30 an hour opportunity, but it'll be much more substantial money to earn during the summer. And we're hoping that that will also encourage our teachers and counselors to help us recruit more students for summer school. And then we're also obviously going to be providing lunch from Nutrition Services. They've been also planning and working with us. At this point, it's looking like it's going to be a grab and go opportunity. So in the morning, our students would arrive and they would get their breakfast and go to class. And then some sort of sack type lunch where they would probably either eat outside or eat in their classroom. And we did, as we've been planning constantly, a lot of the input has been, if we're going to go to all this effort, we have to bring our students back and have some fun with them. And as you'll see throughout the presentation, we have several opportunities that would be encouraging students to have a good time with their fellow students while they're at summer school. We've also looked at the many capital projects or construction going on in our schools. And so we have a plan to take a regional approach if there are schools that aren't available to have summer school. We are providing weekly updates and making sure we update our frequently asked questions for our administrators. As I pointed out before, every department in the district is engaged weekly. That includes housekeeping, human resources, business, grants, you name it, they're involved weekly. And our registration, good news, as it opened up April 17th, we were watching this. So as of today, in the extended school year program, we know we have at least 500. This number here, 2,300 registered, I mean, that's showing an interest in our elementary and middle school summer school. That was 2,300 as of 4/23. I do have an update. We have 3,300, so an increase of 1,000 students interested just since 4/23 as of today. So in watching the trends, most days we're seeing about 200 plus families express interest in being in summer school. So I talked a little bit earlier, we've been heavily engaged with our communications department, who's done a tremendous job in getting the word out to the community and also in engaging our business and other community partners. Oh. Did that come up on the website now? There we go. Amazed that I was able to get out of that. All right, so this is a little bit of an update on our community engagement and the work that our communications department has been doing. Clearly, we've had a huge digital presence. And if you have looked at our website lately, you'll see the slider there, and it gives information for our K through 8 students who are going to be participating or interested in participating in summer school. Also has information for our high school students, already starting to give ideas for how our families might participate virtually, and give them ideas about how they might engage over distance learning, and then some community summer activities. And we also have a video that's going to be shared on our Facebook page. Also, real quick, we've sent in a lot of ConnectEd messages. I was at a site today, and our school principals, they're getting the word out. We have very colorful, fun flyers that have went out to the community. Our people who work in schools as our FACE specialists, they're also getting word out. And across our district, we have many community partners. I wanted to call out our Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe. They too are distributing our flyers and getting the word out into their community, as well as the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. And several of us, including Dr. McNeil and our Deputy Beiersdorf, were able to participate in a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce and started great conversation about getting our businesses involved. Here's some of the updates about how our businesses are involved. As again, Chamber of Commerce, they're reaching out to local businesses. To this point, we have at least 32 professionals who are signed up, who want to present to our middle school students. And this will be kind of a career focus where there would be a virtual presentation to our middle school students, and they would gain interest about opportunities for highly skilled careers. Obviously, we're working very close with the Education Alliance. We have some virtual field trips that are planned. And then already from our Reno ACEs, we have a commitment that every student who attends summer school will get a ticket to an ACEs game, and that they are offering that they will also provide discount tickets to the family of the students who participate in summer school. So with that, I want to turn it over to Angela Flora, who's going to give you some details about our extended school year program.
Well, good evening, President Taylor, Dr. McNeil, and Board of Trustees. I'm Angela Flora, the Special Education Programming Director, and I'm really excited to talk to you about extended school year tonight. Extended school year is part of students who have IEPs. It's part of their IEP that's in place during the school year. So it's a continuation of their existing services for the summer. So this is determined by the student's IEP team and driven by the services, goals, and objectives that are already identified. This year, we're really excited to align with summer school and to align with the days and times of summer school, because it allows for those inclusive opportunities that really reflect more accurately what our students see every day. All right, next slide. There we go. So what this will look like for our students who are on a resource caseload, we will have one resource teacher placed at every summer school location to support students who have IEPs who are completing that summer school curricula. So those IEPs, generally are provided, the services are provided in the, either in the general ed classroom or pulled out, the students are pulled out for a little bit of time. So that will, again, because we get to partner with summer school, that will reflect a lot better how our students are served every day during the year. Our specialized programs will be regionalized and staffed accordingly. And because of, there's a little bit of a time difference, we will have a July 16th end date. And then our early childhood programs will run the first 2 weeks of ESY only, and there will be 3 main hubs. We just don't have as many students who come to those early childhood programs during the summer. And with that, I'm turning it to Dina.
Good evening, President Taylor and Superintendent McNeil and Board of Trustees. Thank you for having us this evening. My name is Dina Chiaramella, and I am the Elementary Curriculum and Instructor Director. And I'm going to talk to you about what's happening in elementary and middle. So we are making sure we want to provide options for our families. So we are giving them, they are, when possible, as Dr. Park said, we want the kids at their zone schools, but there are a few schools that are having capital projects over the summer. So even as part of our flyer to parents, we let them know if it was not available at your zone school, would you still be interested? So we will have some designated school sites that will be able to pull students together from different schools that we've been working on. As also mentioned, we're really focusing on in person. So this is a great opportunity for some of our students who have maybe been distance learning over the school year to get them back into the building in a situation where they can see what it's like to be working with kids and students. So a lot of our work is around the in-person learning, but we are going to provide an independent option. And so the district has many programs that you've heard us come to you for funding: Learning A to Z, Dreambox, Lexia. All of those things can be accessed by students at home. So we're going to provide families with those resources as well for them to access with their students if they choose not to do the in-person piece. The academics in elementary and middle are going to be focusing on mathematics and English language arts. So there will be an hour block for mathematics and an hour block for English language arts. Mathematics is going to be focusing on, in elementary, we're going to be focusing on geometry and measurement, because geometry and measurement are 2 areas of mathematics that really have a lot of hands-on learning, lots and lots of manipulatives and getting kids to work together and build. So we've been very cognizant about that collaboration piece, that we really want students working and collaborating together. And English language arts is going to be focusing on, we're going to be using our instructional resources that we have. So Benchmark has topics that for each topic. So we're going to be focusing on topic 8. Also for these areas, specifically to elementary, curriculum and instruction will be building out for the teachers each of the 4 weeks of instruction, so that they don't have to spend time lesson planning, that they can use those resources. So it also makes it an easier lift for our teachers. We're including in the afternoon things like art, music, STEM, robotics, 21st century. SEL will be also a part of the program. My next slide is a sample of the day in elementary to let you see what that looks like, as well as including PE, and the PE mostly around team building activities that students will be doing. Again, we're really focusing on that collaboration piece. We've talked a lot about the virtual field trips. So working with Kendall and Skip and the Redfield community, we've been put in touch with about 10 different community partners. UNR's Natural History Museum is going to be doing virtual field trips for us. Urban Roots is going to be providing growing boxes for us. Nevada Museum of Art is going to be providing lessons. Sierra Arts, I currently am meeting with all of these different community resources. to meet with these partners. And also I'm asking the partners to do for our parents who are not coming into the building. They're also putting together options for students who are staying home with ways that they could also engage with these community partners. So I'm really excited about that opportunity for our families as well. So a sample day, as Dr. Park said, breakfast will be in the classroom. Kids will come in and have breakfast in the classroom. During that time, there'll be a read aloud. Then our MTSS department and PBIS group has put together with SEL in Sanford Harmony. Every day there is a welcoming ritual that teachers will do with their students in the classroom. Then we have that hour block of English language arts. Recess, then that math block that we talked about for an hour, that is geometry and measurement focused. Then lunch, a 30-minute lunch and recess. The afternoon, there's a 1 hour enrichment block, and that's where those community partners come in. Their different schools could reach out, use the resources that they've put together. Also, schools will have some autonomy during that time, that they may have a staff that wants to put together clubs, or they want to have kids do rotations through different clubs. So that enrichment block is going to be site specific on how they would like to put that together. And then the team building activity, again, from our amazing MTSS PBIS department, put together from playworks.org, again, games that have been designed for teachers to use, as well as an optimistic closer, which is where you reflect on the day and how things went well and getting ready and excited for the next day. So that would be a sample daily schedule, and I'm going to turn it over to Kendra Fox.
Good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees. My name is Kendra Fox, and I'm the Secondary Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and I'm here to talk about high school summer school. I'll talk about Jumpstart on the next slide, but most of high school summer school, or much of it, will be business as usual. They'll be really focused on credit recovery for any student that didn't earn the credits that they needed towards graduation, getting those students back on track towards graduation, and also credit accruals. So oftentimes, as Troy mentioned, they do summer weights program. They often offer health for freshmen to get them ahead of on credits before they even start high school, health or computer literacy, computer science, things like that. So those programs will be very similar to what we've done in the past. The difference is that we will have transportation and nutrition services and some extra support for the high schools to provide those services to their students. Additionally, each high school will be allowed to do summer programming that they need. So Worcester often does a special programming where they have kids come in and do learning offline, not on our Edgenuity program, because that works best for their population. And we will continue to allow that. So school-specific programming will be continued. The best thing about summer school, which hasn't always been the case, is that it's free for our students. So that is a nice incentive for students to get caught up on classes. So next slide. So the other thing that we put together, and we did a similar program several years ago, and it was pretty successful, was a way for our ninth grade students, our incoming ninth grade students, to get a jump start on high school. And I think this year it's especially important and especially relevant because there may be some concepts that they missed due to the pandemic. So the content of this Jumpstart program will be focused on essential standards in 7th and 8th grade that lead to success in high school courses. So algebra and English 1-2. And so we'll build the curriculum to be very specific on those standards. It will also be differentiated for students. So if one student is having trouble on multiplying binomials, and another student isn't having trouble on that, then the student that's not having trouble on it doesn't have to relearn it. So we will have a pre-assessment to determine what their needs are in advance, and then the teacher can differentiate the instruction based on those needs, with the hope that we will
get kids caught up or give them some confidence in those subject areas to help them be successful when they get in high school. All throughout the day, as Dina talked about, there will be social emotional learning strategies. So every day we'll start with the optimistic opener and we'll close with a closer. And then throughout the program, we will embed high school success strategies into the curriculum wherever possible. A 5.5 hour day of just 2 subject areas is quite long. So we will try to embed some other strategies, maybe some study strategies or some writing strategies into the curriculum wherever possible. The nice thing about this program is they do earn a half elective credit. So it gets them a half credit on the way to their 23 plus credits that they need to graduate. And again, this one will be free. We hope that this one, Jumpstart, will be offered in a face-to-face format whenever possible, but we are planning a distance version just as a sort of a backup, just to give schools some options as they offer these to their students. And I'll turn it back over to Troy for questions.
All right, so that concludes our presentation. As I said to start, we are glad to answer questions. I think I'm going to stop my share so we can see everybody.
All right. Well, thank you very much, all of you for, first of all, putting together such a comprehensive summer school program. It's going to be, I mean, what an opportunity for students and for families. We hope the teachers see it that way. I know they need a break, but we hope they see it as well. And actually, I was in the school last week, I think it was, and I was speaking with the principal, and she talked about how she was looking forward to those students who had been on distance learning this whole time, as some families make that choice. We know that, as this is kind of a way to kind of ease them back into the school environment, smaller numbers, obviously more vaccines and so on, protocols as required in place, but it kind of gets them back. It's an opportunity to kind of get them back into going to school, whether it's recovery, whether it's enrichment, just back into the structure, into the environment and all of that, a smaller step as opposed to jumping into the whole thing next fall. So I never thought about it that way, but I'm starting to kind of sell it, if you will, that way as well. There's no, this is the way to just kind of get your kid going again, back on that track. I have a question, but I saw some hands first, so we're going to go with our student trustee, Victoria, and then Vice President Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. This seems like a really cool opportunity for students. I think this summer school, it seems like really exciting. It's not just going to school. You guys are adding like those exciting events that students might be more interested in going than other years. One question I had, I know you said Jumpstart, there's the Jumpstart program at TMCC too, with going to summer school and taking those classes over summer. Is the district able to support students to pay those classes at TMCC in any way, or is there any way with that?
That's a good question. Thank you.
That is a good question. Thanks, Victoria. 2 different jump starts, and we probably should have named it something else. Maybe we'll think about that because there is a little bit of confusion with TMCCs. At this time, as far as I know, and maybe Dr. McNeil can weigh in, that we don't have funding for TMCC dual credit courses, but I know TMCC is always working to support our students.
Oh, thanks, Kendra. And as always, great questions. And I think it's something that we can take a look at. We always want to make sure that we're following our MOUs and MOAs with TMCC. But it's, we have actually a meeting this week on dual credit. So I think it's something that we can take a look at. But no promises. We'll try.
Thank you. And then I had one more question. With the high school, you said they're working on the distance version, but it's going to be in person for sure for those high school and middle schools.
That's the goal, is that it will be in person. We want to get students back in the buildings as much as possible and ready to learn. So yeah, that's the goal.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, student trustee, and way to ask that question for your students. Live on YouTube, so we have the superintendent on record. Well, you said maybe no promises, I know, but you know, the door is open. We have that on record. The door is open. At least the door is open. All right, Vice President Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. For me, this is a great opportunity, I think, for our students and families. I know that some of the people I've talked to, they're excited about the access, and transportation is really a big issue in normal times where, you know, funding isn't great, and we have this extra funding now, so now students are able to take advantage of it that maybe couldn't before. It's great to have nutrition services involved. I think the 9th grade Jumpstart is excellent, and I like how you talked about the assessments so that students aren't doing summer school and they're learning all the same stuff all over again. They really didn't get anything out of it. So I think it's excellent that those students will be able to progress, and students need extra assistance, they'll get that. So truly every student will walk away from this with something. One thing that was brought to me by a teacher said that at her school, they've been in testing, and she didn't get any flyers, and so she's hoping that the district will consider extending enrollment or extending the period to enroll, so that schools that are been in testing can kind of get organized, get flyers out, encourage students to do summer school, especially those that may need credit recovery or extra assistance. Teachers just don't really want the district to close the door on students who maybe aren't enrolled this week. So I'm hoping there can be some flexibility there, but I'm hoping you could comment on that.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Couldn't agree more. So at our high schools, they're going to be able to register students, and we're sure there's going to be advocating. They're going to be advocating for their students who especially need it and want to take advantage of it. We have already extended the registration till what's our new date? I'm drawing a blank.
May 7th, Troy.
7th, okay. And the reason we've set that deadline, which I agree with you, it's not a complete deadline. Our grants team has been doing tremendous work in budgeting for this, and we're really asking our community and our schools to do everything they can to give us kind of a preliminary calculations, because a part of our responsibility to the federal money is to account for where the dollars are going. So obviously we're going to have a budget based on the number of students that we're able to serve in the summer school program. So we're deliberately trying to get that word out. Please get registered by the 7th of May. But yes, to give you what you're looking for is we're going to continue to serve our community and get as many students into the summer school programming as possible.
So just a quick couple follow-ups. Did the schools receive flyers to hand out to students and families?
Dr. Parks, if I may, I can chime in on there. It's Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer. Today we actually had a great turnout with our media partners. We had Dr. Parks and Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf answer some media questions, and so we jumped up that push. We just shared some flyers with our area superintendents, who then will be obviously sharing with our principals. A connected message went out to our families this evening. And so kind of the big push is really happening now, so that we, as you had mentioned, those families who maybe had missed out earlier have the opportunity to make sure they enroll by the deadline.
Perfect, thank you. And I just have 2 follow-ups, President Taylor, if that's okay.
Please.
When will students and staff and families find out where they're going to go? Because I know some schools either aren't available, or I know if 4 kids register for summer school at a school, I'm assuming that those 4 kids will probably be bused somewhere else so that they're not in with a group of 4. If you could help me with that. Like, when will they find out where they're going?
So thank you, Trustee Cottle. That's a great question. And I could imagine that's when we're going to have a firm answer on. If you refer back, we're hoping to have everything finalized by no later than May 27th. We haven't committed to a date where we would be able to communicate to our families, family in this zone, you're going to this school. But I will put that on our agenda for our next meeting and make sure that we are, as soon as we're able to communicate with our families. It's kind of complicated because as the interest is trickling in, we're calculating how many teachers they're going to be able to have and where we're going to need extra administrative support. So I think we're hesitant to make too early of a commitment to our families that your children will be attending this summer school program. Because once we say that, we want to make sure we can guarantee that they're going to be able to attend that program. That's why we're kind of been tentative in finalizing even the schools that have no construction going on, that we can confirm that they're going to be open for summer school.
Perfect, thank you. And then the last question, what is the district doing to ensure that the staffing levels will be there? So partnerships with WEA to ensure that there'll be teachers when students show up for summer school.
Yeah, so we have engaged our bargaining units, WEA and WSPA, worked closely with them. We feel like the concept, which to my knowledge we haven't done in our district, of actually paying our educators at their daily rate of pay will be a tremendous benefit. There's a teacher that I know particularly well who was like, yes, I think I will definitely consider participating in summer school if we can get the interest. So we're hoping that will play a big factor. And then just as Michelle had mentioned, we're doing a lot of advertising, and it seems as of recent, we're getting a lot more word out and interest.
Thank you. And then I'm assuming we're doing the same for support staff like bus drivers, nutrition services workers, because we're going to need them too.
As far as the daily rates of pay?
Well, we're making sure that we have the staff to.
Yes. Yeah. That's why, that's another reason why we're tentative in being able to make commitments, because we're asking all of our logistics side of our business to participate. So we got nutrition services that we got to make sure we have the workers, we got to have transportation, bus drivers, housekeeping, all that play factors and roles in the number of students we're going to be able to serve.
Perfect, thank you.
Can I add, Trustee Cottle, maybe Troy, you can talk a bit about the principal meetings as well that everybody's been holding, because we're asking our principals to help get excitement amongst their teachers as well, and their other staff too, Trustee Cottle, to come work.
Yeah, so just real quickly, we've held virtual meetings. Dina and Kendra, as well as Angela, have participated, and basically we're using it as an opportunity to provide our principals with the latest updates, and again get their feedback, as well as making sure that they're obviously they're our best advertisement and spokesperson for getting kids into the summer school programs. So we've been doing those weekly, just to make sure we're keeping everybody informed.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, okay, thank you, Vice President Caldwell. I think we covered all of those questions for you. Good questions. Student trustee Victoria, and then Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. I had one last question. When it comes to the applications, or like signing up for it by May 7th, is that for all the schools, elementary school, middle school, and high school, or is it just for elementary and middle school?
Just elementary and middle. The registration for our high school students is going to occur at each individual site. That's going to take place over Infinite Campus. So as I said, we want to make sure that we get as many students to participate as possible. And I'm sure, Victoria, the price is right for all of our students, right? Can't get any better than free. So we're going to encourage that we get as many in there as possible. And I would imagine we'll be extending that. But we just want to get a somewhat of a firm count to be able to start our budgeting process.
Thank you.
Great questions, student trustee Victoria. And then now Dr. Nicolette.
Really great questions. Thank you, Victoria and Andrew. You really hit most of my questions. I have kind of a funny question, if you will, and I actually kind of hate to bring it up because it feels like a Pandora's box, but I'm wondering about any kind of job shares for teachers, bus drivers, nutrition, our secretaries. You know, someone can do it for 2 weeks, but can't do it the 3 weeks, and we're looking at, you know, needing, as Andrew says, help across the board. I'm just wondering about that. And then if you can, to the best of your ability, I know there's a lot of construction and improvement going on. Approximately how many elementary, middle school, and high schools are you thinking that you will utilize for summer school programming? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette.
So I do know, and if Emily's on the call, maybe she could answer more so that I don't overstep my bounds on the sharing of contracts. We did have several conversations on the teacher side that we want to be as flexible as possible for educators. And if there is a situation where they need somebody else to cover a day, or they need to split up the summer school opportunities, we want to be as flexible as possible and allow that. I'm not certain on contractually if we're able to do that with, say, a school secretary. Their contract, they actually work up until July, and then we're going to have school aides that are going to be participating. Our classified personnel will have a very important role in it as well.
Why don't we have Emily jump in as far as job sharing? And then Emily, I was wondering if you could go a little bit into the work that we're doing with the associations around composing an MOA. And then also just a tad to touch base on Vice President Cottle's question around our support staff and the offer of employment over the summer, knowing that we also found out about the Department of Employability in Dieter.
Sure, I'd be happy to weigh in. Troy did a great job. I'll just piggyback a little bit on what you said. There are some complexities associated with job sharing and the way that we pay You know, we're talking about full contract days, for example, for certified staff. And so we absolutely have to have plans in place to cover for unexpected emergencies. And so I know my team is working on that type of ad hoc coverage. But if we run into a situation where 2 employees want to split the summer or something like that, you know, we're all navigating this a little bit for the first time. And so we will work to identify creative solutions to make that happen so that employee and student needs are met. Compensation is a mandatory subject of collective bargaining. And so we're working with the WEA and WESP and our school administrators associations to get MOUs in place related to this compensation. Obviously, they're very supportive in concept, knowing that summer school will look very different this year than it has in the past. And, you know, they agree with the recruiting opportunity that paying a higher wage presents based on the changes in that work. And then in terms of support staff, I've been in constant communication with Dieter, and Lindsay Anderson has helped us advocate as well to understand what the unemployment process will look like, knowing that the governor passed an emergency directive in order for employees to be eligible for unemployment if work isn't available. Obviously, student enrollment will impact the number of employees that we need for that work, but we'll be working again closely with WESP, the association that represents our support professionals, to help connect employees to opportunities and to also help employees understand that if they turn down viable work opportunities, they won't be eligible for unemployment benefits. That benefit is really meant to provide a stopgap for those employees who don't line up work opportunities. And so, you know, aside from summer school, we're working to identify other work opportunities for our employees as well, so that we can get them taken care of.
Okay.
And then, Dr. Nicolette, I do have an update on the number of schools that are not going to be available due to construction. And so we have 11 elementaries, 7 middle schools, and 3 high schools that are going to be going under some sort of construction. We've already communicated with those principals. We gave them a proposed regional alternative, and we've received feedback on some of those where they have a different preference, and we're working on finalizing some of the regional approach where, you know, there's a school closer that the community and the principal believe would be better. So, but we do have quite a fair number. So, you know, based on those numbers, I'd be estimating we're going to have between 60 and 70 sites open, hopefully.
Thank you all very much. I truly appreciate the complexities of this situation. Good luck. You're doing great. Thank you.
Good luck with the fingers crossed. It's so easy to think about, okay, great, summer school, let's just open up the schools. And there's just so many more layers to it. And so just the comprehensive nature that you've taken to really, truly make this available to all of the students and families that want to take advantage of it is pretty impressive. Quite frankly, it's pretty impressive. So thank you all for that work. Vice President Caldwell, your hand is, I don't know if it's still up or is it up again?
It's up again. Just one other thing in mind, since we're talking about employees, I would encourage the district to engage with the Police Officers Association, because I know many of our police officers accumulate leave and they take leave over the summer. And so we want to make sure that we have enough police for our sites now that we're going to have an expanded summer school program. So it's probably something I would encourage the district to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Caldwell. Any other discussion on this? I don't think it is an action item, but we'll pause if we see if we have any public comment on it.
We do not have public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you, JJ. You don't have to take public comment on non-action items, but we typically do. So, okay. Well, thank you very much to all of you for all of our comprehensive layers of work being done to make this possible for our students that we want to get back in, those that we want to have them stay in, and really to do the enrichment and just begin the recovery process for those that need it. And I know for a fact there are some families out there saying, yay! Yay, because I've had some say it to me, quite frankly. So I think one of them had more to do with she wanted to get her kids out of the house, but that neither here nor there. Neither here nor there. I think it's going to be a great opportunity all the way around. So thank you again so much for the really comprehensive work.
Great job, team. Way to go. Knocked it out of the park.
Very much so.
Thank you.
Okay,
And I appreciate your patience with my lackluster technical skills as well.
Well, we just know you have other skills, Dr. Park. So the bar is low when it comes down to your technical abilities. Don't worry about it. The bar is low. All right. Well, thank you so much again to all of you for all the great work, Angela and Kendra. Did I catch everybody? I think I did on this one. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna just take one more item before we take another quick break. It would have been a couple of hours. Let's go to agenda item 6.07. Oh yeah, the Title IX lady.
Yes, all right. The Title IX lady.
The Title IX lady.
And tonight I'm going to make Troy Parks look like a shining technology star because my laptop has decided that it doesn't want its camera to work on Zoom calls. So I apologize that I don't have a video tonight, but hopefully you can all hear me.
We can.
I was worried about that too.
No, we can, Gina. Let me officially open up the item and turn it over to you, if I may. Agenda item 6.07. This is presentation and discussion. So this is for discussion only on the Washoe County School District Brave Space Program. This was first introduced to us when we were speaking of the action plan surrounding the anti-racism resolution and the development of the Brave Space Program. So we've all been very excited to hear the details around this. And Gina Sessions, she is a director of civil rights compliance, but she lets me affectionately call her the Title IX lady. So now, Ms. Sessions, even without your camera, we'll turn it over to you.
All right, and I'm gonna try a little share screen here. Hopefully that will work. Well, I might have to have JJ help me out with share screen, but maybe I'll get it. Hold on 1 second. Did that work?
I got it, Gina. It's coming.
Okay.
Thank you, JJ.
JJ, once again, saves the day.
I know.
Thank you, JJ.
JJ's got my back. So thank you so much, President Taylor, for that nice introduction. And good evening to you and the trustees and Superintendent McNeil. I'm Gina Session. As President Taylor indicated, I'm the director of the Department of Civil Rights Compliance and the Title IX coordinator for the district. And tonight we're going to I know you've sort of been introduced to the idea of our Brave Space program. And tonight I just want to give you a little update on our progress with the program. So next slide. I just wanted to start by saying how this program is consistent with our district strategic plan. And it aligns with our goal 5.1. As the Director of Civil Rights Compliance, all of my work really falls under this strategic goal. And the primary purpose is that we want to create a safe and respectful learning environment for all of our students. And we want to create a climate of belonging, and we want to have an inclusive community and the ability to make all students feel welcome so that they can benefit from all our school facilities have to offer. So next slide. So the purpose of the Brave Space program, we've been having a lot of discussions in our district around displays in our schools. And we've been hearing from employees about a desire for a means to have a sign or placard or some manner to signal to students that they are a safe place. And we've sort of moved beyond safe space to call this a brave space, where we can have conversations on topics that may be considered sensitive around sex, race, gender identity, or any other sensitive topics that, I think employees have a desire to let students know that if they are struggling with any of these issues, that they're a good place to come to provide support. And we wanted to make sure that the individuals that participate in the Brave Space program have appropriate training to provide the type of support that we have in mind. So next slide. I have been tasked with the development of the program. I've been working closely with a group that includes counseling, equity, diversity, school leadership principals. Specifically, the group that I've been working with includes Catherine Loudon, Tiffany Young, Anne-Marie Dixon, and recently added the principals Daniel Zimmerman and Josh Rosenblum to help me. As I laughingly say I'm an attorney, and I'm not sure attorneys are known for creating terrific programs for school districts, but I have a great group that I am collaborating with that are really good at creating great programs for school districts. And so we've developed some program guidelines. We've got an outline of some training content. We have discussed how we might roll out the program. Next slide. And of course, I've been working closely with Dr. Paul LaMarca, because some of the people that I've been working with fall under his group. And as President Taylor indicated, this is part of a bigger conversation that we're having in the district around equity and diversity issues. And so it was important to me that we make sure that we're all working together and collaborating on this. And in discussions with Dr. LaMarca, we've determined that Brave Space could fall under the umbrella of the Equity Champions program that's also being introduced in the district, and that would be a bigger umbrella and that could oversee the Brave Space program. What we want to avoid is any kind of duplication or confusion with our employees and between our programs. So that's been important, and I appreciate the collaborative fellowship with Dr. LaMarca and his group to make sure that we're being consistent. So next slide. So some aspects of the Brave Space program, we would make sure that any participation by employees would be voluntary. We want people that are enthusiastic about providing this kind of space for our students. And so we would make this voluntary participation. We want to make sure, again, whatever problems students bring to employees, that they have, that they're aware of the resources in our districts in ways and places that they can send students. For instance, I want them obviously to know about the bullying complaint process and how that works, so that they could give guidance to students that have might have a bullying issue. Also, all the resources that we have through counseling and through equity and diversity would be part of what we would provide to employees as part of the training. And so, again, that training is sort of a work in progress, but we envision it as having our input from all three of those groups: civil rights, compliance, equity, diversity, and counseling. Next slide. So the placard, a little shout out tonight to Trustee Gomez and the Student Advisory Council. We had a wonderful meeting with them last night. And I have to say, as an attorney who sits in her office all day, it's such a pleasure to spend an evening with young, enthusiastic students. They are awesome. And we thought it would be a good idea to introduce the Brave Space program to the Student Advisory Council. And Michelle Hammond is a great resource and helped facilitate talking to the group last night. And we envision that they will help us design our placard, because who better than students to know what might be attractive to students and what might be a nice way to indicate someone's been trained and that they are a participant in our Brave Space program. So we have challenged them to see what kind of ideas they can come up to present to the Board of Trustees in terms of ideas for the placard. And I have to say, the other thing I'd like to say about the Student Advisory Council is that they recognize the need for this kind of program, that I think there's so much stress and turmoil going on in our society right now. They really responded to the idea of having some way of knowing staff members that have an interest in these issues and could be approached, and that the placard would be a great way to accomplish that. Next slide. So our plan is to roll this program out in the next school year, and that we would have training opportunities. It would be a 4-hour training for staff that we would offer in August of 2021. Once the staff member's been trained, they would be provided with the placard. You know, there's some other aspects. There was a question that came up about how we would publicize it with the community. We would probably want to put some things, you know, a page up on our website, district website, explaining the program. And also, prior to the rollout, this will probably all come back before you for approval of the program before we start to roll it out. And that's either going to be in the form of a policy, a Brave Space policy, or possibly just approval of the program. So stay tuned, because I'll probably be back before you sooner rather than later. So that is my presentation on the Brave Space program. And even though you can't see me, I'm here. I'm happy to answer any kinds of questions that you might have.
All right, there I keep moving around. I'm putting my, then this screen doesn't share, then my box moves, well, thank you very much, Ms. Sessions. I'm very, very excited about this program. I'm going to use a phrase from my colleague, Vice President Caldwell. This is really about another opportunity to lift students up, in particular students that sometimes feel alone and that there's no one there to either support them or lift them up. So I'm very excited about it, and I can't wait to hear further details. I see 2 hands, Trustee Thigpen, I saw you first, and then Clerk Manetto.
Thank you, Madam President. And I actually got the pleasure of attending last night's Student Advisory Council meeting with Trustees Nicolette and Calvert. So this is my second time seeing them, the presentation, but it doesn't make it any less great. I'm just really thankful for the work that you've done on this, Gina, and to the students. And as you said, the students really are the ones pushing for this. We heard from a lot of them last night that, you know, they are all very different. They have said how reassuring it is when they walk into a classroom of a teacher that has, you know, pride flag or something like that, or some other indicator that they are someone safe to talk to. And yesterday at Swope Middle School, I saw a lot of placards above doorways that said safe space with a little peace sign on it, and multiple classrooms. So very reassuring to see. And I think it's needed because our students notice what's going on in the world, and it creates a lot of fear for different student groups and protected classes. So think it's great that we're taking a proactive approach to this and providing a space to where they feel comfortable, talking about what's on their mind or navigating through life's issues of the days for them. And, there's lots of stats out there to support that when our students feel more supported in that way, they'll do better academically. So really looking forward to seeing more about this program in the future.
Thank you, Trustee Clerk Manetto. And then I would also love to hear from student trustee Victoria on this as well. Clerk Manetto?
Thank you, Madam President. I just think this is probably a good idea. I like that we're training people. Is a half day enough training? I think.
Yeah,
there seems to be a lot to learn.
Well, and I think that has been a topic of discussion, and I think, as I indicated, we're hoping that this will fall under the umbrella of the equity champions that we're going to have in each of the schools. And the equity champions, and I know Dr. Lamarca is probably present and can respond, but are going to get a great deal of training, a great deal more training, and then oversee the Brave Space program. And I am torn between more training and more participation. I want to have enough training that we're assured that the staff members that are displaying the placard understand and appreciate and support our students. But I don't want it to be so much training that we don't have anybody that it wants to participate. We have fewer people that want to participate in the program. So the balance we've arrived at for now is a 4-hour training. And with the possibility of, some of the things that are still under discussion is whether it'd be an annual training or we could do updated trainings or like a continuing training with the Brave Space participants. But that's my struggle about the training is wanting, it's not going to be a very good program if we only have a handful of people that complete the training.
Right. Now, as a teacher, I was always worried about getting my credits in, which is 15 hours. Is that right? Through the district.
Right.
So ideally, that would be great for many, and you might get people coming who just need a credit, and then they go, "Oh, this is kind of great."
Right.
But it's once again, teachers are really busy, and it's really hard to take a training when I'm not even getting a credit for this, and that's probably my selfish viewpoint. I'm really glad you're doing the training because I know I have heard some students, a few, say that there was a safe space sign at somebody's door, but it really wasn't a safe space when they went in, and so that's why I like the training.
Right. That's a big concern for us too, is that we want to make sure that people that are participating in the training have the sensitivity to the issues that we want them to have. And that also is our hope with the equity champions kind of overseeing the program, that we can ensure that we don't have outliers out there that are maybe not as supportive of those issues.
Yeah, and I like the placard. Yay. It's a unit, it's one placard for everybody. I like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Manetto. And then Vice President Cottle, and then we'll go to Student Trustee Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. I think this is a good program. I do think this program can benefit students because it's very direct. It's intentional. The staff that are going to go through it, they're doing it because they want to. It's a voluntary program. I do think this is a great way for us to support our students. I know we've talked about it. We've heard a lot about this in discussions of board policies 1310 and 4500. I do think this is a great opportunity for the school district to show these supports to students, and then allowing whatever the symbol is displayed so that students identify with it. This is something familiar. I'll see at the university as you walk around campus. It's not everywhere, but it's intentional because there's certain staff members that have it on their door. And it's not obnoxious, it's not big, but it's also consistent and the same. So it doesn't matter where you are, it's the same symbol. Therefore, it doesn't matter what building you're in, it's the same symbol. And so there's no confusion and everybody knows what that means. So I do think there's great opportunity here, and I hope this conversation spills into our future conversation on 4500. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Carlo. Student Trustee Victoria, and then we go to Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say thank you to Gina for giving us the opportunity to come to us last night at our Student Advisory Council meeting and talk about this before bringing it to the board. It was a great opportunity that she was able to talk to us about us creating different symbols that we would like to put on the placard to make sure students know that it is something intentional for our students to feel safe and for it to be a brave space for them. Also, I think she explained what this program would be in a very well manner. I think when students heard voluntary for teachers, I think we were like, why not every teacher, if all teachers should be very inclusive. But she was able to explain to us how voluntary would be a better way for everyone for teachers that want to do it will do it with a purpose and not making everyone do it. So I just want to say thank you to Gina, and we look forward to bringing in our designs in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Victoria. It was my pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. And I'm so glad that the students are very excited about this. Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. And one thing I thought of after last night's meeting with the Student Advisory Council and then just in today's discussion is, I agree, I think it's great to have one constant symbol that can be physically on a doorway or whatever. But I also thought of, what if this could even be on a button that a teacher would wear? Because you may not know where that teacher is in the building. You may pass them in the hallway and, a student could then approach that person and say, hey, I really need to talk to someone. So that way, as our staff is moving about, there's that added opportunity to talk to someone who is, a safe person to talk to, so that our students can be brave with them. And then also, we did receive a public comment email, and I just wanted to say, my understanding is that we're going to have multiple brave spaces in schools. It's not just going to be one space, right?
Right, that's correct. And anybody that participates in the program completes the training. And part of what we discussed with the students last night is that if we come up with a nice design, we could do buttons, placards, things you could put on your desk that could be utilized by any staff employee that completed the program.
Thank you. And then one last comment. And these, I just want the public to know that these brave spaces are for all students. All students will be welcome in these spaces, no matter what. So I think it's really going to be such an inclusive and great thing for everyone. So thank you again, Gina.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. I think this is, Vice President Cottle, and then I'll have some comments I'll make. Please, Vice President Cottle.
You want to go first?
Oh, no, go ahead. Your hand's up. That's fine. Okay. Thank you.
I just want to, I think Trustee Thigpen brings up a good point, because I know that in some of my school visits, I'll see, I think a music teacher, he travels in different schools, and so he doesn't necessarily have a classroom. And so, so if he were to do this program, he wouldn't have a classroom unless he has something on his person or on his bag. And so we don't want to disclude those staff that they don't have classrooms, they don't have a physical space in the building, therefore they can't do it. And what our student representative said, kind of struck with me too. I think it's important for students to know that if that symbol is not displayed, that doesn't mean that that's a bad place. It just means that that staff member didn't go through the training, maybe isn't prepared for a certain conversation to come. And so it's more making sure that that staff member is prepared and has that training versus, okay, I don't see the symbol, therefore this might not be a good place for me. I don't think that's the message at all. I think it's just that staff member just maybe hasn't gone through this, and therefore the staff member may not be prepared for what necessarily is going to be discussed, and that puts everybody in a bad position. So, but I think this needs to be constant conversation as this gets rolled out on what exactly this means, but also what it doesn't mean. So thank you, Madam President.
No,
Right.
I think,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead, Ms. Sessions. No,
Yeah,
please
if
go
I
ahead and respond.
obviously, students have all kinds of great relationship with all kinds of staff members, and we're happy that students go to whatever staff members that they appreciate a good relationship with. And so you're absolutely right. This isn't to suggest that there's only certain staff that you can approach, or that we're trying to indicate that only certain staff can be approached. Obviously, we have great employees and they have tremendously good relationships with our students. But this is to serve a specific purpose, and it is for all students that might be interested in any of these sensitive type topics.
Thank you, Ms. Sessions, and thank you all for the comments. I'm very excited, as I said, about the program as it's being developed. I'm super excited that the students are very supportive of it, and that the Board of Trustees really are supportive of it, because really it's about students. Again, I steal this from you, Vice President Caldo. It's about lifting students up. It's about supporting them. In this case, it's not just about lifting them up, but it's being there for them to stand on, so they have really that extra support. I would just want to encourage going forward that there really be a direct connection with the Equity and Diversity Department. I think about their Equity 101 training that I think is a couple of days long, right? I think about that the tools, how we really do want to equip teachers that are educators, period, right? Because you don't have to be a teacher, you can be in your office, right? That really want to be there for students that need that ear, need that support, need that shoulder, need that hand, whatever the case may be, and that we find the appropriate way to, and I don't know how long the training should be, for an example, but find the appropriate way to help them, get prepared for that. I loved Clerk Manetto's suggestion for maybe some in-service credit or something like that can also incentivize, so that as you ask teachers to spend time, then they certainly get credit for that time, because this is really, really important. And I know that I'm very proud as a district that this came up. I like the name Brave Spaces. It goes even further than safe spaces, and it takes it beyond people who are just impacted by this personally, but as those that say, hey, I know that you're being impacted and I want to be here for you. It reminds me of that statement: it doesn't have to happen to you for it to matter to you. And this is, hey, if it matters to me and I want to be there for you, then that's really important. Let's see, Superintendent McNeil, I see your light on. JJ, you're here. That means there's a public comment or two, and we'll go to the superintendent and then we'll go to you. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, President Taylor, and I want to commend, our Office of General Counsel. The program was an absolute collaboration between the Strategies Office, Equity and Diversity, Office of General Counsel, and it really came out of making sure that our students have a deep relationship, and we talk a lot about that, relationships with our staff members, and so these are just a continuing arm of, goal 5 that Ms. Sessions was talking about, and making sure that our schools have those safe places. And now we are walking into a brave space. And it also, I think, importantly, provides our students with opportunities to learn tools as they move through elementary school, as they move through middle school, as they move through high school. So tools from our trained staff that they would then be able to use on having these conversations with one another as well too. And then just as importantly, I just wanted to bring up the point about the credit, and our staff members can get credit for training for license renewal, which is important. That's what Trustee Manetto was talking about. So for license renewal, they'll be able to get credit for going through the training.
That's all. That's just some kind of incentive. I mean, this is saying we know that you're utilizing your time. You spend a lot of extra time anyway, and we know this is voluntary. So this is really a labor of love, if you will, for those educators that say, hey, I want to be a part of it. It's important for students. We can't pay you extra for it, but we can give you something that just shows that it's a value. So thank you, Dr. McNeil, for making that a part of this as well, because it's important.
And I'm all about swag on getting buttons and t-shirts, and however we can communicate this program, I think all the better. So absolutely.
Size medium. Oh, sorry. Is that on the record? I think it is. All right, then, JJ, I see you on here. We do have some public comment. And please, as the trustees, I did look to read, and so please, if you haven't, please make sure you read that public comment as well. JJ?
The board received an email from Kristen DeHaan. Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, Title IX lady, thank you very much for your work. We do look forward to now we have the bones, and then we look forward to the meat on the bones as you pull that together and see those connections, those collaborations. I think it's great that it's interdepartmental, because it really needs to be for it to have the support that it needs. That's fantastic. So thank you for leading it. I don't know if you volunteered or were voluntold, but we really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
And thank you for the broad support from the trustees. I think it sends a really strong message to the students, as well as to the staff. I know we have one agenda item left, but it is a big agenda item, and we've been going for a couple of hours. So if nothing else, we need a bio break. All right, if nothing else, so why don't we take, let's take 15. Well, it'll be 17. Let's come back at 8 o'clock, straight up 8 o'clock. We'll get started with agenda item 6.08. Again, as a reminder, everyone, please mute your microphones and hide your cameras. Thank you. All right, sorry, I thought I was still muted. Okay, looks like everybody is back. All right, so let's go ahead to agenda item 6.08. As a result of the Governor's Directive 044, the board will conduct a discussion and consider possible action to review the COVID-19 case counts in schools, adequacy of staffing levels, and other applicable factors, as well as data indicators used to assess COVID-19 community risk, to include the completed risk assessment forms, test positivity, community-wide case rates, and hospitalizations, and if data indicators suggest very high risk or above for up to 7 days, or the board deems it necessary, the Board of Trustees will consider relevant actions that may include changes to in-person, hybrid, and full distance learning models. This is for possible action. Obviously, we're well past 4 o'clock. Presenters are Superintendent Dr. McNeil, and we'll start with you, Dr. McNeil, and you can introduce the other members of your team that are here, the other chiefs. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Taylor, members of the board. For the record, Kristen McNeil, Superintendent for the Washington County School District. So today we have a very in-depth presentation. We are going to go over basically at least the learning models for elementary, middle, and high school. And what I would request is, as we've done in the past, is that at the conclusion of each level, that there would be then a motion. So for elementary, there would be a motion. For middle school, there would be a motion. And then for high school, there would be a motion. We're going to start out importantly with the newest information that we have around the Governor's Directive 044. And that's going to be with Mr. Pete Etchart. And then we're going to go into the Washoe County Local Authority Plan that Mr. Etchart and Mr. Searcy have been sitting on that group plan as my designee. And so they are going to go into some of that information. And then Dr. LaMarca will come in and we will talk about the current COVID meter and where we are, the COVID dashboard. Dr. LaMarca will go into a little bit more about the community-wide daily average. And then we will really get into the nuts and bolts around elementary school, middle school, and high school. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Pete Etchart.
Great, thank you. Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. And as Superintendent McNeil mentioned, we want to begin this agenda item with a discussion on State of Nevada Directive 044. Can you go to the next slide, Debbie? Very good. On State of Nevada Directive 044 that was released 1 week ago on April 20th. So there are three main sections that impact the district and the discussion we'll be having this evening. The first one, Section 8, states that mask and face covering requirements and open meeting law provisions will stay under state management. Section 13, basically that allows school districts to create their own plans and for public gatherings up to events up to 250 people. For large event gatherings over 250 people, we would follow the county local plan if approved, or we would stay with the state business and industry as far as getting approval. And then very importantly, under Section 4, effective May 1st, the state will no longer require or enforce social distancing and hygiene considerations. However, counties, school districts, and charter school sponsors may adopt and enforce such mitigation measures as part of their respective COVID-19 mitigation plans. So that's a really important one, obviously, for us. The local county plan, if approved, could begin as soon as May 1st. I believe the other 15 counties and Carson City will actually start with their local plans on May 1st. Until June 1st, any changes to the approved plan would need to go back to the state task force, and you would need to state if you have the local endorsements. After June 1st, you do not have to go back to the state to change the local, any county would not have to go back to the state to change their local plan. If you want to go to the next one, thank you, there it is. Okay, now to the status of our Washoe County Local Authority Plan. As per Directive 041, Section 3, the Regional Working Group, as Superintendent McNeil stated, that I sit on with the assistance of Adam Searcy, developed an endorsed local plan presented to the Board of County Commissioners on April 8th. The plan was revised by the Board of County Commissioners, mainly in social distancing requirements and also in metrics that would indicate whether our county is going backwards. That revised plan by the Board of County Commissioners did not receive the local agencies' endorsements. Again, mainly around social distancing, and the endorsing agencies also wanted to use the COVID meter. They wanted that to be utilized as a predictive measure rather than just looking backwards with hospitalization rates, which the county commission was desiring. Based on not receiving endorsements, the regional working group then developed a modified endorsed plan that was presented to the Board of County Commissioners on April 20th of this year. The Board of County Commissioners again revised the modified endorsed plan, notably by making CDC social distancing a recommendation and not a requirement. Once again, the revised Board of County Commissioners plan did not receive the full endorsement of the agencies. The reasoning behind the three agencies that did not endorse, the Washoe County Health Officer, the City of Reno City Manager, and the Washoe County School District Superintendent, was mainly the deep desire to continue CDC social distancing requirements for the month of May as we increase our vaccination rates. The comment was made at the Board of County Commissioners meeting on what's the difference between May 1st and June 1st. Well, there's a big difference in a lot of our eyes. That difference is in early May, we will be approximately at that 50% initiated vaccination rate. If you fast forward a month to early June, we would be at 50% fully vaccinated. And also if, and I know it's a big if, but this is something I think we should all be pushing for, if we can continue our current rates of vaccination, we would be approximately at that 75% initiated in early June. So I think basically what the working group was saying is, please give us one more month. You know, we've been through a lot this last year plus. Give us one more month with social distancing and mask requirements and pushing for vaccination rates, and then open up fully in June. But don't open up before then. And I think Dr. Lamarca will talk after me about what we're kind of seeing a little bit, you know, regionally and maybe even nationally and internationally. So again, it didn't receive the endorsements. So the Washoe County took their plan that was not endorsed to the state task force this last Thursday on April 22nd. Basically, the state task force gave the county two options. One is if you don't have the endorsements, then you'll stay under the current state plan until June. The second option was for the county to work with the endorsing entities to bring back a new plan to the state as soon as possible. And that is what the county chose, to work with the endorsing entities to bring back that plan. And I was notified this afternoon, actually during this meeting, that Washoe County is planning to hold a special meeting now on Monday, May 3rd at 10 a.m. to consider approval of the April 16th modified endorsed plan that was previously endorsed by all 5 agency representatives. That includes the CDC social distancing requirements through the end of May. The only change to that plan is that the 6-foot requirement between groups, such as in a restaurant, would be changed to state that the plan will follow current CDC social distancing requirements. So that's the only plan. So that was fully endorsed by all 5 before. I'm pretty confident it'll be again endorsed by all 5 agencies, and that is what will be considered by the Board of County Commissioners on Monday. With that, one question I know that keeps coming up a little bit is what are the other counties doing? And I can tell you from listening to the state task force meeting, I think the state task force gave a lot of flexibility to the counties, so long as they came in with the endorsement from all of their counties groups. I think they were very flexible in that. Clark County, just for your information, basically said for large gatherings, once they had a 50% vaccination initiated rate, they would have 3 feet of social distancing with an 80% occupancy capacity. And then they also had a 0-foot social distancing if all participants had been vaccinated or had a negative test. And I think you're starting to see that a little bit more nationally. I'm seeing that at sporting events, that if you can prove you were vaccinated or you come in with a negative test, you can enter. Clark County also said when they get to 60% vaccination rate, then they would go to 100% cap with 0 feet of social distancing. So just as an FYI, that's what Clark County is doing. And with that, if there's no questions, I'll pass this on to Dr. Lamarca.
I do have a question, Pete.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding, when we paused our last board meeting to watch the governor's announcement, he spoke about school districts being able to make kind of draw our own lines and whatnot. And it doesn't seem as though that's happening. Did I misunderstand that? Can you tell us more about that?
I think I probably poorly stated it. We definitely have the authority now to develop our own plan under Section 13 of Directive 044. And interestingly, the county's plan, because we didn't know that was going to be in this directive either. That directive came out when the Board of County Commissioners was actually having their meeting. Mm-hmm. We had worked with the working group to actually have that put into the county's plan also. And the county also agreed to that. And it was actually the same requirements as Directive 044 that said we can do our own plan with the exception of large gatherings, but we need to be consistent with the rest of the county. So we need to follow the county local plan. So both the county agreed to that and the state has agreed to that. So we definitely will be developing our own plan. And that means everything from capacity limits in our classroom, social distancing requirements, transportation, everything up to large gathering events to 250 people. Anything over that, then we've got to be part of the local plan.
Okay. And then, of course, the mask mandate is still a statewide mandate, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And open meeting law provisions stay with the state.
Okay, same thing. Okay, so those things stay in place. Thank you very much. I saw Trustee Thigpen first and then Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. One question I had for you, Pete. I saw it reported today that, I'm wondering if we're a little ahead of schedule from the way you mentioned it, that Washoe County now leads all counties in Nevada with the vaccination rate, with over 50% of our county population at least partially vaccinated. So are we a little ahead of schedule in terms of vaccinations from what you were saying, or was that still incorporated in the timeline that you had mentioned?
I haven't seen that release, and that very well could be. I can tell you that every time I've met with the working group and Kevin Dick, the county health officer, gives us the projections, it seems like it's always advancing. So my data on that is from April 16th. From the last time I got projections from Mr. Dick, so I probably am behind the information you have that was posted today.
I saw it from a reporter at KRNB shared that today. So just curious if there's, of course, validity to it. I mean, that's great if we're over 50% and we can get to, where we need to be ahead of schedule. And of course, we need folks to get vaccinated. So thanks for entertaining my question, Pete.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Trustee Church?
Yeah, the one question, some of the stats that, and of course, we all know about stats, but allegedly 21% of the population here in Nevada has had COVID and therefore arguably would have the antibodies. Now, some of that 21% also have potentially gotten the vaccine, but there was talk also among some groups that if you showed you had the antibody, not the vaccine, but the antibody by virtue of having had the COVID, that would be considered alongside the vaccine. Can you comment on that?
I'm not sure, Dr. LaMarca, if you have more information on that than I do. If not, I mean, I can.
I don't have a lot of information, Pete. For the record, Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer. There was a conversation last night during what I'm going to call the mayor's call, and a couple of physicians chimed in on that. It's sort of a mixed bag. I do think some people are considering, if you have the antibodies, do you add those two numbers together, people who were sick and people who've been vaccinated? The problem is that there's a lot of folks who have been sick or who have had the virus that do not show very much impact. And that's an unstable group. They don't know how to handle that group. They are strongly recommending that group be vaccinated. So I don't think there's a clear answer to your question, Mr. Church, unfortunately.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. I was on that call last night as well. And just to kind of restate the issue, as he said, was when he said some of those who have had COVID-19 and had antibodies and it didn't show much impact, what the doctors said in terms of impact is the level of antibodies was low, really low, and they weren't comfortable with the level of the antibody being enough, especially when you deal with variants and so on. So just to go a little bit deeper on that, I see you're nodding, Dr. LaMarca, that's as you recall as well. And so when he says from impact, it's their antibodies, but low and may not as much do the job. And if any of us are paying attention to what's going on in India right now, they are actually seeing a large number of people who have had it, and their antibodies aren't necessarily helping them, probably for the same reason. So, there's just so many unknowns on this thing. I mean, that's the reality of it. There's still so many unknowns and so much more information that's being learned and discovered and found out as we go. So that's why the recommendation is still to get vaccinated for those that choose that for themselves, and hopefully many will.
And so to follow up on Trustee Thigpen's question, yeah, the current state website shows 51.06% of the population 16 and over has initiated vaccination, and 31.73% is fully vaccinated. So yeah, we are ahead, and that is great news. And so I think, let's keep it up. I think the message that the task force and the working group really wants to push is let's keep going and see how far we can get till June 1st, when we fully pretty much open up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Etcha. Any other questions or comments at this point? No, there'll be plenty more time to go because we have quite a few slides to get through. So a lot of information. It's okay. This is important.
Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. Again, for the record, Paul LaMarca. Just a couple slides to go through. This is the risk meter. This data that you're being shown was updated on Saturday. We were in the orange region, and the score at this time was 7.0. We are actually still in the orange region, but our score today is 4.0. And the predictive model is expecting us to be in the yellow region very shortly and remaining there for a bit of time. Next slide, please.
Excuse me.
Here's the dashboard as of the 23rd. It shows the TMRPA rating. Again, as of today, I checked that earlier in the meeting, it's at 4.0. Average daily cases as of today is actually lower than this. We're at about 8.28, which drops us down a level. That's partly responsible for the lower TMRPA rating. And our test positivity, and this is very good news, has dropped to 6.7 in the last few days. So again, this is good news. There are a couple of additional data slides, but they're not going to tell you anything you don't already know. I will say that the news Pete shared in response to Trustee Thigpen's question is very good news. However, based on the information we have, I'm sure the rates of vaccination are far higher for people over 18 than even our 16 and 17-year-olds, because our cases per 100,000 for our high school age student population, it's ranging between 13 to 15 on a daily basis per 100,000. So it's too high. That is really all I have in terms of data. I'm happy to answer any questions. And if you can refer to the other slides as well, it just gives you some indicator information and trend information over time.
Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. This is information, and thank you, just as he goes through the slides. These are slides that we're accustomed to seeing almost every board meeting for many months now. And just appreciate your continued work and keeping us connected and on top of this and giving us the most recent, the most current data for our region, which makes a difference. I mean, even when you look at a slide like this, like the one on the screen, and we can really tell the difference between where we are now and where we were when we were in the middle of the surge. So really appreciate all your hard work for all these months. Dr. Lamarca, you have become an epidemiologist of sorts, or an honorary one or something, because I know you've had to learn quite a bit to be able to keep us informed and appropriately educated on this. Okay, thank you. And if there are no questions, I believe Dr. McNeil is going to take the next couple of slides. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. So we just want to make the point here what our goal is to the end of this year. And obviously, you know, we use a term as far as finish strong, and that's exactly what we want to do. Our teachers, our principals, our support staff, our central services staff, we just want to finish the year strong. We want to really hit upon continuity of learning. We talked a little bit about that during the summer school presentation, but for the rest of this year, we really want to make the effort to just make sure that our learning models are in place. They've kind of hit their groove. We want to hit upon college and career readiness for our high school students, on-time graduation. We know that's a big deal for our high school students, and we definitely want to get them to the end of that stage. And that's for the end of this school year. And here's a really cool slide we thought that we would show. If we can advance the next slide. So I want you to take a look at those numbers, if you would. Since the beginning of this school year, so beginning of this school year, from September to present day, 5 days a week, we have added 8,791 students to 5 days a week of in-person learning. And just since spring break, since the board made some decisions around after spring break, we have added 4,308 students to 5 days a week. And I want to commend our principals. We have a lot of them on the presentation tonight, but our principals and our teachers and our support staff and our capital projects, transportation, nutrition services have really made this happen. So 4,308 beautiful students back in the building 5 days a week. And so I'm going to now turn it over to our amazing area superintendent, Mr. Joe Ernst, and one of our outstanding elementary school principals who actually used to work with me over at Lois Allen. But Joe Ernst, and then Heidi Gavrielis, principal at John Bohatch Elementary School.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, fellow members of the Board of Trustees. For the record, my name is Joe Ernst, Area 3 Superintendent. As we begin discussing what has been going well in elementary schools, it's really my privilege to introduce Mrs. Heidi Gavrelis, who has done an outstanding job navigating the unique challenges of opening a new elementary school during a pandemic. So with no further ado, I'll turn it over to Ms. Gavrelis.
Thank you, Area Superintendent Ernst, and good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, and trustees. As Mr. Ernst mentioned, I'm Heidi Gavrelis, principal at Bohatch Elementary School, and we're really honored tonight to present a little bit more information for you guys, and with the intent to try to capture some of the successes regarding in-person learning that's currently taking place in our elementary schools. So as you guys know, we have been in session in person all year. We continue to return students from distance learning. As you could see in one of the previous charts, we still have students who are opting into the classroom. That is continuing on a weekly basis. We're having kids engaged, highly engaged in the classrooms. We're seeing attendance rates improve. Those are improving both for our full distance learners as well as our in-person learners. We're excited to see teachers using some of our technology in exciting ways, and our distance learners are mostly engaged in distance learning using the platform of Microsoft Teams, and increased proficiency both with students and teachers has been actually really exciting to watch. One of the other things that we're seeing, you guys, is just some of the daily routines, the things that really are self-sustaining culture builders in our school, like play structures are opening. We're seeing kids being able to use increased equipment for PE and on our playgrounds. We're also having these wonderful moments of music and song breakout as our director of fine arts has given the go-ahead to singing in our music rooms. And we're really feeling like, as we see some of our play centers also open in our pre-K classrooms, and our academic and social centers opening up in our kindergarten rooms, it's really starting to feel more like our traditional, really enriching and well-balanced elementary experience.
The other thing that you see there a little bit on the slide is also what our schools have been able to accomplish recently with our state assessments. State assessments require a lot of coordinating and logistics, and we've had some particular challenges this year with our distance learners and making it available to them. And so schools have done an outstanding job administering the various state assessments that are occurring right now, specifically SBAC at the elementary school.
And it's been a real unique opportunity too for some of those distance learners to get their foot in the door again and to rebuild some of those connections with their own school. So we're happy to see their faces, to rebuild some of those connections, and for us at our new school to really build those connections and those bridges, for the first time for some of our students. For some of them, those assessments and having to be on campus to participate in them has been their, really their first experience in our building.
Mm-hmm. So as we consider our recommendations for elementary school, we want to maintain our in-person learning model for the remainder of 2021 school year. And then to the extent possible, allow for continued return of students to school full-time. You can see that there's been some tremendous efforts, as Dr. McNeil shared the slide back that showed the number of students that we've been able to get back in person since spring break. And with these considerations, we want to make sure that we are considering the overflow spaces in schools as they might be needed. Of course, guest teacher support for additional learning spaces if those are needed. And then, of course, transportation and nutrition services.
Okay, and this is our pause for the, here's the next slide. Okay, all right, go ahead, Mr. Ernst.
Well, we're happy to answer any questions. And then I think what served us well previously, we will be glad to answer those questions. And then we can move forward with the recommendation. Does that sound fair?
Okay, absolutely. So why don't we take a pause here and let's get any public comment. Mostly the public comment isn't by level, elementary, middle, or high school. So why don't we take this moment, JJ, if we can, let's get all of the public comment that would be related to this agenda item.
The board received emails from Sarah Hunt, Stephanie Robinson, Aaron Craig, Rebecca James, Selena LaRue Hatch, Buddy Lowe, Keith Rand, Brant Bucko, Diane Menacucci, Stacy Salskiver, Cynthia Polk, Liz Cooper, Carol Stratford, Sarah Smith, Shay Satmary, Mike De La Torre, Jennifer Rice, Victoria Jensen, Christina Arias, Paul Heller, Christina Stewart, Will Harper, Holly Underwood, Denise Coverly Paxton, Danielle Donica, Stephanie Martinmas, Mary Owens, Katie Pitts, Michael Austria, Keith Roberts, Kesa Anisted, Molly Raymond, Bonnie Johnston, and Kristen DeHaan.
Okay, thank you very much for that, JJ. We'll bring it here to the board. If there are any questions or comments on the presentation from our area superintendent, from our principal. Yes, I see your hand there, Vice President Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you both for the presentation. Do we have a sense in how many elementary schools are still dealing with wait lists to get kids back in from full distance learning that want to come back?
Thank you, Trustee Caudell. I do know that we still have a handful of elementary schools, some of our larger elementary schools that have a little bit of a wait list. If I gave you the best estimate, I would say we're probably in the neighborhood of 5 to 10 of those elementary schools.
Okay, thank you for that. Is that you might not have the situation at each school, but do we get a sense that these wait lists are in place because of the 75% restrictions that we're currently under, or is it mainly because of staffing levels?
Yeah, it really, in a lot of cases, comes down to the available number of students that can fit into the room with the teacher, and then what would come as a result of creating another learning space and then having the additional staffing to cover that learning space beyond the 75% in the classroom.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And so what the recommendation is saying to us is that we're going to keep it the same, but now that we can go above 75%, we'll keep trying to move students in off the wait lists as we can, with hopefully the goal of not having wait lists, and then you are in what you're in basically for the rest of the year, because that's elementary has been pretty simple. Pick one and you're in all the way. Do I have that pretty much right?
Yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle. Good questions. Trustee Thigpen.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I think, thank you for the presentation, Joe. And I represent a lot of elementary schools. I've been to a bunch of them, and I think they're just doing a fantastic job with I've talked to all the principals. They've all said, we've been able to allow more kids back. Like, we only have a few on distance learning still, and it's mostly because they want to be, or their parents want them to be. And so I think we're in a really, really good place. And I like the direction that this recommendation is as Vice President Cottle said, is if we can allow more in, let's do it without, of course, overwhelming the schools that just don't have the capacity. So I'm prepared to make a motion if none of my colleagues have any other questions.
I think you're the only one with a hand up, Trustee Thigpen, so I welcome your motion.
Okay. I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation to maintain the in-person learning model for elementary schools for the remainder of the 2020 to 2021 school year, with all elementary schools continuing to work to return more students to the school building.
Second.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor from Trustee Thigpen, a second from Vice President Cottle. Any further discussion? Okay, and there was, in case JJ read the name, but there was, although it's more related to high school, there was a public comment that came in. So while we're considering and deliberating, I'll just remind my colleagues to please keep your eye on our email. Remember, we don't respond to public comment via email because we don't in person. We want to certainly be consistent, but we certainly want to make sure that those public comments are being heard at the appropriate time. Okay, seeing no discussion? Okay, seeing none, then all those in favor of the motion, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Thank you so much, Principal Heidi and Area Superintendent Joe. We thank you. What a challenge to open a new school in the middle of a pandemic, but I know you're up for it. Okay, middle schools, Area Superintendent Lauren Ford.
Madam President, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, for the record, Lauren Ford, Area Superintendent. And with me this evening is the amazing, and let me stress that, the amazing Gina Leonard, Principal of Sky Ranch Middle School. And right now I'm going to pass it on to Gina to talk with you about what is going well at the middle school level. Gina?
Good evening, Taylor, Dr. McNeil, all of the board members. Thank you again for having me. I was very honored to speak with you guys a few weeks ago and to let you know that things are going well. And I work really closely with many of my middle school colleagues. When I speak about what's going well in the middle schools, it's not just, it's going well in many, many places. One of the things that I want to make sure that you guys all know is that after the last board meeting and we brought it's been amazing to have so many kids back in the building, whether they were distant or hybrid kids to full-time. I know in my own school, we changed so many schedules in the last weeks to get kids in, but we have such great energy going right now in the building because we've been able to add so many more activities for our kids. Kids are really getting the hang of, obviously, as we get through the school year, they're getting really a great hang of how to do school. So they're engaging with their teachers, they're joining meetings. We have so many kids that are coming back to after school activities. We've offered school tutoring, we have offered after school intramurals. So we have these kids, even if they're hybrid or full distance, they're coming and engaging. We are focusing on so many things that happen near our end of the year concert, getting our parents in to see the kids who have gotten to play their instruments now for about a semester, choir singing, all of those great things. Our counselors getting out to see fifth grade classes, getting our incoming sixth graders and their parents into the building. Obviously with restrictions, we have to do that a little bit more carefully, but that just means we do it a few more nights during the week. But we get to have people back in the building and things are going really well. Lots of planning for promotion ceremonies, end of the year traditional ceremonies, things that we want to make sure all of our students get to engage in, just, as any other traditional year. Our distance learners are really engaging more, attending more meetings, grades are going way up. We just feel like things were on and it's been great to bring in so much new energy to the building between the activities. Yes, state assessments, kind of a little wrench, and it's been wonderful. Invite distance learner kids into the building. For some of them, it's the first time they've been in the building. For some of the first time they've been back in the building since we left last spring. And so it's been great to see their faces. They're very happy to come in. Many of them stayed and enjoyed lunch with us so that they could get some of their academic stuff, questions answered, extra tutoring, things that they were doing that they could do in person while they were here. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows how well things are going and that students are really, really engaging in our new activities. So it's been great.
Well, thank you, Principal Leonard.
So the recommendation is to maintain hybrid learning model for the remainder of the 2021 school year, and to the extent possible, allow for the continued return of students to full-time learning, with consideration for, of course, overflow spaces, guest teachers to support additional learning spaces, and transportation and nutrition services. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Emily Ellison, our Chief Human Resource Officer.
Good evening, Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer for the record. At the March 9th meeting, I shared with you some of the complexities to be considered from an employee perspective as it relates to changing the current learning models. And I described the potential for substantial strain on the system that we would experience if wholesale changes were to be implemented. Given the time constraints with roughly 6 weeks left in this school year, the recommendation being made allows us to continue to provide supports to schools that will allow them to continue bringing back students to meet family needs. Any alternative that contemplates substantial changes are also likely to create substantial sudden demand for increased staff that we don't necessarily have the resources to support. Depending on a school's capacity and current staffing, as my colleagues have shared, additional staff may be needed to provide coverage for overflow learning spaces. Additional students on campus will also require additional employees to support transportation, nutrition services, and classroom support. And changes to the learning models at this point could warrant the reconvening of hundreds of ADA accommodation meetings if personnel needs warrant return to the building. Given the timeline that we're talking about for hiring and onboarding for any additional staff needed to get through the remainder of the year, there's a high likelihood that we'll be unable to meet these increased demands, which could put additional burden on existing staff. I shared with you last time, for example, that meeting contractual obligations for things like preparation time become increasingly challenging when staff are needed to provide additional coverage for additional learning spaces. And when preparation time isn't available, we run the risk of impacting instruction. I'm concerned that any additional changes at this point in the year could be the tipping point for many of our staff that could prompt an increase in leave of absence requests, or even contribute to turnover that could make next year more challenging. Finally, these increases come at a time when human resources staff and school administrators are laser focused on hiring for summer school and for the 21-22 school year. And so I'm concerned about any recommendation other than the one being made that has the potential to divert focus away from these efforts at this point. Happy to answer any questions that you have from a human resources perspective.
Okay, I don't see any from that perspective, so we can go ahead and continue.
So Pete, that's our Chief Operating Officer, and I'm going to kind of continue a little bit with what Emily just said, kind of going through our departments, the facilities, all the health and safety measures, PPE, we're in a good place. It's strong, we're good to go. Custodial staffing levels obviously remain strained, and as we opened up the extracurricular and sports, that's obviously further strained our custodial staffing levels, and that's a discussion probably for another day, but it is definitely, we're getting to that critical point. In transportation, based on the current ridership, we're going to maintain the 66% of bus occupancy that we've been working under, but I would like to recommend to the board that we have the flexibility to go up to 80% occupancy levels if needed. I've had discussions with Kevin Dick at the health district about this, and he said, he's not going to object to that. And the reason for that is if all the hybrid learners returned to in-person, that could result in 12 to 16 double runs. Now we recognize that I think a lot of the students who wanted to come back are back, but even then we have that risk. At 80% occupancy, we would still be at about 6 to 8 double runs having to be done. It's not really 100% is not really feasible just due to the size of our students, especially at the middle school and high school levels, but bus occupancies is a concern. Double runs are going to continue to have to be utilized, and that's basically because of the open driver allocations that are currently at 55. That means 90% of our licensed support and management staff are driving daily. That's pretty much everyone besides our mechanics and someone who's going to be answering the phones, a dispatcher and a router. So, we're basically running a skeleton crew with everyone driving buses. Staffing is absolutely a major issue right now in transportation. We do not have the staff right now to open up schools like if this was August. And, that's going to be a major concern going through the summer months. We'll be working closely with Emily. I'm hoping that the community starts seeing that, with COVID restrictions reducing, they'll feel more comfortable to go back in that environment. But right now, we don't have the capacity. If we brought back all distance learners and hybrid learners, we wouldn't even have close to the capacity. And obviously, the worst thing we'd ever want to do is have to change our walk zones with almost no input and no notification to parents. So it's a major concern. We're going to have more conversations on this, obviously, as we work toward our student reopening plan for this summer. On nutrition services standpoint, continue doing what we're doing. Leonka and her staff have done a great job of looking at the needs assessments for every school. I can tell you that all the furloughed workers, those hard decisions we made many months ago, have been offered positions back. And not only them, but anybody they have, relatives, friends, or anything else, we would love to have them come into our schools. So Leonka is continuing to work on staffing in our middle schools and high school levels to have full staffing. Again, it's not easy right now. We all know the current environment we live in, and we're just trying to get staff. So it's going to be the number one probably issue from the operations side this summer going into next school year. And with that, I will, unless there's any questions, I'll turn this back over to Superintendent McNeil and the academics team.
Thank you, Mr. Etcher. We're going to start. I see a question with Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks, Pete, for this information. I have two things. First, on transportation, I'm pretty sure in a previous board meeting, we had approved for that capacity percentage to automatically increase as needed, I believe, or as the state would allow. So it would follow the directive. So I don't think there's anything more the board needs to do there. And someone correct me if I'm wrong. And then the second thing is on custodians. It sounds like, do we need to hire more? What's the struggle there, and what can we do there?
The first question, as far as automatically raising bus occupancy, with this being able to do a Washoe County School District plan, we're no longer going to be kind of completely under the state guidance on that. So when we had to go through the health district and then go to the state and try to ask for permission on this, since we're developing our own plan now, I'm not the expert on this really, but I would think that, we would want to have in our plan that our occupancy level will be, up to 80%. To put that in the Washoe County School District plan. As far as custodians, yes, we need to hire more custodians. It's not a financial issue. We have the finances to hire more. It's actually finding more. And I think, again, this is a conversation probably for another day, but at the same time, we all see what's happening with housing prices. We see that our staffing levels are dwindling. We see that staff is moving further and further out of town. We have a huge issue right now going on at Incline, where we've lost half our custodial staff at Incline Elementary School. And people are having to resign because they can't pay the bills with what we pay. It's an issue. It's an issue in a lot of operational jobs throughout the Truckee Meadows. We're really feeling it. And so we've got a lot of conversations going on right now about ideas that we have to try to fix it, but there's no easy answers to this.
Well, thanks for the clarity on that, Pete. And I represent a staffing agency in my own professional business, and they're having the same problems. They just cannot find the people to work. So I appreciate if you maybe could just share with trustees later if we can promote job opportunities, I would be happy to do that. And on the transportation thing, do we need to have a separate motion to help you with that? Or is that at a later date when you, with regards to the plan that we're developing?
Hey, Kristen, I'm sorry.
I would probably err on the side of making sure that we just put that into a motion for whether we want to use it, for middle school and high school, but more of an all-encompassing motion, I think, would be the safe bet at this point in time.
I will jump in as well and say that I'm going to agree with Mr. Etchart in that we did say that it will increase as the governor allows it to, Trustee Thigpen, which is what you're referring to. But now the rules changed and none of us really expected that to happen. And the rules change, and now the governor doesn't allow, we allow. So I think if nothing else, we at least want that to shift so that we aren't dependent upon that. It can be a part of this motion going forward for middle schools. It can be wrapped into that, or it can be a standalone, because we haven't made any motion regarding this at all. So I think that can be a part of whatever motion is made along the lines of for these middle school recommendations.
If I'm able to respond, I'm happy to make a separate motion, as we may have a lot of debate on the overall motion. So if it's the pleasure of my colleagues, I'm happy to just do it.
Certainly. Certainly, go right ahead. Certainly.
And should I loop in high school in this, or should I wait until that next one?
I would go ahead, Dr. Etchart. What's your preference? I don't know if that will. Yeah, go ahead. What's your preference?
I would say the high school is going to be exactly the same issue. So we would be looking for the same motion as high school. So if you want to loop them together, that'd be fine. But if you want to keep them separate, that's also fine. But it'll be the same exact conversation on the high school level for the operational departments.
Okay. I think since it's all under the same agenda item, and just to get it done, I will say I will motion to allow transportation services to increase bus occupancy to 80% for the remainder of the 2020 to 2021 school year. Is that good?
There's the motion on the floor, and I do think that met the request of Mr. Etchart in order to get through this year. So there's a motion on the floor to increase bus occupancy to 80% for the remainder of the year. I saw you do this, Clerk Manetto, so I'm going to consider that a second. I think that's what it is. It is.
No, make sure it's clear. It's middle and high school.
For middle and high school, let's clarify that as a part of the motion. JJ, I know you're there, so I know you're picking it up. Okay, so a motion on the floor to increase bus occupancy for middle school and high school for 80% to 80% for the remainder of the 2021 school year. And there is discussion. Vice President Caudle.
Thank you, Madam President. Is there a reason why we would leave elementary out, or we would just say across the board, and then if transportation does it, great. If they don't, they don't. Is there a reason why to leave elementary out? I guess is what I'm asking.
From my standpoint, I would personally love to have elementary included in that, just because we don't know the future and our bus capacities and students. So if we can make it across the board, that would be fantastic from our side.
I'm happy to
make that a friendly.
Yes,
you make that a friendly,
and make it for all schools.
Okay, so we just take out middle school and high school and just keep it general like that. That's not too substantially different. And I know if it was, then council would have his camera on, and he doesn't. So I think we're good. You're good on the friendly, Clerk Manetto, to include all schools.
I'm fine. Yes.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. So that means now we have the motion on the floor now is to increase transportation occupancy to 80% for the remainder of the 2021 school year. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Let's continue on with, we know we have the academic piece on the rationale for the middle school recommendations.
So the rationale for the middle school recommendations has to do with second semester instructional schedules should not be changed. Students stay with their teachers for remaining weeks of the current school year. So I do have an example for all of you on this. So for example, in middle school, we do have students taking high school algebra. They are currently taking that with a highly qualified teacher. At the end of this semester, they take a final exam. Upon passing that exam, they are exempt from repeating that course in high school. They move on to the next math course, geometry. If we were to bring all children back and they had to change teachers, we're jeopardizing them being prepared for that final exam, which could result in a group of kids having to repeat algebra in the high school level because they didn't have a highly qualified teacher. So staying with their current teachers is very important right now, especially for those 8th graders. Continuity of teaching and learning must be maintained while also increasing opportunities for more students to return. And Principal Leonard spoke to that, bringing students back continually. Our schools are doing that. Minimize disruption to family schedules. We have a lot of families that have expressed that they don't want their schedules to change. They're happy with the current schedule. And like Dr. McNeil said, we want to finish the year strong. So the next slide is Dr. McNeil's recommendation. So I believe at this time we'll take some questions.
Let's see if there are other questions along the way. Thank you very much, Ms. Ford, and all those who helped with this piece of it. Vice President Cottle, I see your hand, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, everybody, for the presentation. My question will be very similar to the elementary question. So since we went to 75%, how many middle schools roughly are we aware of that still have waiting lists from students or families that want their students back in full time? And is that because of the 75% rule or because of staffing for the most part?
So I would have to say both on that. So some of the schools are struggling with the 75% in their school sites, and some are struggling with spaces and adults. We do have some middle schools that sit on the cusp. They're not quite Title I schools, and they aren't. And so they have less staffing. So getting that staffing in there to support the students. But then on the other side, like I gave you the algebra example, they're worried about highly qualified teachers teaching the students math and English to prepare them for that next level of rigor with the next grade level. So we have a little bit of both. And I know there are several schools.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm assuming, so I just want to make sure it's clear. The recommendation is saying essentially the school sites will try to bring back as many students that they can that want to return from either hybrid or full distance. I'm assuming at the middle school is probably mostly hybrid. Do I have that right?
Correct. Mostly it's hybrid, and they are making different types of accommodations. So for example, at our last presentation, I believe the principal at Dilworth spoke to how they have students coming in on their off day and they're spending time in the library. The teachers are going to see those students and helping them and tutoring them during their prep periods to meet the needs of those students. And the librarian is providing them opportunities for tutoring as well. And it's going really well. So they're been able to bring back lots of children. And of course, at 75%, they're getting them into the classrooms 5 days a week if they're asking for that. So I feel like the middle schools are doing everything they possibly can to get the students back in.
Perfect, thank you. And then I just want to follow up on a statement that Principal Leonard made about the activities that are happening. Are the middle schools able to incorporate distance learners into those activities if the family's comfortable with students coming and take part, or are they pretty much not coming into the building at all for anything?
They are coming back. So I can give you an example of one of my middle schools. They've done this fun lunch event where the distance learners can come back during lunch. And they can eat in a classroom with teachers, or they can eat in the lunchroom, and they're finding ways of connecting them back to the school. They're also bringing them back for assemblies and intramurals, after school tutoring. And the testing is actually bringing them back into the building and connecting them again with other members of the staff and other students. So they're doing a great job bringing them in. And each school has different events that are happening. Gina, did you want to speak to a couple you've done?
So, absolutely, love to. So one of the things we knew when we had all these distance learners coming back for testing, that we could piggyback onto some of those things, get them into the library, get them seeing some of those other things. We have them coming for after school intramurals. We have them joining our activities, all the concerts that are coming up, 8th grade awards, those kinds of things. So everybody's doing it a little bit different, but we've all got them coming back.
That's great, and that's really good to hear. And I'm sure that with the governor's restrictions being passed on to us to decide, and it kind of seems like it's giving you all a lot more flexibility, which is great. The other thing that I have, I'm trying to see, I think it's later, but since I have you all, I just want to make sure I'm clear on it. With the restrictions, I don't want to say being lifted, but being passed on to us, are middle schools able to do some programming for 5th graders that will be going to middle school next year? Are we able to bring some of that back, that what we couldn't do last spring, early summer? Is that in discussion right now?
Thank you for that question. Yes, we had a middle school principal meeting and they all want to do be a Thunderbolt Day, what's it called, Gina? So they are in the process of—
You got it.
Go ahead, Gina.
Exactly what she was saying. All those things that we didn't get to do last summer, we are trying really, really hard to do. So the registration nights that we will do for our incoming 6th graders happen for me middle of May. I know, different middle schools are already having their evenings. Are soon to be a Thunderbolt Days that will happen in end of July and August. Trying to piggyback on the Jumpstart thing. Just as many times as we can get kids into the building, the better off we are.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you for the questions, Vice President Carlo, and for the responses. Other questions on the middle school recommendation from the superintendent? If there are no further questions or comments, I am looking for a motion. If it is the pleasure of the board.
Diane Nicolette here. I am happy to make a motion.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you. I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation for middle schools to remain on the hybrid learning model for consistency of learning for the remainder of 2021 school year, with each middle school returning more students to the buildings as possible.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor from Dr. Nicolette. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Calvert. We've had discussion. Is there more? I don't want to cut anybody off. Okay, it looks like it's good. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Thank you very much for all the work, for all of the efforts to bring students back into the building. Of Principal Leonard, I know it's tough for you guys to do that and balance it all, but you do it. But you have so much enthusiasm when you talk about doing it. I know it's something that you're committed to, you and your colleagues. So thank you very much. All right, thank you. Now we're going to go on to high school, and I will introduce Area Superintendent Gina Curtis. I would do her first, but we have a star in the midst, everybody, in case you don't know, taking time out of his busy schedule. I'm sure his publicist has him extremely busy with all of the love and affection that he so deserves. The kudos, the congratulations. Let me introduce to you the state of Nevada Principal of the Year from Sparks High School. Where's John Mayer when we need him for the Sparks whistle, for the whistle? When is that when we need it? None other than Kevin Carroll. Kevin, we're so proud of you. We're so excited to have you join us here on tonight for you. Oh yeah, and Gina's here too. Nothing personal, Gina, but let's turn it over to you.
Thank you for that introduction. Hi everybody, Gina Curtis again for the record. And I'm just so excited and honored to present with my friend, Kevin Carroll, about the high school update. And he is actually going to talk about what's going well in the high schools. So take it away, Kevin.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Dr. Taylor, Dr. McNeil, and trustees. I appreciate all the congratulatory emails and comments and that nice introduction, Dr. Taylor. So thank you, and super excited for the Sparks High community. Our staff and students and families deserve this recognition as well, and the hard work they've been doing over this past year and plus prior years as well. So super excited, super honored. So thank you. With that, I'm super excited to talk about what's going well. A lot of it's been mentioned both at elementary and at middle school. We are continuing to bring kids back even as early or as late as yesterday afternoon. We had a kid who's been out for a month and a half. We couldn't find him, finally did a home visit, got him into the building with his mom. And we said, what can we do to get you back engaged? And him and mom said, we'd love to have him in person 5 days a week. 2 minutes later, we had him enrolled 5 days a week for the rest of the year. So we're making those things happen. I think we've since our last decision on this, we've had about 30 students come back either from full distance or hybrid for the 5 days a week in person. So been very successful there, and really some success stories around that. We're still, focusing on the PLC process to continue to focus on the consistency and learning across our content areas. I think Gina said it perfectly. The energy that we have with activities and athletics now is just so cool. We're just super stoked about it. A couple weeks ago, I was out at a doubleheader softball and baseball game. We had fans, home fans, visiting fans. Our players were just having a great time. I tell a little story when fall sports was ending and spring sports were beginning. It was a Saturday and our soccer team was playing, our football team was on the practice field, track and field was going, baseball was on the baseball field, softball, you'll never see that again, right? All sports one day together. So it was really, really cool to see. We have a lot of senior events being planned, senior assemblies, senior meetings, we're doing a senior 2 weeks since we're on hybrid. So A and B day can each have their days. We have our senior sunset being planned. Obviously, we're planning for a full graduation on the football field. We put in our plan for that last week. Our JROTC is having their awards night next Friday night. Our awards night's coming up in May. And students that are on distance learning are checking in and with Edgenuity much more consistently than we even saw a month or two ago. So some really good stuff going on. I think I got a few more on the next slide to share. Kind of again, the attendance, both hybrid and full distance, is increasing tremendously over the last couple months. Credit attainment, we really are working on getting students more credit, and not only for this semester, we're actually giving them credit for last semester. If they're between a 50 and 60%, we're getting with those kids saying, and the teachers, what did you miss? What do we need to get you to get to that 60%? So we're still actually issuing credit for last semester, which is awesome. We have our plans in place for our testing. Our testing administrator has everything in place from AP testing to science EOC, CTE. And so those plans are in place with a hybrid model being considered where we are right now. And then I think the biggest thing, our students are experiencing more success. Families have their structures and routines. If they want to come back to school, we're letting them in. If they want to stay hybrid or full distance, we're respecting that. And I think the families and students are appreciating that as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to my friend, Gina Curtis.
Thanks, Kevin. And so the next two slides are the same slides that Emily Ellison and Pete Etchert have already presented, and the motion has already been approved for transportation. So I'm not sure if we need to go over those slides. I think we can move forward.
Let me just do a quick check-in. Let me just do a quick check-in just before you keep us going. Area Superintendent Extraordinaire. Any additional questions on those areas that were already covered for middle schools? Transportation, staffing, nutrition services, facilities. I should staffing. I should say human resources. It sounds like it's much like middle schools, but we can certainly have questions. I see your hand, Trustee Church.
Number one, am I understanding school's over June 9th? Is that correct? Is that basically the last day of school?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And getting back to a comment Mr. Etchart made earlier on not getting enough staff, I have a lot of opinions on that, but it's not on the agenda, so maybe I can chat with him offline on that. But that's all I wanted to cover. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, Trustee Church. Any other questions or comments? If you take your hand down there, sir. That way I won't call on you again until you're ready. Thank you. Any other questions or comments on those areas, those shared areas? Okay. All right. Is there more you want to add to this, Ms. Curtis?
Oh, yes. For the finale.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The big close.
For the record, I am not speaking after 12 a.m. for the first time. So thank you very much for starting early. Okay. So second semester, obviously in the high school, schedules cannot be changed due to credit attainment and seat time due to the Nevada law for attaining a high school diploma, a standard diploma. So there's really not too much to discuss about that. We can't change teachers. And actually, we have about 30 days left, which means the hybrid kids have 15 days left of school. So to change anything at this time would just be detrimental. And again, teachers have done amazing jobs. They've got their structures down now. They're headed down the road to finish strong, as our motto has been. And I just feel like families feel really good about it. Kids are finally feeling better about it too. I know Victoria is probably excited for the last 30 days of school when she can become a senior next year. So anyways, I just am proud of our schools, our teachers, our staff, and our principals for finishing strong. And with that, I will send it over to Dr. McNeil.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Curtis. You always do a great job, and we are so glad that you are here before midnight.
Thank you.
Nice job, Gina. Nice job, Kevin. So with that, Dr. Taylor, you all can see the superintendent's recommendation for high school, and that's to remain on the hybrid and for us to finish strong for the remainder of the 2021 school year, with each one of our high schools doing what they do best, and that's returning, as Kevin was talking about, more students to the building as possible, with specific consideration to our amazing seniors.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. McNeil. I saw Vice President Cottle and then Student Trustee Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you everybody for the presentation. Just gonna kind of go on the list, the same similar questions I've asked the other two groups. How are the high schools doing bringing students back since we went to 75%? Are there students that aren't able to come back, and is that mainly due to staffing or due to the 75%?
I can talk to that if you want with Sparks. We've had about 30 kids want to come back, and we've been able to bring them all back. We don't have a waiting list, but like I said, we can accommodate if they want to come back the next 6 weeks, we'll be able to do that. And I'm speaking for Sparks High, Trustee Cottle, so maybe Gina can speak for other high schools.
Well, and some of our larger schools are having the capacity issue. But overall, I believe that every principal is trying to get to answer any questions and bring any kids back that ask to come back. Pretty confident.
Thank you. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the sense I get from community members is that of the three levels, high school has the least amount of interest to come back, because I've heard jobs, structure, and so it seems like the high schools just haven't had that influx of requests. It might not be the case everywhere. It's just a general sense that I've received. And so speaking to activities, senior activities, I'm sure we got seniors on distance learning. How are we incorporating seniors into these senior activities that are on distance learning?
I can take that too if you want, Gina. So for sports, absolutely. We have a lot of distance learners participating in sports that they've participated in the past. So really encouraging that. As far as activities go, we are letting seniors participate, or full distance seniors participate. I will tell you a few of those though, only if they're on track to graduate. So we really want to encourage them. So for example, our senior assembly, which we're going to have, I think the last week of May, students that are on track to graduate are the only ones that are going to be able to come to that. So a lot of our seniors, we want them to get really pushed this last month to be able to do that and get their credits to graduate. So, but overall, if they want to come and be a part of it, they absolutely can.
Perfect, thank you. And then the last question is, are high schools looking to plan events and activities and informational sessions for incoming ninth graders next year?
Kind of like Ms. Leonard was talking about, this summer is when we're really going to do that, not right now, because we want to have those ninth graders coming, the incoming ninth graders separate. So we will do something in July. And then we also do our back to school night the week before school starts. And so our ninth grade, it's for all students, but our ninth graders come in, get their schedules at that point, go to their classrooms, meet their teachers, get their lockers, whatever it may be. So there'll be a couple opportunities for them this summer.
Great. Thank you all.
Thanks to all of you, Principal Carroll, Area Superintendent Curtis, and then Vice President Caldwell. We'll go to Student Trustee Victoria and then to Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you all for the presentation, for all your hard work this whole year, not just now. Just one comment that I wanted to add. After being able to speak with and communicating with over 100 of our high school students, we saw it saw like a big. Most of them said that they wanted to go back, but like didn't know that they could ask their principals to go back. Now they thought they had to continue on hybrid learning, so I thought it was just like the communication of knowing that they can ask to go back. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Trustee Gomez. That's a good point. Just make sure that our principals are communicating with the students that, hey, if you want to come back, we'll have you. We'll have you. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. One question I have on the recommendation is if we can make any room at all for specific consideration for freshmen as well as seniors, because what I've heard from some of my school visits and talking to principals is that a lot of freshmen have not experienced high school life yet, and that might be a nice thing to do if we're able to. Would that be something we could accommodate, or would that be too overwhelming?
Trustee Thigpen, we're advertising this to anybody. So yesterday, the example I gave yesterday was a ninth grader. So we're not just focusing on seniors, we're focusing on everyone.
Okay, so it sounds like the seniors in this, it's more around the events and that, they're finishing the school year out, they're finishing everything out, So, okay, I see the reason.
Yeah, that's where the focus is for the seniors, around activities.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Seeing no further discussion, is there a motion from the board if that is your pleasure on the recommendation from the superintendent?
I'm happy to make one if no one else is, but I feel like we should have someone who hasn't been talking much make a motion.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say Trustee Thigpen.
I feel like I've talked too much in this meeting, but I'll go ahead and do it. I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation for high schools to remain on the hybrid learning model for consistency of learning for the remainder of the 2020 to 2021 school year, with each high school returning more students to the building as possible with specific consideration for seniors.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on the floor, and Trustee Calvert, I saw you turn your mic on, so I'm waiting for a second.
Second.
All right. Trustee Manello was ready just in case, but you jumped in on it, so that's fantastic. Do we have any? I don't see any additional public comment, so we'll keep moving from there. Any further discussion? Great questions, great presentation. All right, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 Is there any opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Again, thank you very much, Ms. Curtis and Principal Carroll. Congratulations once again. We're so very proud of all that you and the Sparks Railroader family have accomplished. It's great to see that recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Thank you, trustees.
You're very welcome. Okay, fantastic. We're moving on to agenda item 7. We're going to start with our student representatives report. I know you just had a meeting, so I know there are things to report. Turn it over to you, Student Trustee Gomez.
Thank you, Madam President. We had our meeting last night. Trustee Thigpen and Trustee Nicolette were able to attend, as well as Superintendent Dr. McNeil. Thank you all for attending. We went over the brave spaces, and we have that same presentation there. And that's when we got the project to design a placard. So we will be working on that. We're also continuing working on our projects for the different topics we talked about during the town halls. And other than that, we will be meeting next week to just our council, and then in 2 weeks again, and you are all invited to join us as trustees during that meeting. And we will be discussing our projects again if you would like to learn a little bit more about them. And we will try to continue to move them forward.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, student trustee Victoria. We appreciate that. And now, oh, there you are. My box is moved around again. There you are. Great work. Great work from the Student Advisory Committee, especially in a time when you can't get together. You're meeting on Zoom and continuing to have projects. So that's fantastic.
Yeah. And we were really excited. It was our first. It was our first in-person meeting all year, so we were all really excited.
Oh, in person. Nice. Oh, that's right, because Ms. Sessions said that she was actually there. Fantastic. Yeah, very good. That's kind of exciting, right?
Yeah, it was. We all got to meet each other. We haven't met a lot of each
That's
other.
right. That's right. Very cool. Very cool. We're getting better. Getting better. We just have to hang in, people. We're getting better. Okay, Superintendent McNeil, it's time for your report.
All righty. Thank you so much, President Taylor. And also, I'll just add for Victoria that we were also joined by Trustee Calvert, who was on the virtual as well, too. So it was just great to have 3 trustees there to welcome all of our students. And they even had pizza. They had pizza and bread and water. So it was great.
Oh, now you tell us there was pizza.
Yeah. So hot off the presses. Hot off the presses. You all know how much the We the People competition means to this district. And I have some awesome news tonight. So we had 2 high schools compete at the national level. The national level. So as you all know, We the People is an extremely strenuous and intellectual program for students to learn about Constitution and constitutional law. We had Reno High School compete as well as Incline High School. And today they were awarded, so this is the entire country, this is national. 3rd place went to Reno High School. 3rd place went to Reno High School out of the entire country.
Very cool.
Incline High School, 8th place out of the entire country. So just a huge shout out to Richard Clark, teacher over at Reno High School, and Milton Himes. I was able to attend this weekend, watch some sessions with our Incline students. I will tell you, these students, they knock it out of the park. They know how to civically engage. They know the Constitution backwards and forward. I would imagine that our own chief counsel, who has also been a judge, would love to hire one of these students at some point in time. They are amazing. So just congratulations to Reno High School and Incline High School. And then we've got a lot of activities planned for next week. Employee Appreciation Week. All of our employees, 62,000 of them, we will put our arms more around them than we typically do, but just some great work done by our Human Resources Department and all of our Education Alliance and other community partners. So we will be celebrating Employee Appreciation Week next week. And that concludes my report, President Taylor.
Thank you very much, Dr. McNeil. I will just add on Employee Appreciation Week that hopefully all of you had an opportunity to sign up for when you can help with raffle prizes on Friday, so we can give some love to our teachers. And we were also able to get WGU is no longer the sponsor of the donuts that we would all deliver and sometimes eat. We deliver them from Dunkin' Donuts, but Jay Kinney from Doughboys stepped in to say that he would be willing to do it. So I know that's being, look, I made the call and then I turn it over to the staff and they do the work. But I know they're working that out. But just anything that we can do to show appreciation to our educators on this week is amazing. So be on the lookout for information saying what's all out there, what's available. And a lot of times it's all of us, things we can get by, you show your badge, and we encourage our educators to go and just get loved on. What a year for them. So anything we can do for them, I think is fantastic to do. So again, thank you. And Emily's team is, and those that you mentioned, Dr. McNeil, a great job. So just wanted to add a little to your report on that. Okay. And then it looks like, let's see, closing items. Do we have any additional public comment? Oh, see, look, I remembered to ask before I even saw you, JJ. Yes, additional public comment, yes.
The board received emails from John Winters, Jeff Church, Christy Sheltra, Becky Miles, Christina Sherbrooke, M. Vergara, Kristen DeHaan, Thomas Glenn, Ken Thomas, Patricia Smith, James Meservey, and Lori Newman.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And hopefully you've been reading along the way as I have, so we can make sure that we always, we want to make sure we hear those public comments and get those voices. Okay, that being that was our public comment. So we are adjourned. Our next meeting is May 11th. Thank you everybody so much. And it is 9:22.